Chapter 1 Ambrosius. In the early morning of June, there was a thin mist of water floating on the surface of Lake Windermere in the country, and the air that was just a little moist was now cold. In the middle of the lake, an island that is invisible to ordinary people's eyes is dotted, which is a place protected by magic called Knotting Island. This is one of the oldest families in the magical world of Yin Kingdom. The Ambrosius family, which has been passed down from generation to generation. At this time, a slender black-robed wizard with a pale and strange face was stepping on the snake's head turned into running water, looking at the lake in front of him indifferently, and at the same time, Shin's hand moved in the empty air, as if he was touching something. 3 points of admiration in his eyes, 7 points of disdain. The ancient magic barrier is indeed powerful and subtle, but after so many years, time has worn away your power, like a twilight old man. The black-robed wizard's slender and pale fingers gently pulled out a wand, and the invisible magic around him began to surge. The tip of the U-wood wand, about 13 inches, released a tragic green light, constantly hitting the protection of Knotting Island in front of him. The enchantment made a harsh roar at the same time. The output of the wand lasted for nearly 5 minutes, and the originally transparent magic barrier showed traces like glass cracks, and the black-robe wizard's scarlet eyes became a bit more intense. With a low shout, the barrier in front of him finally broke, and a circular gap with a diameter of about 2 meters appeared in front of him. Through the gap, you could see an ancient but luxurious castle standing in the center of the island. This is the castle of the Ambrosius family, Star Castle. There were only 4 family members left in Uda's castle at this time. The old patriarch, who was over 50 years old, Phelan Ambrosius, the eldest son of the patriarch and his wife, Yogl Ambrosius, Jelena Ambrosius, and the son of the couple shortly after their birth, Char Ambrosius. As a continuation of the family's already sparse blood, the birth of Char Ambrosius added a lot of joy to the family. This full moon day, which should have been full of festivities, now has a lingering shadow. The 4 members of the family were sitting at the long table in the hall at this time. Kiaolina hugged Ryan, who was sleeping silently, while her husband closed his eyes tightly, as if he was feeling something. After a while, Yogl opened his eyes and said abruptly, "Father, he broke our barrier." Patriarch Phelan's beard has turned white, and it glows with pale golden light under the brilliant light. "I know that day has finally come." Phelan slowly stood up from the exquisite noble chair under him, looked at the air in front of him and said solemnly, "Long time no see, Dark Lord." As soon as Flynn's voice fell, the closed door suddenly opened wide, and a thick and evil black fog rushed in at a very fast speed, walking to the open space in front of the long table. The black fog moved for a while, then condensed into a human form. "Yes, Ambrosius, we haven't seen each other for 5 years. He is the black-robed wizard who destroyed the magical barrier of Knotting Island, the Dark Lord in Phelan's mouth, and the most terrifying existence in the contemporary magical world, Voldemort." Filming looked at Voldemort, and slowly paced the resplendent hall, as if it were a lazy activity after dinner, without any tension. "In the past 5 years, your reputation has grown, and your appearance has become more and more inhuman." Voldemort sneered at his horns. "Whether it is human form or beast form, but it is the result of more and more mastery of black magic. But you, Ambrosius, you still refuse to give me what I want." Flynn's voice was still calm. "I've said many times, first of all, our family can't have such an inheritance, and secondly, even if there is, I will never give it to you." Voldemort's horned smile became more exuberant, but his already pale face became colder. Under the long black robe, Voldemort Kailuo's feet also paced slowly, looking around like he was in his own yard. Voldemort said, "The Ambrosius family, it is said that you are the blood descendants of the ancient legendary great magician Merlin, with non-human blood, with the oldest inheritance in the world, and even master the secret of immortality. However, your strength is disappointing. It's a pity that you can't use such a huge wealth in vain." Voldemort glanced at Char, who was still in swaddling clothes, and his fingers gripping the wand gradually increased. "That's the only bloodline of your family. It's a pity, a pity. You have missed the last chance and worn out all my patience. The Ambrosius family will be cut off in my hands today, and the inheritance that you refuse to hand over to me will be taken by myself." Delusion. With a roar from Ferlin and Voldemort shot almost at the same time, and the pale green light emitted from Voldemort's wand was a powerful death curse, pressing Ferlin's pale golden magic power to retreat. The magic power of the collision between the two turned the whole hall upside down, and the exquisite equipment was broken. Seeing that the battle was like this, the Ogles did not go up to help, but clenched their hands, as if preparing for something. Voldemort maintained the casting of his wand with one hand as he approached Ferrin. "It's ridiculous. I thought you were a powerful being many years ago, and now just a useless old man." Ferrin struggled to support the collision of magic power. His hair that had been combed meticulously was scattered, and his forehead was full of sweat. "I am indeed not your opponent of the legendary Archmage, but the inheritance of the Ambrosius family cannot and will not be lost in my own hands." Philin suddenly gave up the confrontation with the magic power and let Voldemort's miserable green magic power hit him. Philin, who was hit by Voldemort's death curse, did not die immediately, but shouted, "Yogle, Jorina!" The Ogle couple nodded. Kiaolina let go of her embrace, and the infant Ryania was held up by the magic, suspended in the air, surrounded by pale golden light. The Ogle couple's eyes were full of reluctance and nostalgia, but they disappeared after a while. Ogle's voice was firm. "Dark Lord, no, Voldemort. By the souls of me, my wife, and my father, you, and your descendants, your souls will be cursed forever. You will never get the inheritance of our family. You and your minions will never set foot on this island. Now, you, get out of here." The bodies of Philin, Yogle, and Kiaolina slowly turned into golden fluorescent light, and they merged into Ryania's body little by little. The warm feeling made Ryania open his misty eyes. "Merlin is on top, my child. Char Ambrosius, may you grow up healthily in the days to come, and may you live your life in peace and joy. The Ambrosius family, immortal." A warm voice whispered in Reno Ryan's ear, and the blessing of magic was formed here. Reno Ryan opened his eyes, but found that he didn't even have the strength to cry. Chapter 2. The most loyal servant. Except for Char, the other three members of the Ambrosius family were completely gone, but their disappearance made Voldemort feel unspeakable pain. It was more painful than any unforgivable curse. It was an eternal wound on the soul, and an ancient magical curse kept on pounding. Voldemort only felt that every inch of his soul was covered with thousands of zerg, and countless tiny, slight, tingling, and tingling sensations gathered together, and finally became a surging torrent. The large black robe covered Voldemort's trembling body, making him even a little unsteady with his wand. "What kind of magic is this?" As soon as the words fell, a sudden pressure approached Voldemort, and an invisible big hand grabbed Voldemort fiercely, deforming his originally distorted face. Voldemort, who couldn't move, looked at the scene in front of him and retreated step by step. This was Notting Island repelling him and eliminating the aliens on the island. When Voldemort finally regained his freedom of movement, the whole person had been thrown out of the magic barrier, and the hole on the barrier that was forcibly opened by Voldemort was restored to its original state. What he saw in front of him was the calm lake, and the entire Notting Island was hidden again. In Lake Windermere. Damn Ambrosius. As Voldemort endured the itch from his soul, his face became darker. Looking at the enchantment in front of his narrow eyes, Voldemort frowned as soon as his fingers were raised. "I have done enough concealment work, but I was noticed by the old Dumbledore, and it came fast enough." Taking a deep breath, Voldemort was unwilling, but his body turned into black smoke in the air, and he disappeared for a moment. And just a few minutes after Voldemort disappeared, a golden red flame appeared where Voldemort had been. The flame was just a sporadic flame at first, and in the twist and change, a pair of witches and wizards appeared in the air, It was apparition. One of the male wizards in plain grey robes is extraordinary. He is the greatest wizard of the 20th century, Albus Dumbledore. At this time, Dumbledore's beard was not completely white. He looked at the empty scene in front of him and sighed. It seems that he is no longer there. As for the witch, she is a middle-aged woman who is unsmiling. The middle-aged woman took out her wand, tapped it in the void, and then said, "Sir, in my opinion, the barrier in front of me is intact and extremely powerful, so Voldemort must not have succeeded." Just as Dumbledore was about to say something, the enchantment in front of him seemed to sense Dumbledore's approach, and a golden thread passed through the enchantment and slowly fell into Dumbledore's hands. Did Philin stay? With a wave of Dumbledore's wand, the lake water under his feet solidified into an ice table, and there was a beautiful silver basin in the middle of the ice table. While putting the golden silk thread into the silver basin, Dumbledore said to the female wizard beside him, "Minerva, come and read the message they gave us from Ferrin." The woman called Minerva is Hogwarts deputy headmaster, Minerva McGonagall. The two slowly approached the silver basin, and everything that happened in Notting Island was clearly known to the two of them. Slowly moving his eyes out of the silver basin, Mag's expression was full of sadness. "Yoggle and the others are so kind, they just hid their own child." Dumbledore did not speak, but his expression was full of sorrow. "Mr. Dumbledore, we have to go in. Now Ryan has no relatives to take care of, so his life will be in danger." Dumbledore shook his head. "Not to mention how much work it will take for the barrier in front of you to break it. I think we should trust Ferrin, or the Yoggles. They are all powerful and careful wizards, and they must have left full preparations. The only bloodline of the Ambrosius family will never be cut off. I'm right, Cephos." Dumbledore looked at the empty space and said calmly. The voice fell, and a small figure appeared out of thin air. It turned out to be a house elf. "I didn't expect you to remember my name, sir." Different from the general elf, the elf in front of him is not dirty or wretched, and his back is very sturdy, and his big eyes reveal wisdom and calm light. Dumbledore smiled lightly. "It's rare to see such a good and special elf." McGonagall asked, "Albus, who is he?" Before Dumbledore could speak, Cephos spoke first. "I am a special elf for the Ambrosius family." Mag suddenly realized that it was the family's special elf, and the elf had the most gao in the magic world. It became an easy thing. Knowing the elf's wonderful ability to travel through space, Mag said quite seriously, "So, Cephos, can you bring us into the island? Reno-chan needs a healthy environment to grow up." "No." Cephos clenched his thin fist. "Although you are the most credible friends," the master said, "but now the Ambrosius family can't take any risks. I will definitely not hand over Master Ryan to you." But McGonagall wanted to say something, but was interrupted by Dumbledore's gesture. Siphon said softly, "For the glory and inheritance of the Ambrosius family, Siphon will definitely take good care of young Master Ryan. Please don't worry." After saying that, Cephos snapped his fingers lightly, and the whole figure disappeared without a trace. Mag said angrily, "How can he? He's just an elf." Dumbledore pushed his half-moon glasses. "But I believe that there is no second servant in this world who is more loyal to Ambrosius than him. Since he is no longer there, the continuation of the Ambrosius family has also been arranged by itself, and we don't need to worry about the next thing." With a wave of Dumbledore's wand, the flame portal that had disappeared before reappeared. "It's time to go, Minerva. Don't forget, his target is far more than just Ambrosius, and soon Lily and James' children. He is about to be born. We still have a lot to do. We can't let him act so recklessly." Seeing that Dumbledore had stepped into the portal, Mag bit his lip, but had no choice but to follow Dumbledore into it. As far as Mag's eyes can see, there is an invisible enchantment, and Mag murmured, "I hope you can grow up safely, little Char." As the two also disappeared into the air, Lake Windermere returned to calm again, just like the quiet summer of June. And few people in the entire magic world know what happened here. Chapter 3. Two Old Foxes. Cephos, bring me a suit. "Okay, sir." 1991, Lake Windermere, Notting Island. Star Castle. A young man who was just over 11 years old was scratching his long golden hair in anguish, and his golden eyes were staring at the tumbling potion in front of him. What is the problem? Logically speaking, the 3.0 version of my improved healing potion is no problem. But why do these experiments always fail inexplicably? While the boy was still thinking, the elf Sifos had already arrived at the boy's side with a new set of clothes. Master Ryan, your clothes. Oh, I see. Ryan suddenly regained his senses. After taking the clothes, he picked up the magic wand beside him and waved it casually. The clothes that were damaged due to some unknown chemical reaction of the medicine disappeared immediately, and the new clothes in his hands were already put on. The messy long hair that had not been carefully groomed became neat, and the face was not stained with any dust. DSK. It was absolutely wise to invent the lazy mantra series for the sake of saving trouble. For example, the clothes-changing spell and the body-purifying spell are not very useful. After 4 weeks of activity, every inch of clothes fit perfectly, without the slightest discomfort. Sifus looked at the young man in front of him and said, Master Ryan, I have to remind you that the materials you purchased are no longer available. Ryan was stunned for a moment, and then her face became bitter. The experiments have been done quite frequently recently. Sifos continued. Besides, Master Char, Mr. Augustus and Mr. Malfoy have arrived. Do you want to meet them now? Why did these two come together? Char's brows were slightly wrinkled. Let Lucius wait in the back hall first, and he'll go meet Mr. Augustus first. Okay. Sifos bowed deeply, then snapped his fingers and disappeared. Ryan looked at the chaotic room in front of her, and waved the wand in her hand again. The scattered items seemed to be picked up by invisible hands, and then they were put together. Soon the room was clean and tidy. Well, that's about it. Next, it's time to meet these two old foxes. Ryan nodded with satisfaction, and then left his laboratory. The Star Castle in Notting Island has 3 floors alone, and the various rooms are even more difficult to count. Ryan walked through several corridors with steady steps, and slowly walked down the stairs on the 2nd floor. In the hall on the 1st floor, a spirited old man was slowly sitting in an elegant red tea with a good black tea. On the velvet sofa, it seems to be very enjoyable. As soon as the old man saw Ryan, he hurriedly put down the teacup, got up and said with a smile, Master Ryan, long time no see. Ryan gently held the hand that the old man came out, with a faint smile on his face, and there was nothing wrong with his demeanor, which was the accumulation of the noble temperament of the Ambrosius family for thousands of years. Mr. Augustus, long time no see. Augustus Bowen, Director of Street Mungo's Hospital for Magical Injuries and Injuries, recipient of the Merlin Order of the First Class, and a member of the Wizengamore Wizarding Order. At the age of over 80, he enjoys a very high reputation in the magic world, and is the most reliable and professional magic doctor. If one counts his age, this Augustus can completely become Ryan's great-grandfather, but the well-known old man has no pretense to face Ryan, and even said that he was very polite, because he knew what kind of genius the 11-year-old boy in front of him was. There is an ancient sacred Twenton family in the magical world of Ying. The young man in front of him is the only heir of the most noble family of the Twenton sacred family, the Ambrosius family. He has the inheritance of the Ambrosius family for thousands of years, and wealth. And at the same time he has perfect shape and excellent vision. As the last blood of a family raised by a house elf and living in a closed island since childhood, I don't know how many people are eyeing the wealth and inheritance behind him. But all this came to nothing before Char Ambrosius' admirable talent. After shaking hands with Augustus, Zaya sat on the main seat of the hall and said softly, "You didn't give me a notice when you came so far. I didn't make any adequate preparations." Augustus waved his hand. "Young Master Char is polite. This time I'm here to discuss with you the right to use the Blue Sky Pharmacy you studied earlier." Ryan Dow, it turned out to be this matter. "I remember that I replied to you 2 months ago. Didn't I?" Augustus nodded. "I have seen the previous reply. But this time I want to add 2 words to our contract. Ryan looked at Augustus with a half smile, but there was no emotion in her clear golden eyes. I don't know what 2 words Mr. Augustus wants to add. Augustus moved his lips. Exclusive. Before waiting for Char to ask, Augustus continued. Master Char and our street, Mungo's Hospital, have been cooperating for many years, and the previous cooperation has been very pleasant, but this time, our street, Mungo's Hospital, has been very happy. Hospital must completely control the right to use the Blue Sky Pharmacy, and we are not satisfied with the priority agency that Master Ryan previously proposed. Ryan took a sip of the black tea prepared by Sylphius. Mr. Augustus, you are a respectable and wise old man, and I have enough respect for you, but I think you should be very respectful. Know what you mean by these 2 words now? Augustus nodded. I have discussed with all the directors of Street Mungo's Magic Hospital, and the price we can bear is much higher than you think. Augustus will never forget that when he first received the Blue Sky Potion from Zaya, the blue potion in the small test tube. The moving blue, the dazzling brilliance, seemed to catch everyone's eyes. To attract the past. Even though Augustus knew that the young man in front of him won the first San Merlin medal at the age of 5 with his amazing potion creation, he still couldn't believe the function of the potion in front of him. It perfectly replenishes and restores Anon's magic power, and has a huge amount of energy without any side effects. A small bottle of potion in hand can be enough for an adult wizard to replenish the consumed magic power. What this means, in all magical injuries, the tragedies caused by the inappropriate use of magic power can be greatly reduced. Any continuous healing magic that requires high intensity and long time becomes simple, and even the daily battle and life of wizards will be reduced. Earth-shaking changes occurred. Such a potion is the dream of all magical hospitals and all potion manufacturers. But now Char tells Augustus that he will continue to use the previous cooperation method, and Street Mungo's Magical Hospital can only have priority agency. Such a gem-like product cannot become the exclusive product of Street Mungo's. This is something that the magic world of Ying, the leader of the entire magical medical field, and Street Mungo's Hospital for Magical Injuries and Injuries absolutely cannot accept. Chapter 4 Healing Potion. Char's fingers tapped lightly on the table. Mr. Augustus, you should know that things like wealth are not very useful to me, and I have never charged you much interest. Augustus scolded inwardly, but his face was calm. Master Ryan's embrace is indeed broad, and the scene of your impermanence releasing the improved Veritaserum a few years ago is still vivid in my mind. Ryan didn't answer, and the two fell into a brief silence. After a while, Zaya said slowly, Mr. Augustus, it's not impossible if Street Mungo's Hospital for Magical Injuries and Injuries wants exclusive agency, but I need to take a few things from you. Augustus' face froze, and he knew the key moment came. I don't know what Master Ryan wants. Ryan's slender fingers slowly pulled out the wand, a piece of parchment flew slowly, and then a few lines of text appeared on it. After the text was written, the parchment slowly flew to Augustus again. Augustus took the parchment and read it carefully several times, then put the parchment down. I can understand the first two things. These should be materials that you need to experiment with, Master Char. Although they are very precious, our Street Mungo's Hospital is willing to give a part of them to Master Char every year. Just this last thing. Augustus' eyes flickered. This thing is the most precious treasure of our Street Mungo's Hospital. If it is just the agency of this medicine, I am afraid that the value is a little different. Ryan's somewhat immature face showed a calmness that did not match her age. I know its value very well. After finishing speaking, Ryan took out another tube of potion from his arms, which was different from the blue sky potion. It was a bottle of fresh green color, as if it contained infinite life. This is the latest potion I've prepared, a healing potion. Precisely controlled by magic, the potions made of crystals fell into the hands of Augustus. Gently pulling out the cork, Augustus smelled a very fragrant and seductive smell, and even brought the whole person a lot of energy. Effect, as the name suggests, wound healing, and can be used orally or externally. Please. Shah made a slight gesture, indicating that Augustus could experiment on his own. Augustus didn't smear any ink, and released a magic power lightly to cut a wound on his arm, and then applied the healing potion to it. The warm and soft feeling comes from the wound, which is completely different from the numbness caused by the use of white fresh essence. The wound on Augustus' arm healed quickly at a speed that could be seen by the eyes. In less than half a minute, the wound was completely gone. The speed is much faster than Bayerian essence, and the use is very gentle. Augustus thought secretly, thought for a moment, and pulled out a poisonous sting about 10 centimeters in length from his storage bag. This is an Egyptian magical creature, the poisonous sting of a red blood scorpion. It is a very difficult toxin to deal with. Without hesitation, Augustus stabbed the poisonous thorn on his arm, and the toxin on it quickly destroyed the blood around the wound, and it took a moment for a purple-red rotten wound to emerge on his arm. Ryan's corner twitched slightly. MP, this old man is too cruel to himself. Even with serum, he still looks scary. Augustus carefully poured down the healing potion with his intact left hand. This time, the recovery speed was obviously slower than before, but after 5 minutes, the wound was completely gone, and there was not even a trace of it. This is a priceless bottle. After 2 simple experiments, the experienced Augustus was a little short of breath. The appearance of this potion will make Bayerian essence a history, and it will also greatly advance the entire magical medicine. Master Ryan, the cost of this potion? Ryan said lightly, 3 silver coins. It turned out to be so cheap. Augustus wanted to write more, but Zaya said, the current technology of this potion is mature, but it can be further improved in terms of efficacy and generality. But as far as the current version is concerned, it has been enough to solve most of the problems. I can hand over the exclusive rights of this potion to you. Without any hesitation, Augustus agreed. No, these 3 things. I will deliver them to your castle within a week. The next time was the polite greeting of the 2, and at the end they confirmed the transaction between the 2 and concluded a magic contract. Augustus left Notting Island contentedly. After sending Augustus away, Zaya couldn't help rubbing his forehead. Send one away, and then there's another. At this time, the elf Sifos, who had been invisible all the time, appeared beside Shah, holding a cup of amber ye in his hand. Master, the 40-year-old mead preserved by Nunmu Winery. Ryan patted his head. I almost forgot about it. At this time, Ryan, who was only about 1.4 meters tall, was already much taller than the elf Sifus, and as a result, Sifus drank the mead in his hand. Some things are expensive for a reason. Licking his delicate lips, Ryan seemed a little unfulfilled. So what can this guy Lucius bring me? Ryan casually threw the crystal cup to Sifos and walked towards the back room. The decoration of the back room did not need to be as bad as the front room, and it was more quiet in comparison. And Lucius Malfoy was looking at the various sculptures and paintings in the back hall with interest. It seems that you are quite interested in my art, Uncle Lucius. Hearing this, Lucius Malfoy turned around slowly, with a kind face on his face. Master Ryan, long time no see. Ryan waved his hand. You and my father are old friends. You are my elder, you and I don't have to be polite. Lucius just smiled lightly and didn't answer. Just kidding, I'm afraid I'm going to get cold if you're really welcome. It is true that the Malfoy family is also one of the sacred 20 families in the magic world, but regardless of status or strength, it must be far from the top Ambrosius family. Since the fall of Voldemort, Lucius quickly gained a position in the peaceful magic world by relying on his financial resources. There are quite a few statements in both black and white, but he just thought that there was an outlier in the declining Ambrosius family. At the age of 9, he regained control of the scattered properties under the name of Ambrosius, and now even half of the shops in Diagon Alley, the most lively area in the magic world, belonged to the young man in front of him. The wealth of the Malfoy family was not accumulated out of thin air. He also had various properties under his own name. But now the development of the Malfoy family had to look at the face of the Ambrosius family. After all, this young man almost controls the commercial rights of the business district where he is located. Chapter 5. I'm sorry, the young master has money. The new book is asking for attention and support. It is tentatively scheduled for 35 changes per day. In fact, it is the normal 5, and there are fewer special cases. The first Harry Potter fanfiction. I hope you can support it. For a boy who is only 11 years old now, it is really admirable that he has achieved so much in his short life. But no one knew that the most noble existence of the nominally sacred Twenton family, the only legitimate heir of the Ambrosius family, Char Ambrosius, resided in the body of a soul from another world. As an excellent student in the previous life, Harry Potter has always been his favorite series, but he never imagined the day when he would cross into the world of Harry Potter. There is no great and pitiful system that accompanies me, and there is only a beautiful seat in my mind called the throne of the God of Law. This throne contains infinite and mysterious magical knowledge, which seems to be to help Char to understand what magic is, and the various fames he has created in the magical world, such as the youngest genius potionist in the 20th century, the Light of Ambrosius, the Bright Star of Northern England, etc. have also benefited from the first 2 chapters of the Book of the God of Law. Chapter of Potions, Chapter of Alchemy. However, the knowledge contained in these 2 thin chapters is too huge. So far, Ryanya has only gained some understanding on it, and it takes countless effort to truly master it. Thanks to the powerful soul of Char from another world, or the blessings left by his parents and grandfather in this life are too powerful, Char can tirelessly master all kinds of knowledge that is difficult to master at this age. Coupled with the outrageous financial awareness that far exceeded the backwardness of the magic world in the 20th century, Char did not spend much effort to bring the economy and prestige of the Ambrosius family to the top again. Looking at Lucius, who was full of false smiles in front of him, Zaya didn't have any good feelings. But Lucius did have a relationship with his father in this life. The Holy 21 clan has a certain blood connection in a sense, and Lucius knew many things about the Ambrosius family through his father Yoggle. It is precisely because of the relationship between Lucius and his father Yoggle that Voldemort could have a deeper understanding of everything in the Ambrosius family, which eventually led to the only one left in the Ambrosius family. Although they didn't have too many emotions with their parents in this life, their warm blessings and selfless sacrifices before their death will never be forgotten by Char. It's just that Ryanya's power is not mature enough now. Back then, the reason for the suffering of the Ambrosius family was not as simple as Voldemort's coveting, and the various disputes over interests were even more numerous. Ryanya kept these things in mind, and one day, he would get everything back. As for now, the Harry Potter plot has not yet begun, and his various experiments require a lot of resources, and the world is far from being as simple as he sees it, and the Malfoy family still plays a big role. On the surface, Ryanya was still kind and warm. I wonder what Uncle Lucius is doing here this time? Lucius had a look of embarrassment on his face. It's such a young Master Char. Our Malfoy family's shop has some troubles in Diagon Alley. Lucius took off his gloves, took out his wand from the delicate cane, and waved it lightly in the air, and a silver map appeared in front of the 2 of them. Master Ryan, you see, these 3 stores are the properties of our Malfoy family. Today I plan to integrate these stores into a brand new store, but this is the middle. With a simple glance, Char immediately understood what Malfoy was referring to. It turned out that he had gained from Anxious Nails at the beginning. If such a street with commercial potential was cut off in the process of expansion and merger, it would be a kind of how does pain feel? Ryan Dow. It turned out to be this shop, Sifos. Char snapped his fingers, and the elf Sifos immediately appeared beside him. Master, what are your orders? Bring me my map of Diagon Alley. In just a few seconds, Sifos went from disappearing to reappearing, holding a rolled-up map in his hand. Ryan picked up the map to confirm it, and then said, yes, this store is indeed my name. Rolling up the map again and throwing it to Sifos, Ryan said. Then Uncle Lucius, what do you want? Lucius hurriedly said, that's it, I want to buy this shop. That's it. Ryan touched his chin, but there was no expression on his face. But I don't really want to sell this place, Lucius said. Don't worry, I will definitely give you a satisfactory price. Hearing this, Zaya grinned. Uncle Lucius, do I look like the kind of person who is short of money? Lucius was at a loss for words. This handsome but bad boy in front of him can be regarded as the richest man in the British magic world, whether it is his strange alchemy inventions, subtle potion creations, and the business layout under his name, he is always helping him. He creates wealth, and the huge wealth accumulated by the Ambrosius family for thousands of years is also owned by him. Money? I'm sorry, young master, all I have is money, believe it or not, I will kill you with Gingalion. Well, Uncle Lucius, I can give you this shop, Ryan said with a smile, but I'm also more interested in your family's collection. Could you let me pick 2 things from your collection? Lucius had a bitter heart. I knew this stinky boy would have a new routine. Most of the Malfoy family's collections are extremely rare treasures. Although the value of 2 pieces is not as good as that of a shop, the rarity is absolutely reasonable. Thinking about the rare treasures left in his warehouse, Lucius felt a lot of reluctance, but compared to the actual benefits brought by the merger of the stores and the follow-up, Lucius had no choice but to recognize it. Lucius gritted his teeth and nodded. Yes, it's not too late, let's go. Char gave a wicked smile, and she gestured in the direction of the fireplace where flue powder could be used. Lucius. Half an hour later, Lucius cursed in his heart while laughing and sending Ryan away. Damn it, it's ruthless. With all the certificates Char had left in his hands, Lucius tried his best to maintain his demeanor, while Char hummed a little song and returned to the Star Fortress. Announcement that Chapter 6 finally comes. It has been 2 weeks since Augustus and Lucius were sent away. The Star Castle in the early morning was shining in the sun, and a letter broke the peace of the past. Zaya, who was sitting at the dining table, held a thin letter in his hand. The envelope that was thrown aside was stamped with a wax seal. The capital H was surrounded by 4 creatures: lions, snakes, badgers, and eagles. Looking at the contents of the letter in his hand, Ryan read softly, Headmaster of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, Albus Dumbledore, President of the International Federation of Magic, President of the Wizarding Association, First Class Wizard of the Sir Merlin Group. Dear Mr. Char Ambrosius, we are pleased to inform you that you have been admitted to study at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Enclosed is a list of required books and equipment. The semester is scheduled to start on September 1st. We will be waiting for your reply from your owl by July 31st. Yours sincerely, Minerva McGonagall, Vice Principal Female. I thought Hogwarts had forgotten me. Chaya put down the letter in his hand, picked up a bright red peach from the meal in front of him, and gently put it in his mouth. So, my journey in this world should officially begin. Ryan thought so in his heart. The owl who delivered the letter was waiting for the big amber eyes, and looked at the handsome blonde boy in front of him with curiosity, as if he was expecting something. Seeing this, Ryan couldn't help but smile, and then said to Severus, "Get this little guy some food for Xueluo." "Okay, sir." When the figure of Sir Foz reappeared, he was holding some carefully crafted dried deep-sea whitebait. As Sir Foz handed the dried whitebait in his hand to the owl who delivered the letter, the little guy made a very comfortable noise after eating. "Since the announcement from Hogwarts has arrived, it's time for me to prepare. Ryan Dow, Syphos, I need to go to Gringotts." Needless to say, Chayaduo, the elf Syphos, who had long understood Char's habits, quickly took out a black robe with elegant gold trim from the closet. This was Char's favorite clothes to wear when going out. Skillfully using the changing spell, it came from a robe custom-made by Mrs. Mokin's robe shop. The well-told clothes made the somewhat immature Ryan look good, and Tingbar's posture showed the nobleness and elegance of this young age. Style. Simply combing his long golden hair, Zaya walked to the fireplace, picked up the flue powder on the side and threw it lightly. It is quite different from the scene where ordinary people use flue powder. With the dazzling golden flames burning around, Char disappeared in front of the fireplace, while the elf Sifos used the shape-shifting to accompany him accurately. Ryan went to the destination. As for Notting Island, although it is indeed empty, the enchantment outside is no joke. Voldemort and Dumbledore had to rack their brains if they wanted to break the reinforced barrier. Except for Char's approval, I'm afraid that none of the bright characters in the entire magic world would be able to enter. However, if anyone really has such a great ability to break into Notting Island, Ryan will definitely raise his hand to welcome him. To ask why? The existence of such a bully, I certainly can't beat it. So don't hurry up and admit it. In Gringotts, a few hundred kilometers away, there is a place where a flue network is arranged. This is a special passage specially prepared for the most distinguished guests of Gringotts, eliminating the tediousness of crossing the streets. Cough cough. Ryan wrinkled his nose and clutched his Zueba. I don't know who designed this stupid flue network. Even if I put a layer of purification spell on it, it's still made by this damn dust. Feeling bad, Sifus, who appeared on the side, seemed to have long been accustomed to Char's complaints. Master Char, do you want to talk to Gringotts for him to improve it? No need. Ryan's face was full of contempt. The design of the flue network has not changed for hundreds of years, and they can't perfect anything with their mortal wisdom. When this young master has time to dismantle a few flue networks to study, just do it yourself. Well, Master Ryan is mighty, and Master Ryan is rippling. The elf Severus' eyes were full of admiration. Char took out his wand and waved it lightly. The surrounding air was obviously much cleaner, and then he walked towards the Gringotts Hall. The staff of Gringotts are all shrewd goblins. It has to be said that although the goblins of Gringotts are greedy for money, they are still very reliable in doing things, but this has to ignore their somewhat ridiculous financial algorithms. There is an abacus in the East, and a calculator in modern times. I don't know why this fairy has to use a pen to calculate, not to mention efficiency. It takes a lot of time just for accuracy. The busy goblins seldom paid attention to the guests who came and went, but the goblins saluted Ryan unanimously when they saw Ryan. This is the biggest rich man in Gringotts. Is it good to see? And the brain circuit of this young master is obviously different from that of ordinary humans. The modern accounting method that we came up with last time made our little elf brother grateful for a long time. All pixies work a lot easier. YY gestured at the elf, and Ryan walked towards the tallest counter in the hall. It may be because Char can grow up healthily because of the careful care of the elf Sifos, coupled with modern thinking. So Char is quite disdainful of the backward slavery system in the Harry Potter world. It's already 1991, and now is the age of civilization. Why does the Western magic world, which has always claimed to be an advanced civilization, has such silly regulations? Therefore, Char doesn't despise those elves who have been kept in captivity by wizards for a long time. There was an elderly goblin sitting behind the counter. It shouldn't be called an old goblin. Char would naturally recognize this guy. This is obviously the goblin who received them when Harry Potter first came to Gringotts. The old goblin didn't look up, and the pen under his hand moved quickly. Welcome. Do you need any help? Ryan took out a golden key inlaid with rubies from his arms and placed it gently on the table. I need to take out some belongings from my vault. The old goblin felt that the voice was a bit familiar, so he couldn't help but look up, and then the old face suddenly smiled. It turned out to be young Master Ryan. Why did you come to Gringotts in person? Ryan smiled slightly. I'm going to school soon, and I don't have much change around. The old goblin sighed. Master Ryan has reached this age in a blink of an eye. Gryffindor, go and accompany Master Ryan to his treasury. The voice fell, and a guy who was even shorter than the average elf came out from the side. It was the Gryffindor that the old goblin said. Gryffindor said respectfully, Master Ryan, it's an honor to serve you. Please come with me. Chapter 7 The Stink of Bloody Money. Ryan nodded and followed Gryffindor towards Gringotts' underground vault. The Gringotts building looks ordinary, but in fact the main building material contains a lot of forbidden magic stones, which are very rare in the magical world, which makes it very difficult for anyone to use powerful magic freely in Gringotts. Thing coupled with the bottomless underground vault, layer upon layer, endless spanning barrier, this century-old, the only and best bank in the wizarding world has become a forbidden place for outlaws. Of course, these have to exclude those Gringotts elves who are certified by Gringotts and have a special status. Gryffindor took Char to the bottom track, and Char and Sifos boarded the rudimentary scooter together. Master Ryan, please do well. Ryan didn't answer, and silently poured herself a bottle of soothing potion. As for the reason, just feel the speed of the scooter and you will know. It's hard to fathom how such a humble little car can sprint at more than 100 yards without any windshield or shock absorbers. Cooperating with the twisting and complicated track route under Gringotts, Ryanya once again experienced the super magic modified enhanced roller coaster, thanks to the tranquilizer, otherwise he would definitely spit it out. But such a speed also ensures that the time in the middle of the journey will not be too long. In just a few minutes, Char's slow journey is over. Master Ryan, it's already here. Vault 726. Trying to maintain an elegant demeanor, Char stepped down from the scooter tremblingly. Master Ryan, thank you for the key. Char threw the ruby-encrusted gold key to the pull ring. This key was very different from the protagonist Harry Potter's key. Whether it was a ruby whose exquisiteness was already conspicuous. Because this is a rare VIP warehouse in Gringotts, it is the highest grade treasury currently available in Gringotts, and it is also Char's private treasury. What is more precious than this VIP warehouse is only those old treasuries that have been passed down from countless years ago and belong to the respective sacred 20 clans. Some of these vaults have lost the way to be opened and cannot be opened again, and the remaining ones exist after number 979. For example, the family vault of Ambrosius was number 999, and it took Churu a week to sort out the vast collections in it. Gryffindor took the key given by Ryan, opened the cover on the delicate warehouse door to reveal the keyhole, put the key in, and completed the first move. Then Gryffindor's fingers swiped lightly on a straight line in the center of the warehouse door that was hard to detect, and then there was the sound of parts turning from the warehouse door. Master Ryan, please. While Gryffindor handed the key to Ryanya, he forbade himself not to look at the blinding golden light in the warehouse. It's beautiful. Wonderful. This trademark is the light of money! Exclamation mark. It's a pity that Ryan's brows were wrinkled, and at the same time he waved his hand in front of his nose, the smell of damn money. Walking into the vault, what was piled up was no longer a pile of money, but a golden hill as high as a hill. It was the highest denomination of hard currency in the wizarding world, a golden hill composed of gold galleons. Here, the currency of the second denomination in the wizarding world, the silver psyche, is almost invisible, not to mention the copper nut with the smallest denomination. This money is not the inheritance of the Ambrosius family. It is the income from various patents and commercial profits of Chaya. As for how much, Chaya is too lazy to count. Looking at the golden mountain in front of him, Ryan didn't want to count anymore, and at the same time held deep resentment. So Ryanya asked Gryffindor, so, when will you be able to apply that payment crystal card technology handed to you last time? Gryffindor accompanied him with a smile. Don't worry, young Master Ryan, we have basically tested the crystal card technology you gave us last time, and it will be ready for use in the market in about a year. Ah, another year. Ryan sighed with her forehead lifted. That is to say, I have to move galleons from here stupidly several times. Gryffindor praised. After all, not everyone has the amazing wisdom and endless wealth of young Master Ryan. All right. Ryan thought for a while, and threw an empty storage bag to Gryffindor, marked with a capital A, indicating that it belonged to the Ambrosius family. and this small storage bag had a rather complicated display. The Shinsho mantra: help me get 100,000 gold galleons first. 100,000 gold galleons. 100 gold galleons is enough to make all the members of the Weasley family in the original book have a good life for a year. 1 gold galleon is about $7.33 in US dollars. So our comrade Char in 1991 Yin Country directly pulled out tens of thousands of dollars. It's a pity that Gryffindor is obviously not the first time to do this, but his movements are very quick. Okay, Master Ryan. Goblins still have privileges in Gringotts. Under the authorization of the warehouse owner, Char, the goblin's fingertips circulated magic, and a long dragon composed of Gingy Arlong twisted and twisted, and finally fell into the storage bag. After weighing the storage bag, which can't feel the weight at all, the Pull-Tab can't help but admire the excellent production of the storage bag. Very clever Shin exhibition mantra and burden reduction mantra. Okay, Master Ryan. Ryan took the storage bag, hung it around his waist, grabbed a handful of gold galleons from the money pile, and threw it to the tab for consumption. It's almost enough time. Okay, let's go back. Okay. Gryffindor happily accepted the coins, and sure enough, it was the right choice to serve the boss. This casual reward would catch up with his annual salary. The warehouse was heavy and slowly closed, and after another bumpy journey, Ryan finally breathed the fresh air on the ground again and prepared to leave Gringotts. When returning to the lobby, two very special guests came to the highest counter. An extremely tall, bearded, but not well-dressed male giant. There was also a short and immature boy with long black hair that was messy. Seeing this, Ryan's corner couldn't help but raise a beautiful arc. Harry Potter, Hagrid. Hubert, are you here too? At this time, Hagrid was whispering something to the old goblin at the counter, and at the same time tossing and turning in his huge pocket. He was looking for Harry's key and what Dumbledore gave him, and Harry looked around curiously. After all, this young boy who had been living under the Dursley family's closet was exposed to such a magical scene of the magical world for the first time, and his curiosity was inevitable. While Harry was still staring at the goblin weighing rubies not far away, his eyes were involuntarily attracted by a figure not far away. It's not tall, but she has a tall enough figure, a face that is too young and handsome but calm and noble, as well as the confidence and elegance exuding from her body. This is a boy like the sun. Thinking of this in his heart, Harry couldn't help but looked away and lowered his head in shame. Unexpectedly, the young man walked slowly, and a clear voice came from his ear. Char, who came to Harry's side, smiled and said, "Harry Potter, hello, it's an honor to meet you." Chapter 8 First Meeting. What? Facing Ryan's sudden greeting, Harry seemed very uneasy, his words were a little awkward, and he stuttered. Do you know me?" Ryan said with a smile. Of course. Hagrid, who was beside him, obviously noticed Char, and he naturally recognized this talented young man who Dumbledore was full of praise. Seeing this, Hagrid patted Harry's shoulder lightly, and his eyes gave Harry a sign. Didn't you see Ryan still holding hands? Hurry up and shake hands to save face, otherwise he'll be embarrassed too, Hagrid whispered. Master Ryan, hello. Harry, this is Master Char Ambrosius, pay attention to etiquette. Even though Harry was relatively slow, he immediately reacted to Hagrid's reminder, and the salesman's pale face flushed red as he carefully held Ryan's hand. Hello. At this time, due to long-term malnutrition, Harry was only a meter tall and nodded. On the other hand, Ryan, who was the same age, was about 1.4 meters tall. When they stood up, there was a lot of age difference. Ryan let go of his hand and said, "Don't be so nervous, I'm just an 11-year-old guy. I think we should be about the same age." Harry scratched his head, making his hair even more messy. Hagrid asked, "Master Char, little Harry just turned his 11th birthday." Speaking of this, Hagrid was a little nervous. "Are you here today?" "I'm not lucky today. Why did I meet him here? God bless this guy not to ask what magical animals he wants. Even if I have many animal friends, who can resist this frequency?" "Ryan Dow, Comrade Hagrid, please calm down. I'm not a devil." "No, You are the devil. Hagrid thought silently in his heart, it's like Fang Ya, who I worked so hard to raise back then, and was almost killed by you, thanks to Professor Dumbledore's greeting, or else it would be humming. Char continued, I'm going to study at Hogwarts in the next few days. I'm here to buy something today. Hearing this, Harry was a little surprised. Mr. Ryan, you are also a student of Hogwarts? Char nodded. Looks like Mr. Potter, we're going to be classmates in the future. Harry only felt that the handsome young man in front of him was as warm and genial as the sunshine in winter. He was the first peer of his age who did not despise him. When he thought that he would become classmates or even friends with such a teenager, Harry suddenly felt a little excited. It's a good thing that Ryan didn't know Harry's inner activities, otherwise Ryan, who had a very normal sexual orientation, probably thought that Harry was about to bend, and then quickly stayed away. Picking up the pocket watch and taking a look at the time, Ryan said, I still have a lot of things to buy here, let's leave it for now. Then Mr. Potter, Mr. Hagrid, see you next time. Hagrid nodded, and Harry also waved goodbye. Goodbye, Mr. Char. After saying goodbye, Char left Gringotts humming a pleasant tune, leaving behind Harry full of admiration. Harry pulled Hagrid's sleeve. Hagrid, who is this boy? Hagrid whispered, don't look at his grade as yours. His reputation is no less than yours. He is a very good young wizard. He will also study at Hogwarts in the future. You should have many in the future. Opportunity to get in touch. Char Ambrosius. Harry choked on the name, with a look of longing in his eyes. Young, noble, confident, excellent and full of vigor. These beautiful words are vividly displayed in Char's body without exception. These are the qualities that Harry most desires and lacks. If it was Harry Potter who killed Voldemort because of Lily's ancient protective spell, he won the title of the Savior, the boy who survived the catastrophe, and enjoyed a higher reputation in the wizarding world. Then Ryan is just the opposite. He relies on his own talents and achievements to become a miracle star of the younger generation step by step. The reputation of the two men is also the most widely known existence of the younger generation. So, what should I buy next? Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry uniform first-year freshmen need 1. 3 sets of plain work robes black. 2. A plain pointed hat black for day wear. 3. A pair of protective gloves made of dragon skin or similar materials. 4. 1 winter cloak black with silver buckle. Please note, name tags must be attached to all students' clothing textbooks. All students are required to prepare the following books: Standard Spells, Elementary, by Miranda Gorshak, A History of Magic, by Bartilda Bagshot, The Theory of Magic, by Adbel Wallin, The Beginner's Guide to Transfiguration, by Imri's Witch, 1,000 Magical Herbs and Fungi, by Philidas Pol, Magic Potions and Potions, by Arsenal Guide, Monsters and Where They Come From, by Newt Scamander, Dark Forces, A Guide to Self-Defense, by Quentin Trimbus. Other equipment: 1 wand, 1 cauldron pewter, standard size. 2. 1 set of glass or crystal vials, 1 telescope, 1 brass scale. Students may bring an owl or a cat or a toad. I would like to draw attention to parents here. First-year freshmen are not allowed to bring their own brooms. Seeing this long shopping list, Char suddenly had a headache. Syphos, except for the wand and clothes, you can go and order the rest. Syphos took over the list that Char threw and swept over quickly. Master Char? Do you want gold crystals to make things like pots? Or? Ryan waved his hand. Do you still need to ask? Pick the best one. Okay, I know. After saying that, Syphos disappeared in place, leaving Ryan alone, not far from Madame Mokin's robe shop. It stands to reason that a child with a family like Zaya is definitely a sweet treat in the eyes of all kinds of illegals. It's a pity that no one in Diagon Alley dared to attack Ryan's idea. Have you seen Diagon Alley? 50% of it is my shop. What kind of evil do you think the wizard in black standing at the door is? Those are my lovely thugs. It's really not possible. This young master will reward you with a special magic protection item. While thinking about what kind of robe to get, Ryan walked towards Mrs. Mokin's robe shop. On the road, Many wizard parents accompanied their children to go shopping. When they saw Zaya, they saluted slightly, and the shop owners under the name of the Ambrosius family were even more frightened. Although Zaya's classmate was more realistic, if the boss came over to cover his face, how about scolding yourself? Just when he finally passed through the people and came to the front of Mrs. Mokin's robe shop, the glass door just opened, and a soft body suddenly slammed into Ryan's arms. Ouch! Ryan came back to his senses, bowed his head slightly, and caught the eye of a girl with brown hair. Seeing that she bumped into someone, the girl hurriedly walked away, bowed and apologized. Yes, sorry, I didn't mean to. Chapter 9. Hello. The brown-haired girl raised her head, revealing a still very immature face, ignoring the two prominent front teeth, and she was considered a pretty girl. Hermione, you were too careless. Seeing that the girl bumped into someone, the parents behind her quickly followed. I'm sorry, Hermione. And this very familiar trait, Ryan Adam immediately understood who the girl in front of him was. It doesn't matter. Ryan waved his hand, indicating that there was nothing wrong. Nice voice. Hearing this, Hermione looked up at Ryan. Her face flushed instantly. He seemed like a prince in a fairy tale, and like an elf in a fairy tale. He was elegant and handsome, with an extraordinary bearing, and he was completely different from the people he saw in the Muggle world. Hermione's parents breathed a sigh of relief, and the boy in front of them seemed to talk well. Granger and his wife are indeed Muggle couples in terms of their magical talents, but they are quite enlightened as parents. At the same time, the real identity of the two dentists also allows them to have enough funds to support Hermione to complete the seemingly incredible wizarding studies. Having said that, for the Granger family, who had never really come into contact with the magical world, they were still a little dazed when they first came to this place, and they only asked for directions when they came out of Mrs. Malkin's robe shop. Seeing that Granger's parents were a little confused, Char said softly, "Excuse me, have you encountered any difficulties?" The Granger couple looked at each other, and then Mr. Granger said, "Hello, we are." After a brief introduction of his own situation, Char had a general idea of what the Granger family was doing. "So you are going to buy something for this lady?" Char said, "My name is Char Ambrosius. If nothing else, this Miss Granger and I should be classmates in the future." Hermione asked curiously, "That, Mr. Ambrosius, are you a Hogwarts student too?" "Why does everyone have to say this?" Zaya complained silently in his heart, but his face was warm and warm. "Yes, everything you want to buy can be found in this street, but the currency here is a bit different from yours." Pointing to Gringotts not far away, Ryan Dowse said, "You can exchange pounds for the currency of this world over there, and the way of shopping after that should be the same as where you are." The Grangers listened carefully to Char's explanation. "Well, it seems that the wizarding world is just another country, with passports and local currency. Everything is not much different from the outside world." The Grangers said gratefully, "Mr. Ambrosius, thank you very much, otherwise we don't know how much work it will take." Ryan nodded. "You don't need to be polite." The Grangers glanced at the time. It was already afternoon. "Sorry, Mr. Ambrosius, we still have a lot of things to buy. I'm afraid we can't continue chatting with you." "It's okay, Ryan Dow. I hope you have a good day in the wizarding world." After that, Ryan's figure disappeared into the depths of Mrs. Mokin's robe shop. Hermione whispered behind her, "Let me just say, there are many good people in the wizarding world." The Grangers agreed. "Yes, this young man is much friendlier than the fierce old woman in the shop." And the fierce old woman the Grangers spoke of was the owner of Madame Mokin's robe shop. The Madame Mokin in the name of the shop. Mrs. Mokin was an elderly woman with a rather bloated figure. Facing the young wizards who came and went, the old woman seemed impatient. The magic tape measure and quill pen quickly recorded one name after another. "And size." Ryan coughed lightly. "Sorry, Mrs. Mokin, you seem busy." Mrs. Mokin raised her head. She was going to stare at the guy who didn't have long eyes to disturb her at this time, but when she saw that it was Ryan, a subtle face-changing drama came on. It turned out to be Master Ryan. Madame Mokin hurriedly waved her wand, and suddenly the dark curtain came down, separating a relatively independent space from the crowded shop. It's a pity that Ryan didn't give Mrs. Mokin the time to be polite. With a flick of the wand in her hand, a piece of parchment was pulled out from the table, and the magic-controlled ink quickly printed words on the paper. "I'm going to school soon. Before that, I have to get my clothes ready." Ravenclaw was enchanted and let the parchment fall in front of Mrs. Mokin. "I have written the size and precautions on it. The style should be as specified by Hogwarts, but the interior should be made according to the requirements I wrote. The materials are the same as before. I hope you can complete my order as soon as possible." Mrs. Mokin quickly swept across the parchment. "I know Master Ryan, he'll do it as soon as possible. Then, I'm sorry, I know what you're going to say." Char took out a small purse and threw it to Mrs. Mokin. "The old price, 20 galleons apiece." Immediately, Mrs. Mokin smiled. Her eyes narrowed so she couldn't see. "Thank you, Master Ryan." Call. Char, who finally ran out, looked at the sky and breathed a sigh of relief. "If I hadn't met Harry Potter and Hermione, I would definitely regret that I came to such a place by myself today. It almost suffocated me." Next, it's time to complete the most critical purchase. "I don't know what happened to my wand, Ollivander." About 10 minutes later, Ollivander's pitifully small shop had a new customer. The gold plaque on the door had been peeled off, and it read, "Ollivander, well-made wand since 382 BC. Zaya sat on the long chair in the shop, looking at the countless wand boxes stacked in front of him. Ollivander seemed to be rummaging through the boxes and the cabinets, and he was nowhere to be seen. "Mr. Ollivander!" Ryan shouted in a deep voice, and as soon as the voice fell, there was the sound of a ladder sliding, and an old man with grey hair and silver eyes appeared in front of Ryan like a ghost. Ollivander saw Zaya, and a smile appeared on his wrinkled face. "Mr. Ambrosius, I was just admiring the most proud piece of work in my life, and I didn't expect you to come." What didn't match his old age was his agile movements. Ollivander disappeared into the vast wand box again. When he reappeared, he held a beautiful box in his hand, and then he jumped down from the ladder swiftly. "Master Ryan, this is your custom wand." Ollivander carefully placed the box in his hand on the red satin in front of Char, and the pride and love in his eyes were unmistakable. Ryan slowly opened the box with her own hands, and a slender wand was lying quietly in the box. Chapter 10 Exclusive Wand. Ollivander said softly, 12 inches and 8 cents, 1,000-year-old rosewood, dragon's heart crystal, hardness and softness. I honestly didn't expect that the two materials would blend so perfectly. Ollivander praised. This fully shows that there is nothing wrong with your assumption, Master Char. Ryan's slender fingers slowly turned towards the wand. At this time, all the wand boxes in the entire store were shaking constantly, as if they were telling something, as if they wanted to prevent Ryan from touching the wand. But Char's fingers moved slowly, but firmly. Gently pick up the wand. The dark purple wand is round and delicate, and the tentacles are extremely gentle. The wand's handshake design is extremely delicate. No matter which angle you hold it from or which hand you use, it is extremely comfortable to use. As the wand was picked up, many wands that had become more restless instantly stopped moving. The wand in his hand exudes a calm and stable aura, accompanied by a pale golden brilliance and a faint fragrance, and even the noise outside the shop has been greatly reduced. Ryan stroked the wand lightly. Red sandalwood, stable yet gentle, contains strong vitality, has the effect of calming evil and calming down evil. Bright dragon heart crystal, pure and powerful but restrained, plus the two are gentle with the attributes of Ollivander and your outstanding craftsmanship. My ideal wand is truly complete. Ollivander sighed. Master Char, you have a very unique understanding of magic wands. Although it is somewhat different from the craft theory passed down from generation to generation in my family, it is quite accurate and effective. And Mr. Char, you have a very pure heart, so that all the wands in my shop like you very much. It's no wonder that you can use the wand left by your father so easily." Ollivander naturally couldn't forget the scene when the boy in front of him came to his shop for the first time. It was the first time he felt all the wands cheering, eager to become the possession of the boy in front of him. So each wand shows its own performance to the fullest, and even makes people feel a little flattering. Although wands pick wizards, it's the first time Ollivander has seen a wizard that anyone favors. It's a pity that all of this came to an end with the arrival of Char's own custom wand. Even though the rest of the wands were unwilling, they were far inferior to the red sandalwood wand in Char's hands in terms of quality and suitability. And the two raw materials that make up this wand are the things that Char, Augustus and Lucius traded. Two new types of potions with excellent generality and excellent effect have been replaced by the core of the 1,000-year-old red sandalwood tree in Street Mungo's Hospital for Magical Injuries and Injuries. A piece of valuable land was negotiated in Malfoy's treasury, and the first two pieces were folded into one, and finally exchanged for the crystallization of the heart of a bright dragon that was passed down from the Malfoy family and died 1,000 years ago. Although it took a lot of effort and a lot of setbacks, the result was good. Ollivander was a little reluctant to look at the rosewood wand. "This should be the best wand I've ever seen in my life. It's really an honor for me to make it out of my hands." Ryan put away the red sandalwood wand and chuckled. "This is also my honor." Without saying much, Char left behind a bag of gold galleons, which was 1,000 galleons, far exceeding the value of a normal wand. You must know that a good wand is not enough for 7 galleons under normal circumstances, but 1,000 galleons, which is enough for a Hogwarts student to spend his academic career in great luxury. Pushing open Ollivander's dilapidated store door, the elf Sifos was already waiting outside. "Master, Sifos has done what you ordered." Chaya glanced at the storage bag in Silphus' hand and nodded. "Very good. Then my time in Diagon Alley is over for the time being. Let's go back." "Yes, sir." After returning to Star Castle, Ryan was bored and flipped through the textbooks he bought. I have to say that the basic education in the magic world is still perfect, and the basic knowledge that you should have. But these are too simple for Ryan. When it comes to potions and alchemy, with the help of the Book of the God of Law, his current level will definitely not be lower than that of an excellent wizard in the special field. I still have a lot of knowledge that I haven't mastered. If I just retreat and comprehend, even if I spend a lot of effort, I can learn it. But this kind of efficiency is really too low. The most attractive thing about Hogwarts is not his basic education, but the various excellent teachers in it, as well as all kinds of knowledge that are not in the books of the Ambrosius family, as well as the ancient legends and legacy of the 4 giants. More importantly, Hogwarts is where all the plots begin. Since I have come to the Harry Potter world, if I don't experience those plots, I really don't know what I will be like in the future. And Ryan is only a teenager after all. Even if he counts his life, he is far from experiencing vicissitudes, but the early death of his parents in this life has made him truly understand what loneliness is. Hogwarts has a rich life of its own. There are also the protagonists who are very close to themselves and are very close. They are not the guys who have dealt with their own false feelings in the past 11 years, or they have seen their own value, or for commercial interests, and all kinds of things. Although each has its own shortcomings, there are blood and rue. These all constituted the reason why Char had to go to Hogwarts. Today, I have only made achievements in potions and alchemy, but the content of the Book of the God of Law is far from these. Putting the textbook gently aside, looking at the endless sky above Notting Island, Char's mood also became active. What will the future look like? Time flies so fast. Ryan didn't let himself stop during this month, but continued to study his own healing potion version 3.0. It is a pity that the key step in the improvement of this healing potion is to increase the conversion speed of the potion on the basis of maintaining stability. Here, a formula for calculating the decay rate is needed, but Zaya has not deduced it yet. I now kind of understand why potions and alchemy are placed in the first 2 chapters of the Book of the God of Law. Potions are exquisite and rigorous science. It is by no means a summary of experience, but a high-level summary of data and theory. This is the most basic step of magic, induction. Alchemy, which seems to be a ridiculous theory of turning stone into gold, actually reflects the process of understanding and forming. A simple summary is equivalent exchange, which is a further step in magic. Understanding. Summarize from complexity and understand from appearance. Magic is not an absurd ability, it has its rules, its system. And this is the precious and mysterious place in the Harry Potter world that has not been excavated. Chapter 11. Please start your show. In a blink of an eye, it was September 1st. And it was also the day when Chargai set foot on the Hogwarts journey. Ryan crossed the platform 9 3/4 and sat silently in his own luxury carriage. Although I really wanted to go to the ordinary workshop to get close to my classmates, but it was too noisy. Forget it. There will be opportunities in the future to be a good children's shoes, so let me rest for a while now. However, due to the arrival of Chaya, the original plot still underwent some changes. In the corridor, Chaya met Harry, who was still looking for his carriage. Ryan Dow, Mr. Potter, hello. With his head down, Harry was wearing the wide cloak, and he suddenly raised his head when he heard this somewhat familiar voice. Is it you, Mr. Cha? You, hello. Just call me Ryan. Harry scratched his head. Then you can call me Harry too. Cha glanced at Harry's ticket. Hagrid treated Harry well and bought him a single carriage, but unfortunately it still could not change the nature of the single carriage. Ryan Dow, looking for your carriage. I'm the only one here anyway. Why don't you sit together and talk along the way? Harry was a little flattered. Ooh, okay, thank you very much. So Cha led Harry to his VIP room, a spacious space, bright lights, and a soft sofa. Simply the difference between a soft sleeper and a hard seat! In the next time, Ryan chatted with Harry word by word, and I have to say that it is really not easy for Harry to not be blackened. He has been bullied so badly since he was a child, and he can maintain a normal heart in the end. Sure enough, the protagonist's halo is bullshit. But such Harry is not what Sharia wants to see. His whole life is actually in the hands of Dumbledore and Snape. Perhaps until the moment of Voldemort's death, he really lived for himself. It seems very interesting to cultivate a different Harry Potter. As Harry and Cha started chatting, Harry felt more and more that the young man in front of him was so knowledgeable and wise, and Cha was slowly telling Harry some common sense about the wizarding world. Harry at this time can be said to be a blank sheet of paper. As long as someone seizes the opportunity, then he will get the first color. Fortunately, the first wizard Harry met, Hagrid, although his appearance was a little scary, his heart was soft and kind, and Harry did not suffer too many changes. If someone with a heart would infuse Harry with some thought at this time, then it's really hard to say whether Harry will turn red or go black. Just as Cha was about to briefly explain the situation at Hogwarts, a seemingly unintentional knock on the door broke the chat between the two. In the first-class VIP room of the 9 3/4 train, which was exclusively reserved for Cha, at this time, the boy's face was reflected outside the glass door. His fiery red hair was very conspicuous, and his face was full of freckles. Well, hello, I can't find a seat. Can you come in and borrow a seat for a while? With such an iconic appearance and this familiar line, who else is there besides you? Ron Weasley. Ryan's face was as usual, but she was very disdainful. It's a coincidence. I saw so many vacancies along the way. Why don't you go here? Why don't you go there? Why do you want to come to me? Could it be that so many of your elder brothers are so ruthless that even your own younger brother is unwilling to accept it? Ridiculous excuse. Ryan gave Ron a deep look. He absolutely did not believe that Ron found this place by accident. What purpose did you come with, Ron Weasley? Is your heart really harmless to the average human and animal you are showing? On the other hand, Harry didn't think so much. In his heart, He also wanted to let the boy in front of him come in and rest. After all, it's always good to have one more friend. I just thought about it. It seems that this is Ryan's private room. What qualifications do I have to make an evaluation? So Harry didn't speak either. Facing Ron's question, Ryan didn't answer, but looked at Ron with a half-smile. Ryan's clear and transparent golden eyes seemed to contain the magic power to see through his heart. Under the gaze of these eyes, Ron became more uneasy, which also made Ron, who seemed a little nervous, even more obscene. If it's inconvenient, then forget it. Ron hesitated to speak, with a very embarrassed and shy expression on his face, but his limbs did not stiffen or tremble at all, which meant that his heart did not fluctuate. At such a young age, she can definitely act. Seeing this, Zaya applauded silently. Please start your performance. Even in the face of Ryan's eyes, Ron suddenly gritted his teeth, as if he had made up his mind. I'm sorry, but I really can't find a seat. Can you? Look at Ron's sobbing expression. A certain Harry couldn't hold it in any longer, and wanted to drag him in quickly. It's really ugly. A young but arrogant voice came from behind Ron, interrupting Ron's performance. It was a young man with meticulously combed hair and shiny hair. The boy was not tall, followed by two sturdy attendants, who came out of another VIP workshop and walked towards Ron. People from the Weasley family came to the VIP area of this train shamelessly, and even rudely disturbed young Master Char and Harry Potter. It was an eye-opener for me. You. Ron's face immediately flushed. Who are you? The teenager sneered. My name is Draco Malfoy. Even the Weasley family, who has fallen here, should have heard of the name Malfoy. Ron naturally knew who Malfoy was. Once upon a time, the Weasleys and the Malfoys used to be the Holy 21. But now the gap between the two families is worlds apart. One barely survives in his humble and crowded burrow, while the other enjoys a lofty position in the magic world. Draco looked Ron up and down. The shabby cloak, the shabby shoes. It looks like using what's left over from your brothers. Malfoy can be said to be a solid char in Ron's heart. Poverty, low self-esteem. It is the most vulnerable place in his heart, the least welcome in the family. Ron clenched his fists tightly. His lips turned purple, obviously extremely angry. Such a vulgar person came here. I'm afraid that they can get close to Master Ryan or the famous Harry Potter, and then use this to change the status quo. Really? Okay, Draco, stop talking. Ryan, who had been silent for a while, finally said, Draco, is it really good for you to treat your future classmates like this? I don't think you want to add a disgrace to your family. Ah! Malfoy glanced at Ron contemptuously, and gave Ryan a noble salute through the glass door. Master Ryan, long time no see. Chapter 12 On the Train. Char nodded. I don't think it's that serious. And Draco, you should change your mean way of speaking. In terms of blood, Draco's mother and Char's mother are distant cousins, and he and Malfoy are cousins in a sense. Although Char has a good sense of many people in the Weasley family, such as the Weasleys, and brothers Fred and George. Their optimism and positive attitude is truly admirable, and it is this quality that has helped them through the darkest moments of their lives. However, not all members of the Weasley family are so amiable and brave. There are many people who are thoughtful and ambitious. For example, Percy, the third son of the Weasley family, or Ron, who has some signs at this time. Ron, now only 11 years old, was able to find Harry so accurately at the time, saying it was a complete coincidence. Char didn't believe it. But the truth is that Zaya can't be completely guaranteed. After all, Ron is only 11 years old now, and his character has not yet been fully formed. In addition, Ron still has a big role now, and Char glanced at the little mouse in his pocket without a trace. This mouse turned from Peter Pettigrew is the key to the future. Without him, Voldemort's resurrection would have been delayed for how long? Char's finger lightly tapped, and the glass door of the workshop slowly opened. Ryan looked at Ron and smiled. This classmate, come first. Ron looked a little stunned. Everyone will be classmates in the future, and it's really boring along the way. It's always good to have one more company." Malfoy frowned and said softly, "Master Ryan, this guy is him." Ryan glanced at Malfoy with a half smile but not a smile, and Malfoy suddenly remembered many unpleasant memories. He calmed down, just gave Ron a vicious look, and did not speak anymore. "Draco, do you want to sit with me too?" Malfoy squeezed out an ugly smile and sat down. Forget about this kind of thing. Who knows what way this guy will use to hit me in a while, and I will definitely not go. Harry on the side was a little strange, why the arrogant young master in front of him was so afraid of Ryan. "Thanks to the invitation of Master Ryan, but there are 3 people on my side. It would be very inconvenient to come here together." Ryan said regretfully, "Unfortunately." "Then, I won't disturb Master Ryan." Malfoy bowed, and at the same time threw his contempt and disgust to Ron, who was pretending to be stupid, and returned to his workshop with his 2 valets. Ron was very angry at Malfoy's taunting and disdain, but surprisingly he didn't break out. Instead he just endured it silently. Malfoy's departure also declared that the workshop was back to normal again. Ryan said, "So, this one?" Ron hurriedly said, Ron Weasley." "Ryan Dow, student Ron, are you tired of standing?" "What?" Heartless Harry suddenly laughed out loud, and the atmosphere in the workshop became much more lively. "Next is the same as the original plot." Ron, who sat down, took out his cold sandwich and tried his best to create a tragic and sad picture. "So Ryan directly bought all the snacks from the 2 trains. One is Harry Potter, who has never eaten these, and the other is Ron, who always eats the leftovers of his brothers. The 2 are also busy in the world of snacks." "What?" Harry, who was still struggling in the snack pile, was unpacking a box of chocolate frogs, which also came with a collectible card along with the edible frogs-aped candy. Ron, who had been cautious all the time, explained to Harry, "This is a wizard card, and it is filled with famous wizards in the wizarding world. You can see who you have drawn." Hearing this, Harry turned the card over to reveal the figure behind him. "Char Ambrosius?" Harry asked in surprise. "Char, is this your card?" Glancing down, a few short lines recorded everything about Ryan. "Char Ambrosius, the outstanding genius wizard of this century, the recipient of the Merlin Saint-Gyr Medal, has many important patents in potions and alchemy." Ron was very surprised. "Harry, you are very lucky. Although I have more than 500 cards, I still don't have one of this card." Harry scratched his head, because he didn't quite understand what the Merlin Medal was, and what potions and alchemy were. But that didn't affect Harry's feeling that Char was very powerful. Ron's words were somewhat flattering. "Harry, you may not know how powerful Ryan is. The Merlin Medal is awarded to those wizards who have made outstanding contributions to the magic world. Zayar received the first Merlin Medal when he was 7 years old. This is something that has never happened again in nearly 10 centuries. As for Char's achievements in potions and alchemy, you should be able to understand it after you study at Hogwarts." After listening to this, Harry's expression became more and more admirable. "So, Ryan, you are so amazing." Ryan shook his head. "Actually, this thing is not as noble as I imagined, so don't pay attention to these mere descriptions." Ryan said, "The Merlin Medal is a certificate issued by a wizarding group outside the Power organization. It can only represent your current performance in the magic world in a certain sense." "Harry, you also heard Ron say that there are more than 500 kinds of cards he has collected, and the recipients of the Merlin Medal and other honors are innumerable, but the person who truly becomes a great wizard is only very few. Fame is a convenience and a burden. It will bring you convenience, but it will also make you more tired. If you don't have enough strength, then this god of the underworld will overwhelm you. If you want to stand firm, the more important thing is it's about constantly strengthening yourself." Char stared at Harry's green eyes, and there was a red scar on that small face. "Harry, in terms of reputation, you're actually above me." Harry was a little overwhelmed. "Me?" Ron nodded at this time. "Harry, you are a famous person, the boy who survived the disaster. There should be few people in the entire magical world who don't know about you. But I don't know anything myself. Ryan weighed the delicate porcelain cup in front of her. Trust me, after you enter school, you will attract more attention, and you will become the center of attention. Ron also nodded. Yeah, don't you know how famous you are? I'm not very sure. Harry looked a little confused, and Char continued, fame is a good thing. But are you ready to endure all this? Chapter 13 The Little Fangirl Who Suddenly Appeared. This question really made Harry stunned. Although Harry has never been exposed to the wizarding world, human nature is common in any society and any world. From the time Hagrid brought him to Diagon Alley, he was surprised to find that everyone seemed to know him, everyone wanted to be close to him, and he enjoyed the attention himself. So are you ready? Obviously not. The textbooks I bought were too boring, and I couldn't stand it after reading it for a while, and it was even more difficult for me to understand the more complicated spells and the like. Harry, who has read the prelection class, knows that such a self is definitely a poor student in the class, and he is definitely not the kind of person who is particularly popular in the class. Char. What should I do? Ryan gave a dark smile. If you want to get ready, I can help you. Comrade Snape, who asked you to keep blocking me back then? Don't you hate Harry? Watching this young Master Trainer Plus version of Harry Potter, I'm afraid you will be suffocated to death. Ron said in a low voice, I heard that Hogwarts is going to be divided. Wouldn't it be inconvenient if Char, you and Harry are not in the same academy? Ryan, you looked at Ron with the eyes of an idiot. You can't communicate if you're not from an academy? Ron said with lingering fears, I heard from my brothers that there is an academy called Slytherin in Hogwarts, where there are often some evil wizards, and the atmosphere of the whole academy is not very good, such as that mysterious man. Ron's words were getting smaller and smaller, but Harry could hear clearly. Mysterious man. These three words were the name that Hagrid dared not say. Voldemort. So, the guy who killed his parents was a Slytherin? Thinking of this, Harry's mood suddenly became a little unhappy. At the same time, the meaning of Ron's words is self-evident. This is burying the most primitive wedge for Harry, making him and Slytherin wrong from the beginning, which is why he interferes with the selection of the Sorting Hat matter. It's a pity that Ryan couldn't let the ignorant Harry be so misguided. After all, Slytherin's selection criteria have always been based on pureblood wizards. An ancient and extremely noble pureblood family like Ambrosius has a very high probability of being assigned to Slytherin. The four houses of Hogwarts do have something to do, and Slytherin does have some bad history. Ryan said, but don't think too much. If Slytherin was really such an evil academy, it would have been blocked by the entire magic world long ago. How could it exist today in an upright manner? The main reason why Slytherin always has some wizards with a bad reputation is that most of their students belong to families with a certain history in the magic world. But this kind of inheritance does not mean that it must be a good thing. Factors such as family education will affect the thinking of these descendants, even lead to extremes, and make the whole college very disunited. So I think if Slytherin can have a leader who is wise and wise enough to unite the entire house and bring those uneasy factors under control, then this house may be the best house at Hogwarts. Ron asked suddenly, Ryan, which college do you think you will be assigned to? Ryan glanced at Ron without a trace, and chuckled, I don't know, but I don't think which college will affect my future plans, because the decisive factor is myself, not the environment. The decisive factor is oneself, not the environment. Ryan, he is obviously the same age as me, but he has such a clear idea. He knows what he should do in the future, so should he also have some ideas about the future? If I could be in the same academy as Zaya, I would definitely be able to learn a lot. Ryan's words also silenced Ron. Well, with such a mature thought, Ron said he couldn't handle it. I think what you said is great. A crisp female voice broke the short silence, and a familiar face appeared outside the workshop. Ryan looked at the brown-haired girl and said, Miss Granger, long time no see. Mr. Ambrosius, do you remember me? Of course, Ryan Dow. I will never forget that cute girl who rashly bumped into my arms. Hearing this, Hermione's pretty face flushed. "I'm sorry." "Oh no, thank you." "Miss Granger, are you looking for something?" Hermione said. "Well, I was helping my classmate Neville find his toad, and he lost it." Ryan shook his head. "How can a magical creature be so easy to lose? At most it just ran out to play, but in any case it will definitely not be far away from its owner. It is really impossible to wait for the train to stop and let the crew check it out." That's what it is." Hermione's look at Ryan unconsciously became more adoring, obviously looking like a little fangirl. "Sunshine is gentle, handsome, and exploitative. Simply not too beautiful." "Meeting is fate. Miss Granger might as well come in and sit." Hermione looked at the extraordinarily luxurious private room, a little embarrassed. "Thank you very much for your invitation, but I'm afraid it's not good." Ryan didn't say anything, just looked at Hermione with a smile. Well, the eyes fell. In a daze, Hermione sat next to Cha, and opposite him were Harry and Ron. In this way, the Iron Sanjiao in the original book was still together. "It's just that there is an extra Cha in the middle," Hermione said nervously as soon as she sat down. "That, Mr. Ambrosius." "Just call me Ryan." Good, Mr. Shire. "There's no need to use honorifics." Hermione's shoes. Ryan teased Hermione with a smile, and the redness that had just receded on the girl's cheeks reappeared. "Ryan, I adore you. Can you write a word for my bookmark?" Seeing that he didn't know where to pull out a thick advanced potions theory, Zaya suddenly felt a headache. It's only the first year. Has Hermione already started researching advanced potions so well? And this book is not written by me. What's the use of my signature? Hermione said shyly, "I've read a lot of stories about you, Cha, and I want to be as good as you. This book is what I'm studying now. There are many things I don't understand yet. I think if Ryan signs me, maybe I can touch your wisdom." Ryan held her forehead in the middle. Hello, let's talk about science. "And aren't you the #1 student in the Harry Potter world? You look like this, which gives me a sense of seeing the scumbags in my previous life." In Hermione's expectant gaze, Zaya silently took out his quill and wrote a paragraph on this brand new advanced potions theory. "Only wish, my dear Miss Granger, may wisdom and bravery be with you, and may a successful future walk with you, Cha Ambrosius." Chapter 14 finally got off. Hermione's arrival was a surprise, but it was a pity that Ryan was the only one whom Hermione admired. For Harry, it was more of a surprise. After all, Voldemort was so fierce back then, and such a violent man fell into the hands of such a little boy. As for a certain Ron, Hermione still maintained the very contemptuous attitude in the original book, to which Tria expressed her approval with both hands. What scumbag Ron, God knows what J.K. thinks, actually wrote her and Ron together. Let us despise for a while. In the 20th century, the magical world was very poor in transportation. There were only 3 options for long distances: the gentle train, Qiang broom, and the disgraced Floo powder. In order to ensure the safety of Hogwarts, students can only use this way of riding. But this train was really boring. It took a long time to do it, and it was dark by the time we got to Hogwarts. Garbage traffic is also the birthplace of trademark trains in the country. When the technology matures in the future, I must smash a magic high-speed rail. The long-distance trek did not calm these first-year freshmen. On the contrary, they became more and more excited, because that all Hogwarts Castle became more and more clear as the distance approached. After the train stopped steadily, the freshmen who had been suppressed for a long time suddenly cheered and swarmed out of the carriage. "Your luggage has been taken to the school, and will be delivered to your respective dormitories later. Now everyone comes with me." The rough, loud figures almost deafened the ears of the chattering freshmen, and they looked a little nervous when they looked at the tall giant in front of them. Hagrid stood in front of the freshmen with a bucket-sized oil lamp. He was going to follow the Hogwarts tradition and lead the freshmen in a white wooden boat across the lake to the island where Hogwarts was located. This wooden boat is very big. Even if Hagrid is standing in it, it only occupies a small space. enough to accommodate all the freshmen of this class. The boat has no sails and no oars. Driven by magic, it is very happy to follow the ripples. Here, everyone gets off the boat. The board was slowly lowered, and Hagrid led the new students wending up from the pier and through the stairs, and the environment in front of him became brighter and brighter. It is a huge corridor that is not inferior to Gringotts. There are flaming torches burning around it, which illuminates the whole corridor very brightly. When he came to the last corridor before entering Hogwarts Castle, Hagrid stopped, bowed to the lady in dark green running not far away, and said to the freshman, "This is Mike, Professor Greg." At this time, Mag tapped lightly with one hand on the armrest, and seemed to have been waiting for a long time. "Thank you for your hard work, Hagrid." Even though he didn't say much, the cold and serious aura on Mag's body has been clearly conveyed to every new student, and when Mag's green eyes swept across the crowd, the freshman's door swept up with the coolness of Sozu. At this time, there were bursts of noise from the side, compared to those senior students who had entered the hall. Professor McGonagall walked in front of the freshmen with a somewhat cold voice. "Welcome to Hogwarts," said Professor McGonagall. "The opening feast is about to begin, but before you go to the dining room, you must first determine which house you are going to. Classification is an important ceremony because the house is like your home at Hogwarts while you're at school. Going to class with the rest of the house, living in the house's dorms together, and spending time in the house's common room together. After school time, the names of the 4 houses are Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw and Slytherin. Each house has its own glorious history, and each has produced outstanding witches and wizards. During Hogwarts' time, your outstanding performance will earn your college points, and any infractions will deduct points from your college. At the end of the year, the college with the highest score will receive the College Cup, which is a very high honor. I hope you can win glory for the college no matter which college you are assigned to." A boy's exclamation interrupted Mag, who was about to say a few words. It was a chubby boy. It was Neville Longbottom who lost the toad and asked Hermione to help him find it. Professor McGonagall looked at the toad under his feet, and Neville's round body. His serious face became even more livid, and he was about to explode. It's a pity that Professor McGonagall suddenly remembered that this fat boy seemed to be the grandson of his friend Augusta Longbottom. "Let's think about what happened to this child's parents." "Forget it. What a big deal," McGonagall said. "Mr. Longbottom, I hope you can take care of your pet in the future, lest you find it in such a place again." Neville cautiously held the toad named Chubao, did not dare to see Professor McGonagall, and silently returned to the crowd. Seeing this, a pure-blood wizard headed by Malfoy chuckled softly, and the sarcasm was evident on the surface. Ryan frowned slightly, and glared at Malfoy with golden pupils, and the Queen immediately became honest. Mag shook his head secretly and thought, it's a pity that the Longbottoms are such an outstanding wizard. Their children seem to be a little dull, whether it is talent, character, or magic. Neville is indeed very ordinary, and even a little bit bad, which is all due to his extremely poor memory. But Ryan had analyzed it in his previous life. As the Longbottom family, who were once the sacred Twenton family, according to the inheritance flowing in their blood, Neville's talent is impossible to be bad. But his memory is so bad, it is very likely that he was cast an oblivion spell at a young age to forget the horror of witnessing his parents being tortured to madness. Bertha Joggins is such an example. So what everyone sees is a slow and poor Neville, but this slowness and poorness gave him a strong and tenacious heart, and also opened up his talent for herbal medicine. At this time, the 2 torches that had been extinguished by the corridor suddenly lit up, which was a reminder that Professor McGonagall was ready. So McGonagall said, "Now form a single line and come in with me." I can finally get in." This is probably the common voice of so many freshmen. Facing such a serious female professor, I feel completely uncomfortable. Chapter 15 Sorting Ceremony. After passing a double door at the back, the new students entered the hall, including Harry. Almost all the freshmen never thought that there would be such a magical, beautiful and magnificent place. The 4 long tables belonging to the 4 colleges were neatly arranged, and all the students except the first-year students were already seated. On the white and smooth marble tabletop are crystal goblets and gold plates. The tabletop, as clean as a mirror, reflects the brilliant lights of the dome. Each light is connected together to form a splendid picture, but if you look up, it will be even more dazzling. Amazed, because the overhead is not the imaginary ceiling, but the dazzling starry sky. The black velvet night sky is deep but quiet, and the starlight is mysterious and distant. In an instant, the entire hall is a Luton platform wandering in the sea of stars. At this time, Hermione whispered to everyone about science. In fact, this is a ceiling that has been enchanted. Ryan looked at the high starry sky ceiling with great interest. This magic looks interesting. It's definitely not a simple transformation spell. I remember correctly, this ceiling can accurately reflect all the external conditions, so that the ceiling made of stone has the function of transparent glass. So it should be an environmental positioning. It's just that this positioning is a simple projection or a holographic simulation. I feel like I can go to Star Fortress to try it later. Ryan thought about this over and over again, and at the same time followed the rest of the freshmen led by Professor McGonagall to the classroom seats, waiting for the start of the sorting ceremony. And the sorting ceremony has not yet started, and Zaya, who has just stood up, has already attracted enough topics, even overshadowing the legendary boy Harry on the side. Aside from Char's amazing wealth, let alone the talent that has amazed countless people, his appearance is already eye-catching enough. At the age of 11, he has a height of 1.4 meters, which can be said to stand out among the children who have reformed and developed. The calm and elegant, warm and luxurious exudes from him is like a magnet that attracts everyone's attention. Coupled with his long golden hair, handsome face, and fair skin, he seems to be the legendary sun god in ancient Greek mythology, dazzling and radiant. So the professors and senior classmates couldn't help but talk about it, and some beautiful seniors were even more beautiful, as if they were thinking about something in their hearts. Ryan said that he just needs to be a beautiful man quietly. I have never seen any big winds and waves. My face is definitely no less than the walls of Azkaban. You can discuss and watch casually, you can let me shy, count me as a loser. And Ryan was not idle at this time, thinking about the theoretical research that had not yet ended, thinking that he would wait for the damn ceremony to be decided, and immediately go to squeeze comrade Snape. A sudden sound suppressed the noisy environment in the hall. The sorting hat, which was placed on the high chair by Professor McGonagall, began its own performance. The young freshmen were immediately stunned by the sorting hat's performance, because the hat could actually speak. This time also attracted Ryan's attention, and Ryan's eyes lit up immediately, and then it was unbearable in her heart. Yep, it's really itchy. Fuck, I almost forgot about this treasure, the sorting hat left over 1,000 years ago. Immediately, notes about the sorting hat started popping up in Ryan's mind. Be thoughtful. Be wise. Can judge. With storage function. The material is very economical. Just a broken leather hat. The key is that it can still be used normally after so many years. This thing must be an application of advanced wisdom alchemy. It's an absolute treasure. I really want to take it apart and take a look. Ryan stared at the sorting hat, and has dismantled the hat 100 times in her heart. Suddenly, the sorting hat felt that the body of the hat that he hadn't washed for many years was suddenly itchy, and he thought, no, I'm just a hat. Why does it feel cold? It must be an illusion. I want to continue singing. You may think I'm not beautiful, but don't judge people by their appearance. If you can find a hat more beautiful than me, I can eat myself. You can make your bowler hats black and shiny, and your silk top hats smooth, but I'm the Hogwarts test hat, so I'm taller than yours. Any thoughts hidden in your mind can't escape the magic hat's golden eyes. Put it on and try it out, and I will tell you which college you should be assigned to. You may belong to Gryffindor, where the bravery is buried deep in the heart. Their boldness and boldness make Gryffindor outstanding. You may belong to Hufflepuff, where the people are honest and loyal. Hufflepuff's students are stoic and honest, not afraid of hard work. If you are shrewd, you may enter the wise old Ravenclaw, and those who are wise and learned will always meet their fellows there. Maybe you will enter Slytherin, maybe you make a sincere friend here, but those cunning and insidious people will do anything to achieve their goals. Come and put me on. Don't be afraid. Don't panic. In my hands, though I don't even have one, absolutely safe because I'm a thinking hat. Brave Gryffindor, beautiful Ravenclaw, benevolent Hufflepuff, shrewd Slytherin. This is the summary of what the song The Sorting Hat wants to express, reflecting the evaluation criteria of the Sorting Hat from the side. After singing the song of the Sorting Hat for himself, the Sorting Hat bowed to the surroundings with satisfaction. Very spiritual. It's a pity that apart from the really admiration on the faces of the freshmen, the other students who applauded didn't give the Sorting Hat a little bit of cooperation on their faces. They were all hypocritical. It's really sad. Professor McGonagall's face was cold, and he seemed very disgusted with the prelude of the Sorting Hat, because he wasted at least 5 minutes in one opening song, which was unbearable for McGonagall, who had a strong sense of time. So as soon as the Sorting Hat finished singing, McGonagall took a few steps forward and pulled out a roll of parchment, and she said, "Whoever I call now will put on the hat and sit on the stool and wait for the sorting." In the face of so many people watching, the freshmen suddenly became nervous. After all, many freshmen had contact with magic when they were young, and no one wanted to be assigned to an academy where their parents were not present, and then went back to be severely beaten. The sorting ceremony is going on in an orderly manner, and it takes different time to judge the sorting hat of different students. Some are very short and some are very long. Like Malfoy, the sorting hat screamed out without touching his hair, showing Malfoy's strong pure-blooded qualities. Professor McGonagall's reading suddenly stopped, and she said the name of the next sorted house. Chapter 16. So, your belonging is. The current update time is Chapter 1 at 12 a.m., Chapter 2 at 12 o'clock noon, and Chapter 2 at 10 p.m., plus updates on weekends. Please subscribe and collect. The 4 academies that were still welcoming their new students all quieted down, including the teachers' seats, and they could only hear the dense and rapid breathing of countless people. As an ancient sacred Twentern family, the Ambrosius family is characterized by kindness, integrity, nobility and excellence. There have been many great wizards in the history of their family, and these wizards are also from the 4 Hogwarts colleges. So this means that according to the family tradition, any college has the opportunity to get Zaya, and every college is reluctant to let go of such an outstanding student with great potential. Under the scorching gaze of everyone, Ryan stepped forward, first saluting Professor McGonagall unhurriedly, then putting on the sorting hat and sitting down firmly. "Oh, someone from the Ambrosius family, little one. Your hair is beautiful." Ryan twitched her corner. "Thank you. Your taste is also very strong." "I can't help it. Cleaning is the most annoying thing." Mag on the side coughed lightly. "Please sort." Well, the sorting hat, who was about to play for a while, was suddenly caught in a tangle, and after about a minute, he finally choked out a sentence. Very, very, very difficult. It is self-evident that the experienced sorting hat can give 3 specials, and Mag on the side can hear it clearly and frown slightly. "You have an honest and pure heart, brave and enthusiastic qualities. They will help you through all kinds of difficulties, and you have all the best things in Gryffindor. And your mind is thirsting for wisdom, seeking truth, and seeking the unknown, which gives you enough reason. Then Ravenclaw may be your best choice. But the noble blood you carry, and the unwillingness to live under others and the ordinary thoughts in your heart, you have a vast space in Slytherin." The sorting hat was not born this time, but was muttering in a low voice. Except for Ryan, even Mag on the side couldn't hear it clearly. Ryan rolled her eyes. "You can just talk about the 4 academies." "No, no, no," the sorting hat immediately said. "Any house is fine, but you are definitely not suitable for Hufflepuff." Ryan groaned inwardly. "Why, merciful Hufflepuff, am I an evil person?" "Obviously I'm upright, Okay, this has nothing to do with justice and evil. Hufflepuffs are hardworking and brave, but what they long for is quiet and conservative. They yearn for luck or even no sense of existence, and you are destined to hide yourself. If you go to that kind of place, it is simply the sun is locked in a cage. Poor Hufflepuff, their dean, Professor Sprout, was expecting an answer from the Sorting Hat. Sprout is an outstanding herbalist, and this is also involved in Char's field. If Char came to Hufflepuff, then he would have the best successor in his mantle, but the Sorting Hat has silently put his name on it. Chai Page ruled it out. Why is the sun locked in a cage? Are you stupid? Ryan thought it was very interesting. He never expected that the Sorting Hat was so intelligent. He doubted whether it was a small Horcrux left by the four giants, or how could it have such a high level of wisdom. The Sorting Hat said angrily, "This is a metaphor, a metaphor. Do you understand? So, please hurry up and sort. Although I don't care, it's not good to delay the time later." I even saw Professor McGonagall's fingers pinched. The courtyard hat was a little embarrassed and fell into silence again. At this time, the atmosphere in the hall became more solemn, because the longer the practice of sorting, the more excellent qualities the student has. After all, the Sorting Hat is always based on the best qualities of people. Filter. I made a decision. The Sorting Hat finally spoke again. Character can help you through difficulties, wisdom can enrich yourself, but what you need more is a broad platform, so you should go Slytherin. As the Sorting Hat shouted out the name of the academy that Zaya was going to, the scene fell into silence for half a minute again. Of course, the silence this time was not a bitter wait, but the calm before the storm. In an instant, the long table of Slytherin erupted in astonishing cheers, while the rest of the academy were indignant and scolding, all pointing at the worn Sorting Hat. Superior. We have Ambrosius. Since Master Iron has come to our side, then we Slytherins must be fearless in the future. The Slytherin prefects stood up one after another and greeted Ryan's seat. Facing Slytherin's rare enthusiasm, Ryan still maintained a good demeanor, shook hands with these people in an orderly manner, and finally came to a prefect and sat down. Looking at the back of Zaya sitting down, some people are happy and some people are sad. Those senior girls who are still planning to have some good memories with Zaya's classmates, except for Slytherin, their faces are not very good, although they can join other colleges in class. But can't use a common room, that's far less contact time. As for the teacher's seat, including Professor McGonagall on the side, almost all were very sorry, except for Snape, who had a bad face, and Dumbledore, who had always been kind and gentle. Professor Snape, congratulations to your Slytherin for getting such an outstanding student. Some professors could only turn their regrets into blessings at this time, and ran to shake hands with Snape, the Dean of Slytherin. Snape still had that expressionless face. Thank you. But Snape's heart was really at this moment, this little bastard has come to my academy, can I still keep my laboratory? Harry in the distance looked envious, but the light in his eyes was more determined, as if he had made a decision in his heart. As for Weasley, who has not yet been branched out, he couldn't hide the envy in his eyes, but the color of envy was too strong, and the eyes that secretly looked at Zaya were mixed with jealousy and fear. Professor McGonagall lifted the parchment, and her cold voice suppressed the noisy tide. Quiet, the sorting continues, the next one. Well, Professor McGonagall is on the tape again. After a pause, Professor McGonagall said, Harry Potter. This is good, the people who have just calmed down are even more lively. It can be said that you cannot be true in the magical world of Yink Kingdom. But it is impossible that you have not heard of this boy who survived the disaster. The four academies began to be restless again. Slytherin was thinking, Ambrosius, Harry Potter. I want it all. The other three academies had the idea of getting Harry Potter if they couldn't get Char, and Harry immediately became the focus of everyone's attention. Harry only felt that his legs were filled with lead, and his thighs were shaking constantly. He had never seen such a big scene. But Char's encouragement to him in the car was still in his ears. Without Harry himself noticing, Harry walked slowly to the chair and put on the sorting hat. Chapter 17 Dumbfounded. Harry's emerald green eyes flashed across his glasses, and Snape, who watched silently behind him, unconsciously had a touch of tenderness and deep sadness in his eyes. The back of the high chair completely blocked Harry's thin and small body, but Snape's eyes seemed to see through it, and he was looking for Hermione's shadow from Harry's body. The sorting hat fell on Harry's head, making him even more distressed. What happened today? It brought me another big problem. The sorting hat was still the same as the original, and he began to discuss it with Harry in a low voice. The main entanglement was Gryffindor or Slytherin. At this time, Harry was not poisoned by Ron, and he was not very repulsive to Slytherin, and Slytherin had his first friend of the same age, Zaya. Vaguely Harry was more inclined to choose Slytherin. But Harry was favored by Slytherin because he had Voldemort's soul fragments in his body, which magnified his pure blood wizard characteristics, and those hidden talents were also detected by the sorting hat. These are not qualities that Harry himself has. The sorting hat could see Harry's heart of gold, but he could also see the talent flowing in his blood. At this time, the sorting hat whispered, "Then I can ask you, would you like to go to Slytherin?" Slytherin. A lot of things flashed in Harry's mind, including the legends of Voldemort, everything Ron said, and Char's indifferent comments. "Am I really fit for Slytherin?" the sorting hat said. "Talented and eager to prove yourself, and you get the respect of others and the help of your friends. But you're also a good fit for Gryffindor, adventurous and brave. I want to hear the choice to listen." Although Voldemort is dead in Harry's understanding, Harry is by no means the one who is willing to be mediocre, and he also longs to be the focus of others' attention one day. Instead of being confused for unknown reasons, put on a big hat. "I am willing to go to Slytherin." "Good." The sorting hat finally made up her mind. "Then, you should go." Harry was about to get up, and he could feel the sorting hat's S sound coming out. But at a moment no one noticed. Dumbledore's always kind face became a little indifferent, his snow-white eyebrows were wrinkled together, his lips moved slightly, and the invisible and extremely subtly magical power controlled the sorting hat. All this happened between lightning and flint, and the sorting hat then called out the name of the academy. The voice was a little dull, and it was no longer as spiritual as before. "Gryffindor." In the hall, it was the turn of the little lions to cheer, but Harry was a little stunned. "Why Gryffindor?" "I didn't mean to go to Sly." However, the sorting hat did not answer Harry, and McGonagall did not give Harry time to continue to question. McGonagall gently pulled Harry up. "Mr. Potter, don't doubt the sorting hat's choice. It is fair and accurate. Go now, your college." Harry had no idea how he got to the long table in Gryffindor. The little lions were elated at Harry's arrival, and many seniors came running to shake hands with him. But it was all so unreal. "This is not the choice that I want. I clearly decided to go to Slytherin to learn from Ryan, so that I can truly become stronger and make myself truly respected." "So everything is as Professor McGonagall said, after a fair judgment. Does the sorting hat think that he should go to Gryffindor?" The more he thought about it, the more tired Harry felt, until his head swelled a little. In the distance, Ryan felt a little regretful. Although he worked hard to establish an advanced and healthy value for Harry, the original plot still did not flow. Afterwards, the division returned to normal again. Ron came to Gryffindor in accordance with the family tradition, and when the results of Hermione's division were about to come out, the blunt voice came out again. So she also came to Gryffindor. Tai Sanjiao from the original reunites again, but the hearts of the three are different. The long sorting ceremony was finally over, including the singing of the school song and a lecture from Dumbledore, in fact, to protect the useless things that the Philosopher's Stone said. As Dumbledore clapped his hands, a rich dinner finally appeared on the long table, and the opening banquet was officially started. Wine table culture can be said to exist anywhere, especially when Slytherin and Gryffindor joined the two big celebrities, and there was an endless stream of people chatting with them. So this meal was eaten by Char. Very unhappy. "Eat as soon as you eat. Where is there so much bullshit? Didn't you see that this young master was starving to death? After the banquet, the prefects of all levels of Slytherin took the students of the Snake House to the entrance of Slytherin. Hello, I'm your acting prefect, Lean Logie. Once again, I'm very happy to welcome you to Slytherin Academy. Leon hurriedly introduced the situation of his academy and their environment to the little snakes in front of him. Slytherin's common room is a hidden place in the basement, a translucent lounge at the bottom of the lake, with black Gothic marble walls and a crystal-carved transparent half-circle ceiling that can be seen overhead. Sparkling waves. Green lights were chained to the ceiling. The interior has a fireplace with a beautifully carved mantelpiece and some carved chairs. Often you can see some huge octopus or strange creatures through the windows. So in the lounge, it almost feels like an aquarium. And you can even get a loving close-up look at those giant aquatic creatures. After introducing these, Leon led everyone to the door. You must remember the password to enter. If you say it wrong, you may have a lot of trouble. Blood will last forever. Ryan's forehead is black. Can you not be so middle class? And the blood will last forever. You can't learn how to name a food like Griffin, how good it is. And how good it is to say it and increase your appetite. After Lion's slogan was finished, the tidal stone wall in front of him began to glow with a green expanse, and a stone gate in the hidden area slowly emerged and opened automatically. Okay, let's go in. Leon said, the boys' dormitory is on the left, and the girls' dormitory is on the right. The salute has been placed. Remember not to play too late tonight, because tomorrow you will officially start your studies. Speaking of this, Leon said apologetically, also, young Master Ryan, there are no single dormitories at present, only some double dormitories. Ryan waved his hand. It doesn't matter where it is, as long as the space is bigger. Leon pointed to Malfoy, then Master Cha. Let's live with Master Malfoy first. I will apply to the academy for a single dormitory as soon as possible. Oh yo, Malfoy. Interesting. Looks like it's going to be a lot of fun these days. Also, don't think I can't see it. Actually just perfunctory me about the single person dormitory. I've seen this kind of thing a lot in my previous life. And if this young master really wants to, he will directly dump the guy who dominates the single room for 10,000 galleons. It is not an immediate decision. Ryan thought so in his heart, while Malfoy grimaced, not knowing what he was thinking. Chapter 18. I want double happiness. Please subscribe, please collect the next day. Malfoy said that he was terrified when he slept, because a certain Zaya didn't sleep at night. He took out a lot of instruments from the suitcase he was carrying, and then studied it in the dormitory. Although Zaya was kind enough to isolate Malfoy from the noise, the unknown reaction light that appeared in the dormitory from time to time was still worrying. After all, the green light suddenly appeared in the middle of the night, and it would be uncomfortable for a normal child. Of course, that miserable green light wasn't what kind of biological weapon Cha was researching. It was purely about continuing to experiment with healing potions. In terms of educational methods, the teaching of Book of the God of Law is very different from that in the world of Harry Potter. Most of the potion courses in this world are based on existing potion formulas, and they are prepared by hand to support the theory. Although this method is simple, the disadvantage is that it lacks innovation and is not conducive to laying a solid foundation. The deeper the research, the greater the resistance it will encounter. On the other hand, the chapter on magic medicine in the Book of the God of Law focuses on the basic building and innovative thinking training in the early stage. This is something that is common to any world. Even if the world is changed or the medicinal materials are changed, it will not affect the normal deployment of potions. It is a pity that the types and rules of medicinal materials in each world are different after all. It takes a long time to fully adapt to Zaya alone. At this time, the teachers at Hogwarts have shown important value. Putting aside the listless Malfoy, the first class for the freshmen of the Snake House was with the students of Gryffindor, and it was also a potions class. At this time, the ignorant freshmen have not yet realized the horror of their potions teacher, but under the earnest instruction of the seniors, The young snake and the immature little lion already have a sense of rivalry. After all, in terms of the quality of wizard production, Gryffindor and Slytherin have always been the two best houses at Hogwarts, and because of their very different philosophies, they have regarded each other as their only competitors for many years. Regardless of the local Hufflepuffs and Ravenclaw, in the classroom, Ryan greeted his classmates with a smile. Malfoy deliberately followed behind Ryan. Naturally, he would not forget that before his father came, he must have a good relationship with Ryan. From a distance, it would seem that like a well-behaved little follower. But everyone in Slytherin knew that the reason why Malfoy was so well-behaved was all because of the personnel he followed, Cha. And if it was someone else, Malfoy was still the mighty son of a nobleman. Harry, good morning. Harry raised his head, his face full of exhaustion. Oh, Cha, good morning. So, what did you do last night? Harry Potter, who was sitting in the first row, was burying his head in the book. His black hair was messier than usual, and there were thick dark circles behind his glasses. There was an vacant seat on Harry's right, and Cha sat down slowly, while Malfoy sat on the other side of Cha. Hermione, who was sitting behind them, said softly, Harry, he's been doing his homework last night, and he hasn't slept all night. Oh. Are you so attentive? Cha was a little strange. So, Harry, did you really prepare for a night of homework like Hermione said? Harry scratched his head a little embarrassedly. It's not really, just remembering what you said last time, Zaya. I always feel that I really don't deserve the praise of my classmates, so I want to do more preparations. At this time, Harry was holding the book Magic Potion and Potion, which is the basic textbook for the first grade. Looking at Harry's tired face, it was obvious that he was watching very hard. He didn't have a radiant expression when he learned anything. If you don't believe me, take a look at Hermione. The thick notes under his book are obviously a preview. But people's spirit is afraid that they can stay up for another 3 days and 3 nights. So, Harry, do you understand? Suddenly Harry's face froze. Ha ha. Hee hee. The atmosphere became awkward. Ryan moaned a little from his sleeve, took out a bottle of brown potion. The potion exuded a crystal brilliance. Ryan gently shook the crystal bottle, and the potion shook slightly and small beautiful bubbles appeared. Ryan casually threw the potion in his hand to Harry. If you look like this, I'm afraid I will be beaten to death by the teacher in class. This is the refreshing potion V1.0 prepared by me. You will feel much better after drinking it. O_O. Harry was holding this potion in his hand, and the dark brown color was really nice. This thing, can you drink it directly? Immediately Ryan's little fan sister Hermione was upset. Harry, do you know that this is a potion prepared by Mr. Ryan himself? If you don't want it, give it to me. Why to you? Harry's face suddenly turned bad, and he opened the cork and poured himself down. Ryan coughed lightly. Please don't use honorifics, and I still have a few bottles of this stuff. Saying that, Ryan magically took out a few bottles of refreshing potion from his sleeve. I'll explain first. If you are not tired, try not to take this potion, otherwise I will not be responsible for solving it for you if you are too excited. And Harry had just poured the potion, and his brows were immediately locked, as if he was suffering something very painful. Harry only felt as if a flame was brewing in his body. The flame was hot, making him tremble slightly, but the flame burst out after a short time of brewing, and an extremely refreshing feeling swept through Harry's body in an instant. The thick bags under the eyes slowly disappeared, and the tiredness on the face was also swept away, and even some ecstasy. Finally, Harry took a long breath, his words full of energy. What kind of potion is this? It's delicious. Ryan was a little proud in his heart. This is the proud work of this young master. It also mixes bellflower and hinleman fruit. It can effectively awaken the body's functions at a very low cost, and at the same time, the taste is made into a concentrated cola taste. It's sour and refreshing. It's definitely a super fairy happy water. The efficacy of the medicine at the corners of the eyes was so good, Hermione immediately sold her free sales. and looked at Ryan innocently with big eyes, clearly saying, "I want it too." Malfoy also said softly, "Master Ryan, bring me a bottle too." Well, to be happy everyone is happy together, triple happiness is the best happiness. As for Ron, he looked at him enviously but didn't go to get it, because Ryan said, "If you're not tired, don't take it." If something happens, he's afraid that he won't be able to ask this boss. In fact, Zaya didn't lie. This potion is mainly to wake up those comrades who are extremely tired of routine, and at the same time have a certain refreshing effect. If your body functions are normal in all aspects, it will not be refreshing if you drink it like this, and the effect should be no less than that of drinking dew. For some people who are too sensitive, they may even get too excited and faint. Just when everyone felt refreshed after drinking the potion, the classroom door opened with a bang, and Ryan dared to swear that it was definitely kicked open by someone. Chapter 19 Shock from Snape. I heard that Chapter 18 crashed, but it is normal from my side. Just in case, I will update it in advance to see if there is any problem. Snape was wearing a large black robe, and his steps were fast, like a big bat walking upright, and his body exuded a serious and icy aura. You are here to learn the precise science and rigorous craftsmanship of this potion preparation. He began to speak, almost a little higher than a whisper, but everyone could hear every word he said. Since there's no silly wand waving here, many of you won't believe it's magic. I don't expect you to truly understand the beauty of that simmering cauldron with white smoke and bursts of fragrance. The beauty is that you don't really understand the yi body that flows into people's blood vessels, which makes people fascinated and confused. The magic of it. I can teach you how to increase your prestige, brew glory, and even prevent death, but there has to be one thing. And that is that you're not the idiots I've always encountered. After his short opening remarks, the class fell silent. Hermione Granger almost moved to the edge of the chair, leaning forward, looking eager to prove that she wasn't a fool. First of all, Snape agrees with the favor of potions, and it seems that potions and magic have no direct relationship, but potions provide two important factors for magic practice. One is thinking, and the other is wealth. There will never be a poor potion master, and Ryan's own wealth accumulation potion plays a very important role. Think about it, if there is no money to learn magic, the various experiments and advancements that follow do not appear out of thin air. But for Snape's opening remarks, Char almost laughed out loud. Why, after so many years, Snape's teaching methods still haven't improved? You can't bring out any good students like this. It's a waste of you as a potions master identity of, because he couldn't take his own class well. Snape always wanted to take the defense against the dark arts class like this. The final result was that the potions class became everyone's nightmare, and the defense against the dark arts class was half-baked with Snape. Money doesn't matter. You guys this year are a little different, because some of you have not yet entered the school. You have already enjoyed a high reputation. Or you are so good that no one in the entire magic world knows it, but whether this reputation is worthy of the name, it needs to be checked carefully. Snape moved closer to the first row, trying his best not to look at Char's happy smile. On the handsome face were written, "Yes, I am so good. Come and ask me, I am willing to accept your test." MMP, why is this kid so cheap? It's a pity that he has such a good skin. He has to calm down a little, so as not to get angry with angina. However, I, Snape, still have to stand up for things like dismounting, and it's you, Mr. Potter. Snape's sudden voice surprised Harry, who was still wondering why the professor was so weird, and replied almost instinctively, "Yes." Without giving Harry time to react, Snape began his own torture. "What do you get if you put narcissus root powder into wormwood infusion?" Harry was stunned for a moment. There were countless question marks hanging on his forehead. Are there any teachers who asked such questions? Teachers in the normal world did not play like this before. I don't know if it's Char's immortal happy water. Oh no, the refreshing potion has a good effect. Harry sat in the seat and thought quickly, I think I saw this in 50 or so pages when I was reading last night. Why don't I just stare blankly? That, Professor, I think it should be a powerful sleeping pill called Life and Death Water." Snape, who was all ready for the next question, suddenly got stuck, and the scene fell into a brief silence. Seeing Snape's unbelievable expression, Zaya, who was beside him, was almost dying of laughter in his heart. "I didn't expect that Harry had actually prepared a good preview, and even remembered it under this young master's refreshing potion. Snape is a little unbelievable, my dear. I've read more than 50 pages, so let me ask a few more questions. If I need a piece of Bezoar for me, where should I go?" This is more than 100 pages, let's see how you answer it." Harry pushed on his glasses, and there was a light cold wisdom in his eyes. "It should be found in the stomach of the cow. It works. Bezoar has an extremely strong detoxification effect, and it is a universal antidote for most poisons." Harry's thoughts turned faster and faster, and the textbook that he had carefully turned over last night was very clear in his mind at this time. Looking at the inexplicable light in Snape's eyes in front of him, and the black face that was almost the same color as his robe, Harry thought, so it feels good to be a scholar. Snape felt tired. Well, it must be Lily's talent inherited to him, it must be, but that doesn't offset my hatred for your father. Snape persuaded himself as he thought about the next question. A werewolf a bit truthless? Very well, it seems that Mr. Potter did a good job in preparing for his homework, which surprised me a little. Aside from all the thoughts in his heart, Snape's face was still calm. Then Mr. Potter, in order to reduce the cooking time of wolf poison aconitum, should I use that herbal catalyst? Harry, ? What the hell is this? Harry said what the wolf poison aconite is, and what is the catalyzing wolf poison aconite. And it wasn't just Harry who was stumped, even Hermione, who had been swaying in the back, was equally dazed. Snape thought to himself, if you can answer the third grade stuff now, I will never trouble you in the future. But unfortunately, seeing Harry with a blinded face, Char next to him coughed lightly. Hey, Professor Snape, this question doesn't seem to be something that first-year students should master, right? Snape glared at Char. Did I let you speak? Char said honestly, no, but because of the elegant and noble quality of a Slytherin, I really can't do anything against my will. Snape was silent for a while, and then said, then, let Mr. Char to answer this question. Okay, Ryan Dow, if you want to speed up the cooking speed of wolf poison aconitum, you only need to add huiu sand when cooking, but it should be noted that the amount of huiu sand must be controlled at 110 of the amount of wolf poison aconitum within, otherwise the wolf poison aconite will lose its original effect. Professor, I'm done. Snape squeezed out an ugly smile, as expected of Ambrosius. Your Merlin medal is not in vain. No way. Zaya returned a brighter smile. Compared to the second-level Merlin medal of the professor, my honor is not worth mentioning. Chapter 20 Looking to the Sky. Fellow seems to have exploded again. The chapter has been passed on for a long time, but it has not been updated. Yes, when you saw this sentence, it was already sent by me 2 hours ago. I hope it will return to normal as soon as possible. Cack. In addition, there was a typo in the previous chapter. The Bezoar is swollen, and how can we cry in the sheep's stomach? I must be confused. It must be like this. The potions class that impressed all the little snakes and lions officially kicked off when Snape stopped asking questions. Although Harry unexpectedly answered 2 questions, Snape didn't say anything about it, and even deducted 1 point from Gryffindor because he didn't answer the 3rd question, which angered the little lions present. Indignant. As for Ryan, Snape just gave you 1 point as an understatement. The reason why he gave you so few points is that Snape's explanation is that this problem is not a problem for Ryan, and 1 more point is just love. I hope Ryanya will not be proud. It's a pity that even so, Gryffindor still did not escape Snape's clutches. Neville's mishandling caused the porcupine thorn in the potion to not work. The unneutralized potion caused a strong heat under the heat corrosive effect. As a result, the classmates next to him were stricken, and Neville himself was bruised, and was carried to the hospital under Snape's harsher reprimand. Finally, the heart-pounding potions class ended. Malfoy and the others left with a smile, while the little lions bowed their heads in dejection. But Ryan didn't leave with Malfoy and the others. He gave Harry, Hermione, and Ron, who had paid the phone bill, a little bit of knowledge about potions, and the four of them walked to the next class together. Lee couldn't help but asked, "Cha, does that Professor Snape hate me very much? I think he didn't give me a good look for the whole class." Ryan looked up at the sky silently. "What should I do? Should I tell you? Do your father and he have a hatred for wrestling and insulting him?" After thinking about it, Zaya patted Harry on the shoulder and said earnestly, "After all, not everyone has a normal personality. Maybe there are some unknown flaws in our Professor Snape's personality." Hermione on the side was just about to laugh, but her face suddenly changed, and she hurriedly tugged at Ryan, winking him desperately, and Harry also turned pale. Ryan felt a chill behind her. "Mr. Ambrosius, I'm sorry, what were you talking about me just now?" Ryan turned around. His face froze. He suddenly took out a notebook from his pocket, quickly turned a few pages, and said seriously, "It's Professor Snape like this. I've encountered a very difficult problem here, and in thinking about it, how to solve it, I don't know if you can help me." Snape sneered. "Really? I just seemed to hear some bad comments about me." Ryan smiled slightly. "You must have heard it wrong. However, the problem I am currently encountering has really troubled me for a long time, and I hope the professor can give some guidance." Ryan quickly tore a page from his notebook and handed it to Snape. Snape stared at Ryan's golden eyes for a long time, but unfortunately Ryan's calmness was far beyond his imagination. Facing the paper Cha handed over, Snape lowered his eyes and glanced quickly. Are you actually studying this?" Snape said blankly. "This is a very unpopular knowledge. I don't know what Mr. Ambrosius is going to do with it." Ryan's eyes lit up. The potions master was a master after all, and Snape could really help him. "This is an important step in completing the upgraded version of my healing potion V2,0. That special potion sold by Street Mungo's Magic Hospital half a month ago." Snape was silent for a few seconds. "I'll be waiting for you in the lab at 8 o'clock on Friday night." After talking about these Snape robes, he turned his back to Cha and the others and left. "In addition, I need to remind Mr. Ambrosius, if you dare to deduct points from Slytherin for being late, you know the consequences." Hermione couldn't help but exclaimed, "The next class is Professor McGonagall's Transfiguration class." Thinking of Professor McGonagall's serious face, Harry and others suddenly felt bad. And McGonagall was also the Dean of Gryffindor. "It's like you're late for the first day of the Mole World Headmaster's class. This is the rhythm of death." "Don't worry." Ryan stopped the three people who were in a hurry, calmly put away the notebook, and took out a map from his arms. "The stairs at Hogwarts have changed. If we don't look at the map and take the wrong way, it just wastes more time." Ron complained, "So what exactly is your robe made of, Cha? And why can you hold so many things?" Cha gave Ron a good smile. "Because this is a functional wizard robe I made with a lot of money. It's very practical, 50 galleons apiece. If you want, you can go to Mrs. Mogin's robe shop." Ron and the others turned their heads silently. Their family was poor, and they said goodbye. As for Harry, he couldn't help but be stunned. Although the inheritance in his warehouse is quite rich, it is difficult for him to accept using 50 galleons to make a piece of clothing, but he can buy 7 ones in his hands. Under the correct guidance of the map, Harry and the others did not arrive late as in the original book. At this time, the little snakes were waiting anxiously, and they were relieved until Ryan's qualifying. Seeing Cha's arrival, Malfoy hurriedly asked, "Master Cha, where have you been?" Ryan elegantly brushed away the long hair on her forehead. "I'm lost." "Well, getting lost can speak so righteously. He is indeed a big guy." Ron, panting, said, We have absolutely no need to run so fast. Obviously Professor McGonagall hasn't come yet, and isn't it just before class?" Hermione and Harry were panting, lying on the table not wanting to speak. The reason is that when Ryan and others were walking on the stairs, the evil stairs changed again. so the four had to detour again and trot all the way. Zaya calmly put the textbooks away. I think it is necessary to donate some money to let the Hogwarts castle take a good rest. These damn stairs are really changing. Stupid. Really, Mr. Ambrosius, it seems that you have some new ideas about your school. The cat who had been neglected on the podium suddenly spoke, and at the same time, the cat jumped forward and quickly stretched out, and a tingling which appeared in front of everyone. I wipe. Harry's Uebazang's boss. Who would have thought that the cat on the podium turned out to be Professor McGonagall? Professor McGonagall looked at Zaya seriously. I think Mr. Ambrosius can come a few minutes earlier next time, so that he won't complain about the unreasonable stairs in the school. Ryan said that now is not the time to be arrogant, with a well-behaved face. Okay, Professor McGonagall, I remember it. Very good. Mag nodded, and she walked quickly to the podium and said, let's start the class now. Chapter 21:12 about Transfiguration. Transfiguration is the most complex and dangerous spell you have ever taught at Hogwarts, Professor McGonagall said as he paced. Anyone who wants to be mischievous in my class, I'll ask him out and never let him in again. I warned you. Then, Professor McGonagall shook his wand lightly, and the desk full of students turned into a pig, but it only lasted for a few seconds, and then changed back again amid the exclamations of the students. Professor McGonagall's hand instantly attracted all the students. Who could imagine that a dead object could completely change its form through a subtle transfiguration? After the demonstration, Professor McGonagall gave each student a match. At the same time, he explained some basic methods and theories of transfiguration. In the following time, the students were required to deform the match in front of them. The operation method of transfiguration is really very simple, because it does not require magic spells. It is an instinct derived from the wizard's body. They analyze and understand the things in front of them in their hearts, and use their own magic power to shape it into the rest of the shape. This is an unimaginable process, just like making a man from earth. Perhaps the only difference is that the maintenance of transfiguration requires the magic of a wizard, so it is absolutely impossible to have a permanent deformation, but the result of making a man from earth is permanent. Facing the matches handed out by Mag, the students were very enthusiastic about picking up their own wands. Magical things always attract the attention of more people, but the actual operation is not the same at all. For example, no matter how hard Harry tried, he couldn't transform the match in front of him according to his own mind. This was not because Harry's magic power was not enough, but because he didn't know how to construct his own metamorphic thinking in his heart. Miss Granger is doing very well. Her match has sharpened. You all come and see how it is done. Malfoy kept waving his wand to release his magic power, but the match in front of him remained motionless, and Hermione was shyly accepting everyone's attention. The goddamn mudblood, Malfoy murmured to himself. He had long been unhappy at seeing Hermione, a wizard from pure mole blood, who was so close to young Master Char even though his bloodline was so low. If it wasn't for my father's repeated telling me to protect the face of the Malfoy family, I would definitely give you a good color. By the way, Master Ryan. Malfoy thought about it and turned his head to look, but saw Zaya frowning slightly, watching the match for a long time without moving, not even pulling out his wand. Malfoy asked, Master Char, why don't you try it? At this time, Char was thinking about a more complicated issue, and Malfoy's words awakened Char. Oh, I was thinking about something. Ryan slowly pulled out his red sandalwood wand, and Ron in the distance had a look of disdain on his face, thinking, pretend. No matter how good you are, you can't be proficient in everything. But I have heard that you are good at transfiguration. Change. With a slight wave of Char's wand, he thought in his mind that the match in front of his mind had been dismantled layer by layer using alchemy. What was its composition, and what was its physical structure? The golden light flashed, and the match in front of him suddenly changed. Excellent, Mr. Ambrosius. Professor McGonagall, who was not far away, obviously noticed this. Perfect deformation. I think even the senior students can do it. Professor McGonagall showed a rare smile. She gently raised Zaya's work. It was a shiny and slender silver needle that shone brightly under the classroom lights. This was a complete and flawless transformation. 5 points for Slytherin due to the excellent performance of Mr. Ambrosius. The little snakes cheered suddenly, and the serious female professor in front of him also looked pleasing to the eye. Sure enough, young Master Char is the best, and the Gryffindor named Hermione is not far behind. There is no objection to this. The admiration of Harry, Hermione, and many honest and pure little lions, as well as the admiration in the eyes of the Slytherin little snakes, shows everyone's respect for this talented boy. Ron lowered his head silently, biting his lips tightly, looking at the match lying quietly on the table. His heart was inexplicably angered. But Ryan's doubts were not resolved. My magic power is consuming, but this consumption is very small. According to the magic power reserve of nearly an adult wizard at this time, I can almost always maintain the shape of this match. I can use simple practice to make the raw material of this match change from wood to carbon and then convert it into iron. With about 5 such matches, I can practice a permanent and real needle. But what is the reason for the transfiguration I use now to make this match what I imagined it to be? According to the theoretical definition of the Book of the God of Law, there can be no things that completely disrespect equivalent exchanges, so transfiguration is only a short-term state anyway. If you want to be what you want, then every wizard will is God. Mantras, spells. These simple words are definitely not so superficial on the surface. It is not that I can cast a spell by shouting a few spells, and it is not that I can realize what I think in my heart. What is its principle and its essence? The wand in Char's hand controlled the deformation of the silver needle in front of him, and at the same time looked at the 3rd chapter that could not be opened in his mind. There must be his own answer. I can't waste any more time. I must quickly evaluate the chapter of potions as Sanji's potion and refine it. I need to understand the essence of the spell. In the following time, Ryanya continued to experiment with various deformations in the entanglement. The match was turned from a silver needle into a paper clip by himself, and finally turned into a ring, and now he gradually has his own judgment in his heart. The back and forth went by quickly, and the transfiguration class was over soon. Except for the perfectly deformed Chaya and the slightly changed Hermione, all of them were wiped out again. Sure enough, Yukon teachers are not on the Tau. Thieves like to attack the confidence of new students. This world needs a little more love. When the class was over, Char said softly to Harry and Malfoy, "You guys go to the next class first. I want to ask Professor McGonagall some things." Mag, who was about to pack up and leave, didn't leave after hearing this sentence, and the classmates in the classroom walked away one after another, leaving only Ryan and Mag. "Professor McGonagall, I have a question." Obviously, Mag was in a good mood at this time. In the first class, he met a good seedling who could successfully transform. It seems that his future teaching will not be too hard. Professor McGonagall smiled and said, "Mr. Ambrosius, please state your question." After considering the language, Ryan slowly said, "Professor McGonagall, transfiguration, is it a kind of alchemy that uses magic as a material?" Chapter 22, the 3rd chapter of the Book of the Law God. Considering the actual situation, the update time needs to be adjusted below. In the future, 2 chapters will be updated before 7:30 in the morning, 1 chapter at noon, and 2 chapters in the evening. If you like this book, you can pay more attention. Please subscribe and collect. Professor McGonagall's face stiffened. "Mr. Ambrosius, why do you have this idea?" Ryan said, "In my opinion, to practice good metamorphosis requires the same careful thinking as alchemy. But unlike alchemy, alchemy is based on the equivalent exchange of original materials. Art is an equivalent exchange based on one's own magic power. The material itself has objective reality and relative stability in terms of physical properties, so the things obtained by alchemy are extremely stable and even permanent. But transfiguration consumes the magic power of the caster. Since the magic power is limited, Transfiguration can only be regarded as an incomplete alchemy, and the magic power of the caster is inexhaustible, so this metamorphosis it should not be a deformation, but a permanent change. Professor McGonagall took a deep look at Char. Mr. Ambrosius, your idea is very creative. This is how I heard someone explain transfiguration for so many years. But transfiguration is not what I understand it to be. Okay? Ryan asked with interest. So, in your opinion, what kind of magic is transfiguration? Professor McGonagall paused for a while and continued. It takes a lot of time to explain it. You are very talented in transfiguration. If you want, I can spare some time to explain it to you over the weekend. Thank you so much for that. Chaya bowed deeply. She has to say that Professor McGonagall's teaching quality is excellent. Although Char is not a student of Gryffindor, she is still willing to impart her knowledge to every diligent student. The next courses are the ones that most students are very interested in. Charms, flying and defense against the dark arts. Due to Char's extremely powerful magic power and precise control, the charms class did not have any difficulty for Char, so in Professor Flitwick's amazement, Char once again won 5 points for Slytherin. The flying lessons are the same as the original book. Harry became the youngest seeker in Gryffindor with his excellent talent, and Char said that Quidditch did not want to participate for the time being, and rejected the unconvinced Slytherin Quidditch team invitation. As for the defense against the dark arts tutorials, it was not so friendly, with the eccentric Professor Quirrell, the disgusting garlic smell in the classroom and in his thick headscarf, making the experience for the students extremely sensory, and the stumbling teaching rhythm. Char couldn't understand how Dumbledore let such a person be a teacher. It was simply irresponsible to Hogwarts. On the other hand, Char did not believe that with Dumbledore's strength, he would not know Quirrell's abnormality, because Char could feel that there seemed to be something under Quirrell's turban. Now Char has every reason to believe that everything in Hogwarts, the fate of all the protagonists in the original play, without exception, is under the control of this kind old man. Harry and the others seem to have a magnificent and exciting academy career, but in fact, they are all scary. They are like actors who participated in the script. They can play on the spot, but they cannot go against the direction of the script, and as long as someone goes against the definition in Dumbledore's heart, the highest principle, Dumbledore will definitely destroy this man mercilessly. The time to study is always very fast. Although Zaya basically does not waste much time on normal courses, so, almost all professors are happy to have a class with this elegant, humble and studious student. Communicate. But the time that Char is most looking forward to is Friday this week. When the last class in the afternoon is over, the evening and the rest are free time for the little wizards. And tonight is also the time when Char and Snape agreed to meet. 8 p.m. Snape's office. This is a somewhat dark office, the floor is black marble, and the lighting is not very bright, just like Snape's character. Hello, Professor Snape. Snape was sitting at his desk at this time. He glanced at Zaya and said, "Come with me." After finishing speaking, Snape left the desk and walked quickly towards the laboratory in his office. Char hurriedly followed. "This is the formula you want for the decay rate of unstable potions." Snape picked up a roll of parchment on the experimental table and said calmly, "Then, Mr. Ambrosius, what price are you going to pay this time?" Zaya said sincerely, as expected of Professor Snape, one of the most outstanding potion masters in the contemporary era. Snape didn't answer Char. His eyes were calm and terrifying. "How about this?" Ryan Shin pointed out a 3, "As long as my experiment is successful, then you will enjoy 30% of the patent right of this medicine." The 30% patent right meant that Snape would receive 30% of everything about this medicine, including honors and commercial profits. "Make a deal." Snape threw the parchment to Char. "Now you can get out." Ryan was not annoyed when he took the parchment. "Although you and I have cooperated many times, I still have a question. With your talent and wisdom, you will never lack wealth, but you seem to be very keen on wealth in recent years." "Accumulation," Snape said coldly. This doesn't seem to be something that Mr. Ambrosius should know. I took the liberty, then he'll retire first. Ryan bowed slowly, still a little bit of etiquette. Watching Ryan's retreating back, Snape's eyes slowly turned to a few notebooks on the bookshelf not far away, which recorded knowledge that was completely different from the known world. Lily, soon, we can meet again. Snape's lips moved slightly, and the deep voice echoed in the laboratory, like a sigh and a sadness. After returning to the dormitory, Zaya smiled and greeted the little snakes, and then came to the small test bench built by himself in the dormitory. Malfoy was not in the dormitory. He may have gone somewhere else. Ryan slowly opened the parchment given by Snape, and it was densely written with words. It was the entire derivation process and annotations, as well as a complex formula that was finally obtained. It turns out that it is no wonder that I have been unable to deduce it. Ryan swiftly swept through the derivation process, comparing the preparations he had made before, using a clever substitution and a calculation method that Snape himself summed up, and finally got the final result. With this key derivation formula, the last step of improving the healing potion is no longer difficult. The original dose is concentrated and pressed, combined with the remaining herbs added, and the decay rate formula is brought into the formula to achieve the most perfect balance. After an hour, Ryan held a new shaped potion like jade in his hand, and a happy smile appeared on his face. The healing potion V3.0 is completed. The chapter evaluation of the potion, Sanja Potion, the third chapter of Book of the Law God, which has been dusty for a long time, has also officially opened. When the page is opened, the beautiful pale gold font on the new chapter constitutes 4 characters. Chapter of Spells. Chapter 23 Academy Duel. Chapter 23 The Chapter of Conjuration. This is the most complicated chapter in the Book of the Law God, and the content branches it contains cannot be enumerated. It's a lot more complicated than I thought. Briefly read the chapter on spells, only to realize that the magic in the Harry Potter world is actually very rough. As the name suggests, the chapter of incantation is mainly composed of 2 parts, incantation and art. Just about the curse contains extremely complex content, the essence of the curse chapter, the word spirit chapter, the dragon language magic and other talent curses, the forbidden curse chapter and so on. Techniques include magic essence, magic net structure, common magic and elemental magic, regular magic and legendary magic, advanced magic, arcane magic and so on. Like the magic in the Harry Potter world, most of them are at the lowest level in the art ordinary magic and elemental magic. The caster needs to mobilize the magic power in the body to construct a magic net through the wand, gestures and incantations, so as to cast different effects of magic. Of course, it will be much easier to release through the magic net. For low-level magicians, casting spells through the magic net, casting spells according to the rules given by the body of magic, plus the augmentation and guidance of the magic wand, eliminates the process of constructing and thinking on their own, thus greatly reducing the difficulty, and skilled people can even use it. Wandless cast. But for advanced magicians, the more advanced they go, the more they will feel the restrictions imposed by the god of magic on them. Therefore, the legendary level archmage will try to master the so-called legendary spells, which is to directly contact the source power of the world and form spells. Only in this way can they break through the limitations of ordinary magic. At this time, their titles will also change. They are no longer wizards or sorcerers, but become archmages on the road to the peak, and then pursue a higher realm arcanist. It is a pity that modern magic has been greatly weakened by the influence of technology. At present, only Grindelwald, Voldemort, and Dumbledore are at the level of legendary archmage. The power of the ancient great arcanists is far greater than that of the magicians of later generations. Like the Big Four at Hogwarts, they may have reached this stage. Even after 1,000 years, the legacy they left behind is still the amazement of countless modern mages' treasure. The days to come will be much more exciting. Ryan's heart is hot. These spells cannot be researched behind closed doors. What he needs is battle and a lot of experiments. So for the next month or so, Ryan learned all kinds of knowledge from the teachers in an orderly manner, and at the same time gave careful guidance to Harry and some of the snake's questions, and spent the rest of the time studying the chapter on spells. However, on a Saturday, just as Ryan was relishing the treasure of knowledge in his mind, a hurried knock on the door interrupted Ryan's thoughts. Master Ambrosius. Master Ambrosius. Char is a little puzzled. This seems to be the voice of Malfoy's subordinate Gore. What is he doing here? Ryan opened the dormitory door, but saw Gore said anxiously, Master Ambrosius, we need your help. What's wrong? For the little snakes in Slytherin, Char would not mind helping them. At present, Char's reputation in Slytherin is booming. As long as the time is right, he will naturally become a prefect, and then manage his age. Goyle said, we're in a duel with Gryffindor. Duel? Ryan searched the memory in his mind. It's the wizard duel between the students, right? Yes, without Master Ambrosius, it's about our Slytherin glory, but we can't necessarily beat Gryffindor, so. I see, let's go. Now that the matter of the healing potion has been resolved, and the chapter of the spell has been opened, Ryan still has her own time. The duel of a cool little wizard is a bit interesting. Don't look at this cool school where only a few simple spells are taught, but these cool little lions and little snakes don't have any fuel-efficient lamps. Their family education has given them a lot of magic knowledge, and coming to school is more about being able to learn more about magic. Systematic and effective learning and practice. Goyle breathed a sigh of relief and thought, if I hadn't brought Master Ambrosius over, I'm afraid Malfoy would embarrass me again. Gower is tall and tall, slightly taller than Char, who is 1.4 meters tall. The two walked quickly and came to the prize showroom. Here, the honors obtained by each college are listed. There is a large open space in the hall of the Hogwarts, which has always been a place where Hogwarts students and wizards are keen to duel. At this time, the venue was full of first-year students of Gryffindor and Slytherin, and they were divided into two camps in an orderly manner, led by Malfoy and Harry Potter. Seeing this, Ryan nodded with relief. It seemed that his daily teachings were still effective. Harry became more and more confident, and Gryffindor students were also happy to support this legendary boy who survived the disaster. Seeing Char's arrival, Malfoy smiled contemptuously at Harry. The light of our Slytherin glory has come. The glory of Slytherin, this is the nickname that the little snakes got for Char. Ryan frowned. What's going on? Why are you two having such a large-scale collective duel? Do you know that if there is an accident, both colleges will be severely punished? Malfoy looked at Harry and said disdainfully, this kind of thing won't happen with you, Master Char. Our victory is unshakable. Ryan raised his brows. A duel in the magic world is a very sacred thing. Once someone initiates a duel, unless he refuses immediately, he will have to fight once he takes on the challenge, because the moment he accepts the duel, the two have already established magic contract. Therefore, Ryan can neither prevent this duel, nor will Ryan ask calmly, so who can tell me, what is the reason for this duel? Harry said angrily, I'm sorry to Zaya for involving you in this matter, but I can't refuse this duel. Hermione, do you know what's going on? Hermione, who was a bystander, naturally knew it. At this time, Hermione sighed, walked out of the crowd, and took Zaya aside to give a simple explanation. Sure enough, it was Malfoy who was doing the go again, because Harry saved Neville in the flying class. And at the same time his outstanding performance deeply stimulated Malfoy. Malfoy said that one Char is better than me, and there is no second one. Therefore, Malfoy always used bitter and mean language to ridicule Harry for no reason, even insulting his dead parents, which directly stimulated Harry and aroused the courage in his heart. So during the brawl, Harry accepted Malfoy's invitation to a duel. On the surface, Ron was indignant, but in fact he had another purpose. He publicized the matter in Gryffindor, and the hot-blooded little lions immediately shared the enemy, and the little snakes were not to be outdone. From one person to many people, it finally included almost all the first grades of the two major colleges, and even the seniors, so it developed into what it is today. After listening to Hermione's explanation, Zaya frowned and returned to Slytherin. He said coldly, "I will not participate in this duel between the academies for the time being." Chapter 24 Bad-Mouthed Guy updated in advance. Malfoy was very puzzled. "Master Cha, you." Ryan glanced at Malfoy. The golden eyes had no emotion, and Malfoy suddenly fell into an ice cellar. "Wait back, I'll find you again." Ryan thought so in his heart, and then said loudly, "Harry, Draco, this is the duel caused by the contradiction between the two of you. Whether it is for the dignity of the wizard or the honor of the academy, you must finish it. But if the conflict is allowed to expand, all teachers will be alarmed. At that time, not only we are unlucky, but our academy will also be punished. It is a matter of collective interest. I hope everyone will calm down." At this time, a senior student in Gryffindor said with some disdain, "When did the despicable Slytherin people become so generous and rational? They must be thinking about something else. And what qualifications do you have for us, Granny?" Fender is pointing fingers. "Just because you are Ambrosius." "Good." "Right." The voice of this senior male classmate seems to have aroused the approval of many senior Gryffindor partners, and the brave and even reckless lions have never been afraid of anything. Besides, the people of Gryffindor didn't like Slytherin in the first place, and with the fact that Ryan was only in the first year, those 4th and 5th grade students didn't feel very cold even if they knew that he was famous, and even thought that Ryan was a person who made a name for himself. And although the little lions in the first grade of Gryffindor admired Shah, but because of the majesty of the senior and did not dare to refute, Gryffindor suddenly fell into differentiation. "This senior's question is very good." Ryan smiled slightly. "Your question must also be the thoughts of most seniors." Ryan slowly walked towards the Gryffindor queue, getting closer and closer to the senior Gryffindor seniors among the crowd. "What do you want to do?" Although Ryan's pace was elegant and calm, the senior always felt a bad premonition. Char's face was still full of smiles. "I remember, your name should be Jake Fernandez." The male classmate called Jake was a little surprised. He never expected that Zaya would know his name. "I met you in Professor McGonagall's office, and your reckless and admirable performance at school is truly impressive." Suddenly the little snakes laughed out loud. It turned out that this guy was a reckless man, and the little lions lowered their heads. "Hey, this famous reckless man is embarrassed again." Jake's face flushed. "Rude, arrogant guy. Did Ambrosius educate people like you?" Ryan's smile continued. "I just said that I will not participate in this duel between academies. But that doesn't mean that I can't ask the seniors for advice in my own name." After saying that, Char's fair and slender fingers slowly pulled out his wand and pointed at Jake, the meaning of which is self-evident. "Good, very good." Jake laughed in anger. "Are the first-year freshmen so arrogant now? Although you are Ambrosius, I will not be afraid of you. I will accept your challenge." The little snake and Gryffindor's little lion behind them were very worried, and could not help but persuade, "Student Ryan, calm down." Ryan's forehead turned black. "What the hell is your worry look? What is my identity? What's swollen and cold will cause an accident?" Jake walked out of the human con, knowing that he was a well-known combatant in Gryffindor, and duels have been played for many years. Jake looked at Ryan with a look of disdain, and the two faced off in the open space in the middle of the field. "Why, if you're afraid, go back quickly, don't be ashamed here." "MMP, this guy is really stinky." However, Ryan expressed that he would not discuss the merits with the fool, and he said, "First of all, I would like to declare that I can accept your disdain for me, because it is not Ambrosius that I am facing, but me, Ryan. This is a personal matter. War, no matter the family. Secondly, I will remember your disdain for the Ambrosius family. I hope you, Senior Jike, will be so confident in a while. Where can the hot-blooded Jike clearly hear what Ryan said? His whole body seems to be cheering. I want to teach Ambrosius a good lesson. Let everyone see how good I am, and let everyone know that the so-called genius, that's all. It's a pity that this Jike classmate never thought about what the consequences of his previous words would bring him and his family if he lost. Jike held the wand in his right hand and said coldly, "Don't say I bullied you when you were young, I'll let you take the shot first." Ryan shook his head. "Senior, please don't be polite, so you won't have any excuses for a while." The stinky boy with the sharpest teeth don't regret it. He considers himself to be very graceful, and even Jike, who has done his best to be righteous, is not too long-winded. His wand draws a wonderful arc in the air, and he utters a strange incantation. Thunderbolt explosion. Hermione, who had been worried all the time, was suddenly full of anger. "Senior, is he crazy to actually use a spell with such a high risk factor? Does he know that this spell can cause permanent disability?" Harry's face turned pale, and he shouted loudly, "Ryan, get out of the way." The orange-hued magic light illuminated Jike's face even more excitedly. This is one of the spells that he is best at, and it is also very useful in duels. Even people of the same grade have few opponents. He almost saw Char's defeat. Facing the orange-hued magic ball that Jike fired from the wand, Zaya gently moved the red sandalwood wand forward, and the speed of the thunderbolt explosion became slower and slower. At this slow speed, the magic ball became more and more dim before it reached Char, and finally turned into ashes and fell powerless halfway. A very powerful spell. The composite magic net structure of vortex and parabolic fishing further increases the power. But the man's use of magic power is too rough, resulting in a serious waste of the casting process, and the immature magic power cannot provide sufficient power guarantee. In my opinion, such a spell is full of loopholes. Char, who had studied the chapter on spells for a month, parsed out this spell. A spell like this doesn't even need a protective spell. Just add a recoil solution to him, and everything will be solved. How come? Jike's face was full of disbelief. How come my spell doesn't work? It must be a mistake. After finishing speaking, Jike read out a thunderbolt explosion again, and the infusion of magic power was stronger than the previous one. Ryan didn't speak, but still just lightly clicked. The thunderbolt exploded again halfway through. Everyone present could see that Ryan had easily cracked the spell, and the audience was silent, Hermione even more gently covering Zueba. His eyes were full of shock and admiration. "It turns out that you know the release of this spell, so what about this one?" Jike's mind turned fast, and he instantly understood the reason why his spell failed. He took a deep breath, and a new spell was formed again. Smashed to pieces. Chapter 25. Allow me to make waves. I went on a date. 2333. The cover has been updated. Tomorrow will be 2 in the morning, 1 at noon, and 2 in the evening. In addition, today is Valentine's Day. I have to say something below. The so-called tens of thousands of postures, safety first, Papa is not standardized, and Yun has 2 bars. I wish you a happy Valentine's Day, and I will update the date ahead of time. 233,333. It was a more powerful magic spell than a thunderbolt explosion. Jike's wand was like a charged air cannon. After compressing a lot of magic power, it burst out, and an orange-wood lightning struck Zaya. Not good. The faces of the senior Slytherin seniors who were still smiling at the spectators suddenly changed. The power of this spell was far beyond the scope of a first-year freshman, and the target of his spell was Ambrosius. If something happens to Ryan, then what the consequences will be. These family children who are tied to the interests of the Ambrosius family are very clear. So the prefects pulled out their wands and wanted to help Char to take over the spell. No need to worry. Ryan's clear voice sounded, and the red sandalwood wand drew a circle in the air, which was a magic spell created by Ryan. Drawing the ground is a prison. There seems to be a magical vortex in this circle, and the lightning formed by the shattering bone-shattering curse was accurately attracted by him. The energy of the riot did not spread but was trapped in the circle magic cage. Then, Senior Jike, it's time for your shot to end. The wand in Char's right hand turned a flower slightly, and the energy of the shattering charm, which was firmly controlled by the painting, spun and jumped at the tip of the red sandalwood wand, and Char slowly walked towards Jike. What do you want to do? After casting 2 difficult spells in a row, Jike's magic power was long gone. He could see clearly that Ryan seemed to want to smash the spell and return it to himself. In his state, it was impossible to take a full blow from him. Smashing spell. Jike gritted his teeth and took out a bottle of potion from his bosom. The potion had a blue color, as if it was a corner of the sky. It was the blue sky potion invented by Ryan, or it was called the potion. The half bottle bought by Galleon is a weapon in a wizard duel, enough to instantly replenish the magic power of underage wizards. Ryan sighed slightly. You used the medicine I invented, but you still mock me. How can I forgive you? Immediately, Ryan's eyes turned cold, and with a wave of the red sandalwood wand in his hand, the lightning of the shattering curse turned into a dazzling golden color, and hit the potion in Jike's hand with precision. Immediately worth 1 Galleon's half bottle of blue sky potion turned into a bubble. Not even the glass slag of the potion bottle is left. Just give you a simple punishment, Ryan said softly, but he didn't see him chanting the spell. The wand in his hand pointed at Jike. Suddenly, Jike's limbs seemed to be petrified, and the whole person fell down. It's all petrochemical. At this time, he and Hermione were no longer worried, and she explained in a low voice, this is a spell that we will come into contact with in the second half of the year. It seems that Ryanya has mastered the silent casting of this spell. Harry suddenly realized, and let go of his dangling heart, and then praised, as expected of Char. Ron looked at Ryan with jealousy. Why are you stronger again? What is there that you can't? Why is God so unfair? Everyone was speechless. Ryan walked slowly to Jike. The petrified Jike couldn't speak. He could only look at Ryan in horror. He no longer had the power to resist. Senior, you lost. Zaya did not continue to cast any spells. He put the red sandalwood wand in his hand gently back into his pocket. Please remember first, it was me, Char, who defeated you, not Ambrosius. Besides, although Ryan had a smile on her face, her eyes were a little cold. The second thing I want you to remember, don't judge other people's families casually. No one is qualified. As your contempt for Ambrosius, your family, Fernandez, will not have any business related to Ambrosius' name and family in the next year. I hope do it yourself. Jike's face turned ashen in an instant. He just remembered the young man in front of him. Aside from his talent, how much network resources he has mastered. The industry of the Ambrosius family covers almost half of the magic world. If lost the trade of the Ambrosius family, how to survive the own family? Frightened and pleading eyes swirled in his eyes. But even if he wanted to beg for mercy, the petrification curse would not let him speak. When Char raised his finger, Jike was suspended by the floating spell, and then he floated towards his frightened companions. After an hour, the spell will naturally be lifted. After saying these, Ryan silently exited the center of the venue, leaving a handsome back. Ryan gave himself 99 points for this wave of operations, and 1 less point is because he is afraid of being proud. After a little calm, the entire Slytherin burst into astonishing cheers, nothing more than the amazement and praise for Char. Of course, some people were a little unwilling, because they felt that Jike was so arrogant and looked down on Slytherin and Char. He should be punished more severely, and he should not be treated kindly. In this regard, Ryan can only turn his head silently. It is not the revenge of killing his father. He must be calm. Young people should not be so irritable. It is not good to fight and kill. The dog can't bite back. Gryffindor's little lion just felt ashamed and unbearable. After all, not to mention the defeat of his senior, he was still so generous, and in an instant, Zaya had another wave of goodwill. Ron came out in time to fan the flames. We haven't lost yet. Didn't Ryan say he won't participate in the duel between our students? We haven't lost to Slytherin yet, right? Ron's words immediately resonated with many people, including brothers Fred and George, who came to see the fun. After all, his brother was going to fight, and these two fuel-efficient lamps would not be idle. A little thoughtful, Ron Weasley, Ryan quietly cast a sound reinforcement spell on himself, so that his voice could temporarily suppress the restlessness of the audience. I have a suggestion that I hope everyone in Slytherin and Gryffindor can listen to. Everyone in Slytherin was very obedient and did not say a word, and Gryffindor looked at the almost fainted Jake behind and calmed down obediently. Ryan Dow, this duel was caused by my roommate and my friends. They are all first-year children. I hope all seniors and sisters who are not in the first grade will not participate. In order to effectively resolve this duel, and at the same time try not to cause a commotion, I suggest that each side choose 3 wizards for a near-known duel, and finally decide who will be the final winner according to the best of 3 system. 2 wins out of 3? It seems acceptable. Although Gryffindor is more reckless, it does not mean that there is no brain. If there is a full-scale duel between the students, God knows what it will be like. The jumped Fred asked curiously, how to ensure fairness. Ryan, you thought for a while. If you don't mind, I'll be the referee. Chapter 26 3 Duels. Perhaps it was because of Ryan's previous performance that everyone did not refute Ryan's suggestion, and the scene fell into silence again. As for Ryan, regardless of so much, he immediately made a decision. Since everyone has no opinion, it's decided. The losing academy is not allowed to trouble the other party again within a month, and at the same time, it is not allowed to retaliate against the other party. MMP, who dares to have an opinion? Haven't you seen the ghostly appearance of Jake? If you find someone to fight again, who can stand it? Ryan walked seriously to the edge of the field, which was in the open space where the 2 colleges faced each other, at one end of the middle line. Slytherin and Gryffindor, please choose your 3 players to fight. Gryffindor's side is actually quite embarrassing, because the current first-year Lion Cubs in Gryffindor have not grown up, and Neville and others are still very vulnerable. At present, only Harry, Hermione and Ron have a certain fighting ability, and Harry is the weakest one. Needless to say, Hermione naturally has solid theoretical knowledge, and Char helps her put it into practice. Compared with the original book, Hermione is a little more humble and smart. And Ron put aside his careful thoughts. The Weasley family is a pure-blood family with a long history after all, and he has been familiar with magical duels since he was a child. However, he is definitely much weaker than Hermione. First, because he has no actual combat experience. Many things are hearsay. Second, the somewhat ridiculous old wand. The difference between the weapons of wizards of the same level in the fierce wizard duel will definitely cause extreme damage. Serious impact. The rest of Harry was slightly uneasy, and he said to Hermione, Hermione, 2 can't duel. Hermione whispered, it's fine, as long as you follow what Char taught you. The magic given to us by Professor Flitwick is enough for a duel. As for Ron, his 2 lively brothers made plans there. Fred and George were muttering something in his ears. Ron turned his head away. His face was a little bad, but he still tried to cheer himself up. Slytherin has almost nothing to choose from. Malfoy and his 2 followers are the most reliable students in this class besides Char. Slytherin. Malfoy's 2 henchmen here, Goyle and Crabbe, are definitely not as bad as they appear in film and television. Although these 2 families are not as long-standing as the Malfoy family, they are also famous families in the Wizarding family, and the family education itself is not bad. Ryan glanced at both sides, and was a little confused. It seems that I have trained both sides. From the current point of view, it is obvious that Slytherin is much stronger. But Harry's side is not without a way to win. It depends on whether your brains are enough. Ryan said, let's decide who your first match will be. The noisy 2 sides suddenly quieted down, and they were also curious about who was the first to play in their respective academies. Gryffindor here on gritted his teeth, with a free and easy expression on his face. I'll come. And Slytherin sent Goyle, the one who brought Char from the dormitory here. Next, the two sides enter the arena to prepare for a duel. Ron bowed earnestly, but Goyle didn't pay any attention to Ron at all. Instead he was full of ridicule. The Weasleys, the pure-blooded traitors, those tattered robes, and the old wands. I really can't stand it anymore. Fred and George on the side were suddenly unhappy, and he said coldly, "Hey, brat, what did you say?" For the questioning of the two, Gower chose to play stupid. I can't see anything." It's a pity that Goyle does have the arrogant capital. With his skillful movements and quick reactions, Ron was knocked out by Goyle before he even shot, and there was no room for him to fight back. The little lions carried Ron back helplessly. George and Fred hurriedly cast a spell on Ron, and Ron woke up swayingly. If it weren't for the fact that no one could be found, it is estimated that these little lions would not choose such an unreliable player as Ron. The first game, Slytherin wins. Please decide your players for the second game. Harry whispered, "Hermione, why don't you play next time?" Hermione's eyes flickered with a light called wisdom. "No, next time Harry you go. I guess Malfoy will be the last one out of face. If you have to face Crabbe, he is 3 people, the weakest of the bunch. I have observed his performance in the defense against the dark arts class. This is a very cumbersome person. You may not hit you when you dodge him. You have a chance to win." Harry nodded in embarrassment. "Okay, I trust you." Sure enough, Crabbe appeared on Slytherin's side, and Harry couldn't help but be a little surprised. No wonder Char often praises Hermione. She is indeed very smart. Crabbe, who is much shorter than Goyle, is also very fat. Perhaps because of his superior family background and the good diet at Hogwarts, Harry feels that his cousin Darley may not be able to match in weight. He compares 1 to 2. The battle between the two was just as Hermione expected. Although Crabbe knew a lot of magic, he obviously had problems with his head. In addition, Harry was thin and flexible. Jumping up and down made it impossible for Crabbe to hit him. Malfoy on the side couldn't help but feel anxious. "What are you doing, Aim?" Crabbe gritted his teeth, and his head said that even if the magic power was not enough, he still had to keep going. "Harry Potter, do you just hide, you coward." Seeing that Crabbe was out of breath, Malfoy couldn't help but said angrily, "Come here for an upright duel." However, Harry took Malfoy's words as a deaf ear, carefully observed Crabbe's movements, and finally Crabbe couldn't hold on, and the follow-up curse couldn't keep up. "The opportunity is here." Harry waved his wand. "Stop the stifling legs." This is one of the most basic control spells taught in the defense against the dark arts class. The effect is extremely simple, and Harry's talent in defense against the dark arts is obvious to all. His legs are stiff and the death spell is very successful. Crabbe's fat body lost his balance because of the locking of his legs. The whole person fell forward and fell. A dog chewed mud. With that chubby belly on the ground, Crabbe had difficulty turning over, and his wand came out of his hand. Harry gasped, dodging a lot of his energy. Seeing this, Char announced the result of the second game. In the second game, Gryffindor wins. Seeing Crabbe's tragic situation, after all, he is a classmate of his own academy, and it is not good for Ian to just stand by and watch. Char snapped his fingers lightly. Crabbe's leg stiffness was immediately untied. Crabbe said thank you, and then returned to the Slytherin camp in embarrassment. The atmosphere became more and more solemn. Ryan continued to perform her duties. Let's start the third duel. Chapter 27 Anger. Malfoy's face was sullen, obviously not satisfied with Crabbe's performance. "Crabbe, you've disappointed me." Crabbe took a few steps back in fear. "Yes, I'm sorry, Master Malfoy." "Seriously, why didn't this guy like Char take part? If he did, we Slytherin would have already won." Although there is no stake in the duel between Gryffindor and Slytherin, it is about the face of the two academies. Once one side loses, the result must be known to the whole school. Then this academy will be criticized for a long time. It was not a good result for either side to win. Ryan couldn't help rubbing her forehead. Although Hermione could beat Malfoy at the back, who was more powerful than the self-taught Hermione in the first grade and Malfoy who was homeschooled in the first grade. Ya said he didn't know either. Hermione hugged Harry happily first. Good Harry. Harry scratched his head a little embarrassedly. Hee. It's all according to the method you said. Hermione clenched her fist. Although I may not be able to beat Malfoy, I will definitely try my best. What a brave and kind little girl. Because Hermione became Char's little fangirl, compared with Char, Hermione realized that she still had a lot of shortcomings. Not C. There was a braver and better girl left, someone who was definitely welcome in the eyes of an upright Gryffindor. For Malfoy, although many little lions looked at him unhappy, everyone knew that he was the best student of Slytherin except for Char. Come on Hermione, it doesn't matter if you lose. The big deal is that we can win it back together next time. Hermione was a little flattered. Thank you, I will definitely try my best. Malfoy sneered as he walked towards the clearing, scolding to himself. Damn mudblood, I'll let you know what cruelty is in a moment. Ryan gave Hermione a cheering look. The duel begins. The duel this time started surprisingly quiet. Both sides were holding their wands, but neither side made the first move. Slytherin and Gryffindor took almost every class together. Hermione had seen Malfoy take a shot in defense against the dark arts many times, and Char had taught him some things, and he took it rashly. The result is just to expose more flaws. If you don't come, I will come first. Malfoy frowned and waved his wand quickly in the air. Dazzling. It was an extremely dazzling light that made people's eyes unable to open. This spell can also be called an eye disease spell. It mainly uses magic power to create strong light and cause damage to the line of sight, thereby interfering with the normal use of the opponent's spell. Simple, fast, and a very practical low-level starting spell. Facing the sudden bright light, Hermione's eyes went blank, but she did not panic, and whispered to the light in front of her, "Stop the curse." Ryan couldn't help but raise his brows. A very smart move. Although dazzling is not a curse that directly affects people, it can't change the essence of his need for continuous release. Although Hermione's spell stop can't directly offset Malfoy's eye disease spell, it can make him unable to maintain it. I saw Hermione cast the curse and stopped, and then quickly moved to the side. After all, the eye disease curse still caused a few seconds of vision obstruction, and Hermione needed to prevent Malfoy from hitting herself at this opportunity. Obviously Hermione's move was very correct. Malfoy immediately hit Hermione in a daze after using the eye sickness spell, but Hermione's dodging caused the spell to hit the marble floor. Don't try to escape. Malfoy followed very quickly, and he wanted to get closer to Hermione, because the closer the distance, the less time left for the opponent to react. In the Harry Potter world, the duel between magic masters was even less than 1 meter apart. Either you die or I die. This time Malfoy didn't chant, he just raised his wand high. Pure magic power turned into a magic ball and hit Hermione. This is the skill Lucius told him, when the enemy didn't have enough time to fight back. What you need to do is not to release powerful magic, but to expand your advantages as much as possible. Although the magic ball thrown by Malfoy didn't have much power, it was very fast, and if Hermione was directly knocked down, it would take a certain amount of damage. Hermione, who had just recovered her eyesight, didn't dare to be careless at all, and she didn't chant, but just controlled her magic power to form a protective layer in front of her. The magic ball and the protective layer collided suddenly, and fierce sparks erupted in the air. Hermione was thrown back half a meter, and she was about to lose her balance. If Hermione fell like this, Malfoy would come up and make up for it and it would be over, and the little lions were even more nervous. In a bit of a frenzy, Hermione did not lose her mind. Her wand released a spell she had just mastered in the air, Soar to the Sky. This spell appeared in Harry Potter and the Goblet of Fire, and it was Harry's spell to make himself wash directly from the lake to the shore. However, this spell has high requirements for magic power, and Hermione could not fully exert its power, but it was precisely this incomplete performance that brought Hermione back to balance. All petrochemical passed out. Malfoy and Hermione shot almost at the same time, and their wands each exuded unique color magic. Hermione's blue-white magic and Malfoy's yellow-green magic collided, and sparks suddenly sparked. At this time, the competition is not a technical issue, unless there is a flashback like Voldemort and Harry that have a special connection between the cause of each other's wands. In this case, whoever has higher magic power will win the final victory. The long hair on Hermione's forehead was slapped with sweat, but she clenched her wand in both hands, trying to release the magic in her body. Although Malfoy's face was not very good, it was obviously lighter. I don't know who took the lead, but the scattered cheering sound gradually increased. It was the two colleges cheering for their classmates again. But for them who are only 11 years old, the magic power in their bodies is really too little, and it seems that the stalemate magic power is gradually losing its balance. It's over. The veins on Malfoy's forehead were exposed, and while Hermione's magic power was getting weaker and weaker, he suddenly increased his own magic power, and the result of breaking the balance was that the accumulated power of the two's magic spell exploded, which roused a strong feeling of smoke. Harry and the others were suddenly shocked and angry. Hermione. The power of the explosion mostly hit Hermione. Hermione fell backward, and Malfoy was also scratched by the fiery magic power, and the blood quickly stained half of his body. Even my father never hit me, let alone hurt me. Touching his blood-stained cheek, feeling the pain so severe for the first time in his life, the blood-soaked Malfoy was furious. Damn mudblood! How dare you! Malfoy raised his wand again in the direction Hermione had fallen, and roared, broken. It's a pity that the spell was not cast, and Malfoy flew out. Master Malfoy cough cough cough. Malfoy was picked up by Goyle and Crabbe. Who did it? A familiar but unfamiliar voice sounded in the smoke. Malfoy, what did you just say? Chapter 28 was caught. In fact, I have read the book reviews below. I will write down your suggestions one by one, and I will continue to improve them in the follow-up process. You can rest assured that all 7 Harry Potter books will be written, so some of the current ones are briefly and there is still a lot of room for expansion in the follow-up. By the way, please ask for another wave of subscriptions and collections. The smoke slowly dissipated, and Ryan's slender figure slowly appeared. In his arms, the fainted Hermione was lying softly there. Fortunately, the magic power of both of them is not very strong, and the injuries are not very serious. Ryan took out a hand and took out a bottle of healing potion, carefully pouring it into the unconscious Hermione's mouth. The mild healing potion worked extremely fast. Hermione's injuries recovered quickly. Malfoy struggled to stand up, and resisted his anger. What are you doing? Harry was also furious. Malfoy, we should ask you this question. What are you doing? Hermione has already lost. Why are you doing this? Are you going to kill her? Ryan ignored Malfoy. Seeing that Hermione was still in a coma, Ryan didn't plan to use the potion to forcibly wake it up. He carefully handed Hermione over to the Gryffindor girls, and he breathed a sigh of relief. Malfoy, who was ignored, was even more angry and was on the verge of breaking out. Ambrosius, are you attacking me for this mudblood? Mudblood, mudblood. These 3 words again. Do you really think that the so-called pureblood family has anything to be proud of? There is no difference between you and ordinary people. This kind of self-proclaimed noble and disgusting argument. All the Gryffindors who knew the meaning of the word mudblood on the scene were full of anger, and even some students in Slytherin frowned. They knew this word very well. This is the biggest insult to wizards from ordinary families in the magic world. And it wasn't words that answered Malfoy, but the magic power that Char suddenly released, the magic power that had reached the level of an excellent adult wizard. There were no spells and no movements. The huge pressure purely composed of magic power fell heavily on Malfoy, as well as Goyle and Crabbe who were supporting him by his side. Suddenly the 3 of them were directly bent by the pressure. Waist, almost prostrate on the ground. Draco Malfoy. Ryan walked towards Malfoy. There was no smile on his face, and the bright golden pupil was cold and emotionless. I'm very disappointed. I thought you had changed a bit. but that rotten concept is still in your mind. If you let me hear those 3 words again, don't blame me for not thinking about our blood relationship. Everyone knows that the target of Char's words is not Malfoy alone. His eyes swept across Malfoy and everyone in Slytherin, and where he looked, the Slytherins lowered them one by one. Noble head. Malfoy was covered in cold sweat. He had never seen such pressure before, and there was still a bit of anger in his heart. He whispered, "Master Ryan, I know." At this time, the little snakes of Slytherin discovered that their Slytherin glory is not just the existence of the warm sunshine in winter. When you touch his bottom line, he will also put away all his tenderness and kindness. It will become a blazing sun that cannot be seen directly. Seeing that Malfoy was softened, Char did not continue to force him. With a flick of his fingertips, a little bit of the potion left over from the healing potion used by Hermione fell on Malfoy's face. The speed of Rouse's eyes has healed. Malfoy touched his cheek and said softly, "Thank you so much." Ryan sighed softly, and the magic power was slowly withdrawn. In an instant, everyone had a feeling of sunshine after the rain. Then, he said, "The 3rd duel, Slytherin won." Regarding the result announced by Isaiah, neither Slytherin people dared to cheer, nor Gryffindor people complained, and the scene fell into a strange silence. Everyone in Gryffindor, "I'm very sorry for some of our players' inappropriate language and behavior during the duel." Harry didn't care about winning or losing, but asked anxiously, "Char, Hermione, I've given her a healing potion, and she should be fine when she wakes up." Zaya was about to say something when the door of the prize showroom suddenly opened, and Professor McGonagall's angry voice came, "Who can explain to me what is going on?" Well, behind Professor McGonagall, there was Snape with an uncertain face. Snape glanced at the traces of magical collisions around him. It seems that there is some conflict here, whether it is McGonagall or Snape. They are very serious existences in Hogwarts, and they have a very good image among many freshmen. So everyone didn't speak, and Harry and Malfoy, who were the initiators, lowered their heads. Professor McGonagall took small steps and angrily walked to the middle of the 2 colleges, and Zaya, who was in the middle of the field, became the target of Mag's fire. "Mr. Ambrosius." Professor McGonagall's eyes were sharp and serious, and the meaning of coercion was evident on the surface. Chaya spread her hands. "Professor McGonagall, we are just here for a friendly exchange between the colleges." "Friendly exchange?" McGonagall laughed angrily. "If Mr. Filch hadn't come to inform me, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to believe that there would be such a warm exchange here at 12 o'clock in the middle of the night." Cheria glanced at Filch, who was wearing a weird smile behind Snape. He was holding the cat named Mrs. Norris in his arms. He seemed to enjoy the feeling of being scolded by the professor. "MMP, this squib can't be a little more honest," Filch said. "Professor McGonagall, I have observed it for a long time. This dishonest bad boy seems to be doing some wizard duel. That scene is really a bit lively." "Wizard duel?" McGonagall's face was ashen. "Does this child know how dangerous a wizard duel in private is? If there is an accident, the 2 sides of the duel should not be held responsible, but their academy and the reputation of Hogwarts as a whole will definitely be affected." Suffered a heavy blow. In response to Filch's complaint, Zaya had a smile on his face, and his tone was quite calm. "I remember, Mr. Filch, you should not be able to understand the mystery of magic, so it is difficult for me to understand how you judge our wizards." "What are you doing?" Filch's smug face suddenly faded, and his already protruding eyes became even more hideous. Char's words meant that Filch was nothing but a squib, and a squib has no right to comment on or even characterize the wizard's affairs. You. Mr. Filch wanted to scold him, but what Char said was neither dirty nor true, almost annoyed him. The little snakes and the little lions couldn't help snickering. After all, it's been a day or 2 for Filch to be annoying, and I don't know how many new students will be reported by Filch because of the little things. Then he was criticized by the dean of his own college. Professor McGonagall frowned. "Is it funny, if you don't give me a satisfactory answer today, All of you here will go to a month of confinement. Chapter 29 The Little Snakes on the Road. Professor McGonagall, look, what I found. Filch's eyes lit up. Master Malfoy, what's with the blood on your body? This. Malfoy faltered and said nothing. Filch's tone suddenly regained his firmness. Professor, believe me, they must have been fighting just now. Children like this ignorant child must be punished properly. Mr. Filch, when did the students of Slytherin need you to manage? Snape, who had never spoken, had already looked all over the surroundings. He was very familiar with Lucius, and he knew Malfoy's arrogant character, plus the various traces around him. Nipus Master's status was also in vain. Filch was at a loss for words. He didn't have the guts to argue with Snape. Professor McGonagall, in my opinion, this is really just a discussion between students. Snape's languid tone seemed to be saying a very common thing. Malfoy's blood must have been accidentally injured by magic, but it seems that Mr. Ambrosius has already helped him heal. If it's really a student fight, I think everyone should be sent to the hospital by now. The little lions and little snakes nodded frantically, and even Harry thought that Professor Snape looked a lot more pleasing to the eye. Zaya grinned. Professor Snape is mighty. Professor Snape is rippling. Tell me, who won your academic exchange? Snape stared at everyone in Slytherin. If you win, you will defend your own cubs. If you lose, I will not kill you. Malfoy said. Professor, we won. Suddenly Snape's eyes softened a lot. Very good. On the other side, Professor McGonagall's face was even more ugly. This trademark was really shameful and lost. She roared, because you don't sleep in the middle of the night, you collectively come to this kind of place to communicate privately, and your academies will deduct it from each other. 50 points. Snape put his hands in his pockets and said calmly, I think this decision is very reasonable, but since Mr. Ambrosius has treated his classmates very kindly, I think he should have won 10 points for Slytherin. It was too stupid for the little snakes to not understand the purpose of their dean when they were young, so someone said, Professor, Master Ambrosius, he is still our referee. Yes, Master Ambrosius. He also helped us maintain order well. In addition, Master Ambrosius just did not participate in the competition. He has ensured the impartiality of our academy communication. Ryan, promise me, you don't want to be a licking dog, okay? Snape was very satisfied. This little snake was quite shrewd, not least because he was a student of Slytherin and knew how to seek more benefits for his academy. Very well. Mr. Ambrosius is still so outstanding. Regarding the reward of Mr. Ambrosius, I think it is most appropriate for you to be a fair professor. Professor McGonagall said that she was going to die of anger. Snape, you are very bad. The old lady has been embarrassed by the little lion in her own college. Do you want me to give Ambrosius extra points? Thanks to the good relationship between Char and Professor McGonagall, after all, many questions about transfiguration, Char will ask Professor McGonagall for advice. Mag pushed his glasses helplessly. Since that's the case, Mr. Ambrosius should earn 30 points for his academy. Immediately, the little snakes began to cheer. Slytherin only lost 20 points, while the stupid lion on the opposite side deducted 50 points. To be able to teach Gryffindor a lesson at this price, really it was so beautiful. Then we should take them back to sleep. After all, it's not a good thing for so many students to wander around in the middle of the night. Professor McGonagall nodded with a livid face. Everyone in Gryffindor, come with me. After speaking, Professor McGonagall twisted her head, and the little lions of Gryffindor followed Professor McGonagall out of the prize exhibition room in dejection. The girl behind was struggling to carry Hermione, who was still in a coma, and Ryan couldn't help shaking her head. I'm sorry, Professor Snape. Out of love and concern for my classmates, I think I should help them. Char didn't care whether Snape agreed or not, and said to the Gryffindor girl, "I'll come." Under the light, Ryan's handsome appearance was even more charming. The girl in front of her blushed and put down Hermione. Master Ambrosius, thank you. Ryan nodded with a smile, and easily filled Hermione up. Hermione, who was still a little lie at this time, was too light, curled up in Ryan's arms like a well-behaved cat. So Char followed Gryffindor's team out of the room. When Char and the Gryffindors were gone, Snape's face was ice cold when he turned around. "Everyone go back, Draco. You stay." Malfoy shivered slightly. Gryffindor's lounge is located at the entrance of Gryffindor Castle. Professor McGonagall tried to soften his tone. "Mr. Ambrosius, thank you for your hard work." Ryan said, "This is what I should do." McGonagall said, "Next, I have to order some things with the students of our college. Mr. Ambrosius may be inconvenient to be on the side." "I know." Char gently put Hermione down, and the Gryffindor girl hurriedly caught it. "In that case, I'll take my leave first, everyone in Gryffindor, and Professor McGonagall, I wish you a good dream tonight." The little lions didn't dare to say hello, so they could only watch Ryan leave, while Ryan could only give Harry and the others a self-seeking look. Char's figure disappeared in the corridor. Mags said the password to the fat lady with the cold face, and then bent down and walked into the Gryffindor common room. Although the Gryffindor common room was now burning with the warm fire, the little lions shivered a little. "Everyone, write me a review of no less than 1,000 words by the end of next week. In the next time, if you dare to cause trouble again, I will consider letting him go back to his home and rest for a while." Chapter 30. Their minds. This weekend was definitely not a pleasant weekend for all of you in Slytherin and Gryffindor. Even if Snape won face on the surface, he privately taught the little snakes a lesson. Looking at the little things at Hogwarts, no one has ever dared to instigate such a large-scale collective duel between the colleges, which is like a fight between two key classes of King University today. If it wasn't for the cooperation of Jake's classmates, Ryan Lewy, and then controlled the situation and turned the fight into 3 duels, God knows what a bad impact it would have. However, among the dejected little lions and little snakes, there are a few people whose moods are more complicated. For example, although Harry won, he knew that his strength was actually very weak, but for some reason, he liked the tense and exciting feeling of a duel very much. Instinct is about to wake up. Although Ron was not blamed by everyone, everyone was more or less alienated from this sky. The little lions are never afraid of failure, nor are they afraid of challenges, but it is natural for the little lions to feel a little uncomfortable when they are unilaterally crushed like Ron. At that time, Weasley volunteered to come out, and the opponent was not Ambrosius. Under such circumstances, Gryffindor actually lost and was powerless to fight back. Ron has also been silent these days, and only Harry and his brothers occasionally come to comfort him. But when it comes to the complexity of the mood, Hermione is the most complicated. This is not because Hermione lost to Malfoy. Although Hermione is very talented, Malfoy was born in a pure wizard family and received a much better education since he was a child. Don't worry about such a temporary loss. Hermione's aptitude only needs to grow for a year or two to surpass Malfoy. And now Hermione was uneasy because she had heard from the rest of the girls about what happened to Zaya yesterday. "So, Char saved me yesterday and taught me a lesson to Malfoy." The bad mood caused by the very insulting word mudblood also disappeared. "Hermione, do you know, that day, classmate Ambrosius was like a prince in a fairy tale. You've been lying in her arms for a long time. And that's the first time I've seen classmate Ambrosius so angry." "Are you saying that classmate Ambrosius is against Hermione?" You are talking nonsense. Ambrose students won't." Every time she heard the other girls say this, Hermione couldn't help blushing, and her mood also became ups and downs. "I was actually carried back by Zaya, and it was still in such a shy pose." Speaking of which, why is Ryan so angry? Is it true? What am I thinking about? It must be because I and Ryan are friends. Hermione shook her head in a panic, looking at the sky outside the window and wondering where her mind was drifting. As for Ryan knew at this time, he may be the most relaxed person in Slytherin. At this time, he is looking up some materials in the library. In view of the large-scale conflict caused by the death of Malfoy's classmates, although the result was Slytherin's victory, Snape still said that His Majesty was very seriously challenged. As a result, the little snakes were better than the tragic little lions, and were banned by their dean for a month-long weekend. They are not allowed to leave the Slytherin lounge outside of the normal get-out of class. Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff were much happier seeing the first-year Slytherins and Gryffindors like this. In such an atmosphere of joy and sorrow, the time came to Monday. At the long table in the hall in the early morning, Zaya was waiting for something while eating breakfast. "Ryan, good morning." When Ryan heard the sound, she turned her head and saw that it was Harry and the others. Silently swallowing the cowroo in his mouth, Ryan said, "Good morning, it seems that you had a very interesting weekend." Harry scratched his head in embarrassment. "You stop making fun of us." Ryan looked at Hermione with her head down with some curiosity. "Hermione, why are you keeping your head down? Do you have flowers on my face? Why don't you dare to look at me?" "You don't have flowers on your face, but you look like flowers," Hermione complained silently in her heart, then raised her head. "No, I was just thinking about something." What a beautiful hair color." For some reason, the blush stained Hermione's cheeks again, and the words of those female classmates rang in Hermione's ears again. Ryan looked at the weird Hermione and touched her chin, secretly guessing in her heart, such a weird performance. And the weird tide on her face. What the hell is red? Could it be that classmate Hermione suddenly fell in love and was tempted? Call. Call, call. Suddenly, many owls flew in from the window of the hall. The owls, big and small, carried different things under their claws, flew to their masters and dropped the things. At this time, the dense eagles automatically separated to both sides, leaving a passageway in the middle, as if welcoming something. The students who were dining were still puzzled by the strange scene in front of them, when a loud and clear eagle sound suddenly appeared. It was an extremely handsome eagle with long sleeves. Its open wings made its body almost 2 meters tall. What was even more peculiar was that the feathers on its body were snow-white without any variegation, and 2 crystal black claws embellished it more mighty. "Whose eagle is this?" In admiration and doubts, the big eagle slowly slowed down and landed next to Char. "Thank you for your hard work, Xueluo." Ryan touched Xueluo, who was standing beside him and was almost as tall as himself, and his slender fingers moved gently around its neck, and Xueluo also easily enjoyed Ryan's touch. Is this Char's owl?" Hermione was so surprised that she even stuttered. "How can there be such a huge and beautiful owl? It's unbelievable." Ryan smiled and said, "This is not an owl, to be precise. This is a falcon, a sea dunghion." Xueluo nodded spiritually, and glanced at Hermione with sharp eyes, as if she was quite dissatisfied with her admitting her mistake. "I thought you didn't have an owl, Ryanya." "I haven't seen you send anything in such a month," Ryanya said softly. "At school, I don't have anyone who needs to send letters. Those who send letters to me just need the owls who deliver the letters to take them home." "Yes, sorry." Hermione immediately thought that Zaya was saying that she had no relatives, and thought that she had accidentally mentioned Zaya's sadness. But Ryan didn't care at all. "I'm sorry, and Xueluo's temper is not very good. He's not used to staying in a small space. Most of the time he wanders around in the sky of Hogwarts. If not this time, there is something very important, and I won't bother with it." Chapter 31. I can't take it anymore. Char took a large package from Xueluo's claws, and by the way threw the cod in the plate to Xueluo, which was one of his favorite foods. Xueluo swallowed the cod in one gulp, and rubbed the back of Ryan's hand happily. "Okay, thanks for your hard work. Let's go play." Ryan patted Xueluo's head. Xueluo made another loud chirping, and then his wings fluttered slightly, and he slowly flew out of the hall. "It really is one." Hermione searched for adjectives as much as possible in her mind, and finally came up with a word: domineering guy. Ryan Dow, that's not true. This costume is a snow-clawed costume that can only be found in millions of condors. If it wasn't for chance, I wouldn't have come across it. While explaining to everyone, Ryan placed the package that Xuelio brought on the table, and the package made a dull sound when it touched the marble table. "Looks like this thing is heavy," Harry asked curiously. "What is this?" Ryan kept moving, and slowly opened the package. "This one. It's a new way of fighting wizards to help you vent your grievances with each other while keeping you safe." Harry, cack. Hermione, cack. "Is it so scary?" Facing the incredible gazes of everyone, Ryan spit out a few words. "Raw materials." What? It turned out to be just raw materials, and nothing specific was created. Ryan said, "Don't look at this as just raw materials. If it doesn't have this, then I can't get anything out if I want to." Now that Ryan said so, the interest that had just been extinguished burned up again, and his eyes were attracted by this small package. He opened the tightly sealed package, and the contents inside were exposed. All of a sudden, Harry and the classmates next to him who were attracted had strange expressions on their faces. "So, you have come all the way to let yours cost in? Bring a piece of metal?" "Be careful with your words," Ryan said seriously. "This is a special alchemy material made by me, a magic metal. Do you know how much such a large piece of metal is worth?" "You look at me, I look at you, and everyone says they don't know, because this black thing looks like an ordinary piece of iron." And looking at Zaya's expression, it seems that this is a very precious thing. Think about Ryan's wealth again. Could it be that this thing is some kind of rare metal that can bring endless wealth with just a little bit of it? Ryan waved a finger in front of everyone. "Actually, I scare you. The commercial price of this thing is not expensive. It is only 1 copper net 1 gram. Black lines hung on the foreheads of everyone, and the expressions on their faces were clear. "Besides, you seem to be making me laugh. So such a big piece of shit would have killed 100 kilograms. Only a few galleons, a very normal price, okay?" Ryan's face was still very serious. "I'm talking about the cost price. I won't sell this thing, otherwise I'll sell at least 1 silver psych per gram. Profit here." "No wonder this guy is so rich." "Evil filial piety," Ryan introduced. "The biggest value of this metal is that it can be very compatible with any magic power, and at the same time has strong stability. As for what I will use it for, you will soon know." Saying that, Char put the magic metal into his storage bag and continued to fight gracefully with the breakfast in front of him. What? I have been working on it for a long time, but the result will continue to wait. So Zaya and others started a new week of lessons in such a pleasant atmosphere, and Zaya was fiddling with something in the dormitory with his magic metal, and there was a faint blue light from time to time. Malfoy said it was very painful. "QQ, hurry up and go to the single dormitory. I really don't want to be woken up by all kinds of strange lights every night." 5 days later, on a weekend afternoon, there were a lot of people in the lobby on the first floor of Hogwarts, and most of these people were freshmen in the first year of Hogwarts. Ryan held a beautiful wooden box 1/2 meter long and 40 centimeters wide and placed it on the table, looking at everyone with joy. "So this beautiful looking box is the new invention that has been rumored for so many days?" Those classmates who said that they could finally see Ambrosius making alchemy equipment with his own hands were suddenly disappointed. Hermione on the side pulled Ryan's sleeve and asked weakly, "That Char, is this what you invented?" Char lightly brushed her hair, and there was a faint glow under the light. "Yes, I will solemnly introduce to you next a new duel method made by Char Ambrose, the sorcerer Gwent card." After speaking, Ryan gently lifted the lid of the wooden box to reveal the contents inside. This is really beautiful." All the girls present covered Zueba almost at the same time. Who would have thought that there was actually a starry sky in this box? The deep and bright starry sky flickered and dimmed, as if the Milky Way was secretly hidden. Ryan's hand gently reached out to the starry sky, and the starry sky was actually buckled down to a corner, and the people present were suddenly unhappy, and their eyes were focused on Ryan's hand. It seems that the starry sky is not buckled down, but the starry sky is composed of things in Char's hands. Ryan flipped his palm gently. It turned out that it was a card. and the starry sky was the back of the card. The appearance of the card is very beautiful, with a metallic frame, a vivid sharp painting, a number in the upper left corner, a sapphire in the lower right corner, some other things are printed in Shanghai on the left border, and a beautiful text is engraved on the lower border of the card. Frost Sleet. So such a beautiful card can be used for a duel. Zaya took out his wand, and the light flashed in the air. The fluorescence slowly condensed, and finally became a manual. With the manual, Zaya briefly explained the elements and rules of the Quinty card. After listening to Zaya's explanation, everyone present thought it was interesting, but, isn't this just a card game? Zaya nodded with satisfaction to the questions from the classmates. He is a good boy who loves to ask questions. Sharia drew out a Gwent card again, and then injected his own magic into the Gwent card. The Gwent card began to exude a moving brilliance. With a slight trembling, Char released his fingers, and the Gwent card did not. Instead of falling, it was suspended in the air. As if there was a soul from the Gwent card, a graceful and moving figure appeared in front of people. It was a black-haired woman with a graceful curve in a long black dress. There seemed to be countless Fenkings in every gesture. Looking at the stunned crowd, Ryanya said, "Yennefer, the summoning is complete." How did this happen? Harry felt like he was going to have a nosebleed. He had never seen such a beautiful woman before, knowing that Yennefer had a quarter of elf blood. The girls were both envious and shy, because they looked at Yennefer's mountain, and then looked at their own, and slipped away. Ryan said, "Please raise your nose. I think you can't stand it anymore." Chapter 32. Let's get dry. Although it looks real, it's actually a magical projection. Chaya said that with a slight wave of his wand. The floating quint returned to his hands, and Yennefer's phantom disappeared. This card has a miniature magic circle, which must be injected with enough magic to activate the projection spell on the card. Without activating the projection spell, the use of this card can only be regarded as a martial arts school. As for this one in my hand, how much magic power is required for the card? You can try it. Suddenly a few students who were aroused volunteered to try, even though their faces were flushed, and their own magic power was poured into it. But the beautiful and moving Yennefer still did not reappear. Ryan Dao, I mentioned a very important point before, that is rarity. And rarity also determines that cards require different levels of magic power, such as this Yennefer. The rarity of this card is the first Sanji legend. As for the magic power it needs, I can only tell you, it's huge. The rules of the Gwent card are not complicated. Gwent card is a best-of-3 game. A game is divided into 3 small rounds, just like Danji horse racing. You must use the same set of cards throughout the game. At the end of each round, if the sum of the power points of your unit's creatures is greater than that of your opponent, you will win the current round. The game adopts a best-of-3 system. In the 3-game matchup in each game, you can arrange your tactics reasonably. Losing a small game does not mean losing the entire game. Wisdom is a necessary quality for wizards. The game process for Gwent cards is that both sides choose the deck and determine who will play first and who will play later in the first game. Each side draws 10 cards from their own decks as the starting cards, and then you can arrange up to 3 cards in the hand. After confirming the good cards, randomly decide the order of playing cards by tossing a coin. Under normal circumstances, you must play and can only play 1 card in your own turn. Players will not draw cards at the beginning of each round. Each card has no cost or resource limit. If one player chooses not to play Give Up the Call, he will no longer have an action turn in this game, and the other player can continue to play until he fails Gives Up the Call or has no cards to play. If either side does not pass Give Up following cards nor play cards within the specified time, the system will automatically discard one of its cards in hand. When both sides do not want to play any more cards Give Up the following cards, the game ends. The scores of both sides are settled. The winner is declared. All cards on the field go to the cemetery, and then the next game is entered. At the beginning of the second game, each side draws 2 more cards from their own decks, and the player who won the previous game must play cards first, at the beginning of the third game if a third game is required. Both sides draw one card from your deck. After 3 games are over, the player who wins 2 games will win the entire game. Since it is necessary to maintain magic power for the cards to take effect, this requires wizards to control their own magic power, and the system of 2 wins in 3 rounds increases the strategic nature, making the duel need to be considered. And more importantly, in the lifelike projection spell of Ryan next, you can almost feel the magnificent battle between the Gwent card battles. If one side loses, the mental attack brought by the projection is also extremely impressive. Seeing that everyone knew better, Ryan let everyone present play, and it was a little twisted at the beginning, but when you poured a lot of magic power, you finally summoned a majestic griffin out of breath, and cooperated with each other. All kinds of event cards, unit cards, the kind of exciting and gorgeous scenes are simply irresistible. Please enjoy the fun of Gwent card in the next time. As the first friend of Gwent, I will give each of you 10 basic cards to ensure that you can play normally. Ryan took out 50 square boxes from his storage bag. You can pick up the children's shoes you are interested in. Although the cards in PS are relatively low level, the types of effects are random. Speaking of this, Zaya patted the wooden box in front of him, and there are 200 cards I made in here. Their grades are rare, legendary and even epic. I will randomly scatter these cards in the academy, you guys search for yourself. After saying that, the red sandalwood wand in Ryan's hand pointed to the wooden box in front of him. The goddess scattered the flowers. As the magic spell was cast, the exquisite wooden box seemed to be a gift box, and when it bloomed, the scattered Gwent cards were placed with a random positioning spell. Where would they fly? Zaya said that he would not knowledge. Get dry, everyone. Ryan watched the stars dissipate, and smiled brightly. I wonder if the popular minigames in the wizarding world of the previous life will be brought to life in the Harry Potter world with my own improvement, but these things are still there. Take your time and leave it alone for now. So an hour later, in the library, the quill in Char's hand moved quickly, and he was recording his inspiration and new structure on the parchment. Next to Hermione is reading a thick magic book, which is already a second-year textbook. Originally, Ryan could go back to his dormitory area to continue the ideas in his mind, but in order to help Hermione, he changed the location for the library. This is really amazing craftsmanship. Hermione seemed to be tired, put down the textbook in her hand, and gently picked up a card with a silver border on the table. It was the second level, rare level card. So how on earth did you manage to accomplish so much work in a week with one person? Ryan's actions are still stable, it's nothing. After making the template, enter the image you have long thought of and points in, and then use the copy spell. It was easy to say, and Hermione couldn't help but muttered that it was much harder than she imagined to make this rare silver card materialize. And the woman that Ryan projected at the beginning is really beautiful. Is that what Ryan likes women in her heart? Thinking of this, Hermione couldn't help but feel a little sad. Leaving behind Ryan in a circle. Studying in the library is a very boring thing. At present, only Hermione can go to it every day, and in the Gryffindor Society, only Harry will go to the library every once in a while to ask Char's questions. It's a pity that such quiet days didn't last long. As the Gwent card became more and more popular, there seemed to be a little problem with the entire Hogwarts style of painting. Chapter 33 Sit down and play Gwent. I have something to do at noon today. I forgot to fix the timing. I will post 3 chapters together in the evening. There will definitely not be only one person about the heroine. You can rest assured that everything that is said in the comments will be written, but you can't just decide everything when you are in the first grade. I saw some things about Costin in the comments. I can only tell you responsibly that Costin is indeed a falcon, but in Manchu, it has the title of the god of 10,000 eagles. But it is not the same as normal. The eagle is different, _, and I hope you don't get tangled. After all, I will carefully confirm most things before writing, just to avoid such mistakes. Although we Slytherin and Gryffindor deans are very aware of the conflicts between the two colleges that have been circulating since ancient times, even if they are controlling the situation on the surface, the result has turned from an open fight to a secret fight. There will still be conflicts that should be there, especially when Gryffindor lost to Slytherin some time ago. This kind of secret conflict has become more and more intense. Mutual confrontation in the classroom, or competition of various competitions, can be found everywhere, and the grades involved are even more intense. From the 1st grade to the 7th grade, they have all of them, and this teacher could also turns a blind eye. But if you go to see the scene when Gryffindor and Slytherin are in class together, the little lion and the little snake are much calmer, but their calm appearance hides a restless heart, because the scorching light in their eyes has long betrayed their true thoughts. When the bell rang for the end of Get Out of Class, I finally remembered that such a scene appeared in the corridors and halls. Hey, damn Gryffindor, let's have a holy duel. A certain Slytherin throws a look at Gryffindor and initiates a duel between wizards. Come on, I'm afraid of you. Seeing the tense atmosphere, the hands of both sides went into their pockets, and the surging magic lingered at each other's fingertips. That was the last tranquility before the war. So, have a game of Gwent. Today I'll show you how Slytherin is sick. Joke. Gryffindor is fearless. I saw such two people each took out exquisite Gwent cards from their pockets, and then started a battle of 2 wins in 3 rounds. The real and gorgeous projection was so vivid that even the spectators could feel the strong excitement. Wow, Kaka, my stupid Slytherin, your little thoughts are useless in the face of absolute strength. A certain Gryffindor student flung the silver card in his hand proudly. I can already use the 2nd level, the leader card of excellent quality. You don't use your most common leader card to be ashamed. Hurry back and be good, practice magic, and as agreed, I will take a card from your deck. Woo-oo-oo-oo. Renoshi watched as the ace card he had won so hard was won by others before it was hot, and there were invisible tears of remorse in his eyes. You wait for me, I will definitely come back. Such examples can be found everywhere, so Hogwarts began to search over and over again in various places, hoping to find the Gwent card distributed by Ryan. If anyone is lucky enough to get an epic of legendary quality or even the highest quality, even if you can't use the quality Gwent cards yourself, you can exchange some cards that you want and can use from your seniors or even your teachers. The Gwent card is being promoted, and Zaya is not idle. He made the process of making the Gwent card into a memory crystal ball. Then Char took a week off from the school, and went to Diagon Alley to set up an Ambrosius Gwent franchise store, authorizing them to use their own technology and unique magic metal, and at the same time, together with Major Art in cooperation with the store, the task of adding dubbing to the Gwent card has been arranged. When the time was right, new news ignited enthusiasm at Hogwarts. Attention all Hogwarts children's shoes. The Owner Month Kinter card trial has been successfully completed. Next, I will release the Gwent card pack to the entire magical world through the establishment of the Gwent franchise store. Currently, the card packs include ordinary packs of 3 silver coins and a pack of 3 cards, boutique packs of 5 silver coins and a pack of cards, deluxe packs of 10 silver coins and a pack of 7 cards, of which one must be the 2nd level cards above excellent quality. Although the prices are different, as long as you are lucky enough, in any type of card pack, you have a chance to open any type of card of all current qualities. In addition, we also have a limited edition pack of 10 copies per month, priced at 70 silver coins, 7 pieces, which must contain a card of the 3rd grade and above. Our shop accepts any phone orders or OWL orders. You only need to sign a business magic contract with us to realize cash on delivery. What are you still hesitating about? Let's have a plate of Gwent together. Well, why does this routine look so weird? But, there is really no way to refuse. And there are even legendary quality cards for sale. But why is it limited? Even if it's 70 silver coins, it's amazing. I'll eat it this semester. As a result, The parents of the students at Hogwarts were very moved. They didn't know why their children suddenly became sensible. Many students fell in love with the work-study program and did not even want their parents to worry. In addition, the worldview that matches the Gwent card is gradually expanding. Every time you buy a card pack, you can get a volume of plots about the wizarding world. Although these plots are scattered, they have their own characteristics. Scattered fragments, then the plot of the entire wizarding world is clearly visible. As a result, the students also came into contact with the 5 camps of the wizarding world: the Northern Domain, the Nilfgaardian Empire, the Skellige Island, the Squirrel Party, and the Monster. The students who qualified for these camps also qualified for various camps. Supporter. You can even see snakes and lions teaming up to support the Northern Realm for themselves, while their opponents may support the Hufflepuffs of the Squirrel Party's Loke Badgers, and then the two sides have a vigorous battle of factions. So this is the novelty of our friend Mr. Ambrosius. In the headmaster's room at Hogwarts, Dumbledore held a card in his hand that was much more beautiful than the ordinary Gwent card. It was a tall leader with the golden cup, standing on the city wall and looking at the people below. Soldier, eyes domineering and calm. Foltist. 5 major forces: the Northern Domain camp, the 4th level, the highest quality, the epic leader card. Professor McGonagall said angrily, "That's right, what the hell did this little fellow Ambrosius come up with? And now the entire Hogwarts students are a little weird." Dumbledore gently stroked the Gwent card in his hand, and the red gold border gleamed in the light of the headmaster's room. Ingenious and excellent alchemical work. Dumbledore slowly injected his own magic power, and the structure of the Gwent card slowly took shape in his mind. The special magic metal has subtly added projection spell, mimetic spell, and floating spell into it. The user only needs to inject magic power, and it can be used repeatedly. Like this epic card, there is even a voice recording spell in it, and I don't know who Char is asking for the voice. Chapter 34. See how you make things difficult for me. I think it's a good thing. Snape also held a card in his hand. This was the epic Nilfgaard Empire leader card that Char grinned to him a few days ago. Emarinris. Professor, I think this card is more similar to your temperament. Ha ha ha. Thinking of Char's wicked laughter when he threw this card to himself. Damn Ambrosius, although you don't respect me very much, but Snape has to admit that this is very interesting. Snape thought of this, and he said, this game called Gwent has multiple requirements for strategy and strength, and at the same time has a good competitive effect. I don't think it will have a bad impact on the students. The magic power injected by Dumbledore gradually increased, and the leader card in his hand radiated golden red light, and then slowly left his finger. The man who was the same as the picture appeared in front of everyone. The character projected in the card Foltist. He looked forward and made a cold voice, "Kneel down and ask for my forgiveness." I agree with Professor Snape, Dumbledore said. As an alchemy product, this card is low cost, highly utilized, and highly innovative. It can be said to be quite outstanding. I think my friend Nicole May will agree with me when he sees it. I already understand the rules of the Gwent card. For example, this leader card is very strong, but if you want to use it successfully, it is basically difficult for anyone except excellent adult wizards to do it. And if you want to maintain the Gwent cards on the field, you need to use their learning to allocate their own magic power reasonably and effectively, and use their own to solve the dilemma, which has both plausibility and the effect of honing the wizard's will, and at the same time with such a rich and interesting worldview, I even think it will be a creation no less than Quidditch. Seeing this, Professor McGonagall said in a helpless tone, I know all of this, but students will have less time to study, and their grasp of knowledge will not be reliable enough. Snape said, on this point, our Mr. Ambrosius seems to have come up with a new method. Mr. Ambrosius, please explain it yourself. Ryan, who has been silent all the time, waiting for the evaluation of the big bosses, showed a bright smile. Good professor. Char took out a leader card from his pocket again, which was the epic leader card of the Squirrel Party, a great woman, isn't. Please take a look at its back after you inject magic into the Gwent card. What exactly is it? Mag took the Gwent card with some doubts. With the infusion of magic power, a line of text on the back of the starlight, which was rarely noticed when the Gwent card was used, emerged. Your magic power rating is level 5, you have unlimited counter card time. Please enjoy your time to the fullest. Magic evaluation, level 5. The confused Mag couldn't help but look at Char, and Char said, I have added a magic lock and timing spell to the new Gwent card, and it will automatically judge the strength of the wizard's magic power before each Gwent card is used. The first level is about the level of our ordinary students. Those seniors in the 7th grade are about the magic level of Sanji, and the adult wizard is above the 4th level. As an excellent adult wizard, you have naturally reached the highest standard of our evaluation, level 5 or above. So you can play the game without any restrictions. And those with a magic power rating of less than 5 will have a limit on their daily game time. 1 hour a day for level 1, 2 hours a day for level 2, 3 hours a day for Sanji, and 6 hours a day for level 4. By adding these limits, we can limit the time of those lower school students to less than an hour a day, which will definitely not affect their learning. On the contrary, through the Gwent card, it can also play a role in exercise for them. Also, 1 hour is enough for them to duel several times. Of course, this sentence Ryan just muttered in her heart. In fact, this is equivalent to adding an evil system called anti-addiction to those children. Like this. Let's see how you bosses are still making things difficult for me. What Quidditch? You can turn it into a physical exercise. Let the light of Gwent shroud the magic world. If there is anything unpleasant, sit down for me. Nothing is the end of a game of Gwent. No, if there are, come 3. Very good. Dumbledore smiled with satisfaction. Mr. Ambrosius' initiative is very creative, and the implementation difficulty is very low. I think it will also be of great help to our future work. Talent, intelligence, thinking. You've created something interesting again, and solved a lot of unnecessary conflicts at Hogwarts. McGonagall also nodded. Now everyone is elegant. What kind of magical duel is coming? It's better to sit down and play Gwent cards together. This month is definitely the month with the least fighting and disputes among Hogwarts students. In view of the outstanding creation of Ambrosius, I think you should earn 150 points for your academy. Char bowed slightly. Thank you very much, Professor Dumbledore. Snape showed a rather satisfied smile. Dumbledore blinked a little mischievously. Welcome. I also like this game very much. You don't need to move your hands and feet. Old people like me can also enjoy the fun of your young people. Chaya replied elegantly and politely. I think you are still very young, Professor. If my creation can bring you happiness, it will be my honor. Okay, Ambrosius, it's time for you to go to class. McGonagall, who no longer opposed the Gwent card, looked at the clock. I remember that you have a spell class in the afternoon, and I won't be able to find you when Professor Flitwick is around. Chaya's corner was drawn, and he took a leave of absence last week to go back. Professor Flitwick seemed very unaccustomed to missing a good role model in the charms get out of class. It is said that he went to Slytherin's dormitory to find Char after class. I know, then I won't disturb you. Goodbye, professors. Ryan closed the door gently and left the principal's room. Mag suddenly sighed. Albus, this kid is really good. And the resources and energy he has now are not comparable to what he was back then. Will he become the 3rd generation? Dumbledore naturally understood who Mag was referring to. It is true that Tom Reed, Voldemort, was good enough, but compared to Char, Voldemort was still inferior. Ambrosius inherited the omnipotence and wisdom of his ancestors, and his heart is full of kindness and affection, which is something Voldemort has never had. Dumbledore's half-moon-shaped eyes shone brightly. So I think, he will never become the Dark Lord, the 3rd generation. Chapter 35. Time flies. Halloween. Ryanya, who left the office, kept walking. Although what Professor Flitwick taught was very simple, it did not prevent Char from using the fragmented time after class to discuss some more advanced things with Professor Flitwick. Although Zaya spent a lot of energy to perfect the Gwent card in the past few months, the research on the Book of the God of Law has not decreased, but further research needs a lot of experimental and theoretical support. It would be great if you could come to Ravenclaw. Whenever Professor Flitwick and Char finished discussing a series of things about spells, he would sigh, "A wise child like you, Ravenclaw may be your best destination." And Ryan's answer is always, "No matter which college I am in, it can't change my status as a student of Hogwarts, and your student, doesn't it?" Mr. Ambrosius, you have too much knowledge now, but you still need a certain amount of time to integrate them. Although it is a pity, I don't think I have that much time to help you one by one. Professor Flitwick's short body could not conceal his unique vision. After class, he said to Zaya, "You are very knowledgeable and systematic. Although you are not a Ravenclaw student, I think if you have time, you can go to the Tower of Ravenclaw, and I believe that with your wisdom, you may be able to find something different." Ryan, who was about to leave, was stunned for a moment, and suddenly he understood what Professor Flitwick meant. The Dean of Ravenclaw would allow an outsider to enter Ravenclaw's tower, where there is a library. A lot of valuable information that has not been recorded. If you can really corroborate the Ravenclaw materials with the knowledge that he has compiled so far, it will be beneficial to the study of the Book of the Law God. Thank you very much, Professor Flitwick. Professor Flitwick waved his hand. "You don't have to thank me. My communication with you has also brought a youthful vitality to my thinking, and this opportunity was won for you by Dumbledore and Professor Snape." Then Ambrosio, "Sir, I wish you a happy Halloween tomorrow." "Ha, it's Halloween tomorrow." Ryan was a little embarrassed. The days went by so fast, and half the semester had already passed without realizing it. Halloween is a very important festival in the West, so the long-lost group dinner was opened in the hall. Just as Char hurried to the hall, he caught a glimpse of our Professor Quirrell rushing towards the hall with anxious steps. It was clear that Ryan was looking down from the top of the stairs, but Quirrell immediately noticed Ryan's gaze and raised his head to look at Ryan. There was no panic or unease in his eyes, and even at a certain distance, Ryan could still feel the ruthlessness and sharpness in his eyes. However, Quirrell's eyes only lasted for a few seconds, and soon his eyes changed to the cowardly and timid he usually sees, and he kept walking, continuing to walk towards the hall, making a frightened expression. Appearance. How could I forget about this? Because Char's time is so full. Even the Iron Sanjiao didn't participate in the classic scene of discovering the Philosopher's Stone. Although Harry's curiosity drove him to ask Charles something about the Philosopher's Stone, Char's right, this question is just a simple answer and not in depth. But now it seems that the power of the original plot is still strong. Quirrell is still diligently plotting the three-headed dog Luwai Guardian's magic stone, and today is his time to act. By the way, the Philosopher's Stone, Halloween, Hermione. Char's expression changed suddenly. Although Hermione was not excluded, it did not rule out that Quirrell had a way to move her away alone. Without any hesitation, Ryan quickly ran to the women's toilet. Now that Quirrell had come, no matter who the person was in the toilet, his only purpose was to sacrifice a student. Before she got to the women's toilet, Ryan's brows were already wrinkled. Its really disgusting smell, combined with the greasy food aroma of Halloween, it's just disgusting. That is the smell of trolls, and Ryan can easily distinguish it, because troll skins can be used as alchemy materials. Let me see what a living troll looks like. Ryan's shoes stepped on the stagnant water flowing from the women's toilet, and she took out her red sandalwood wand. There was no panic on her handsome face, and she was even a little excited. Roar. It was a terrifying roar, full of frenzy and wildness. Looks like this guy has been cast a spell to provoke him, so he's desperate to destroy what's in front of him. Ryan walked into the women's toilet, and the tall monster came into view, as well as Hermione, who was hiding in the innermost sink and shivering. Giant monsters are divided into 3 levels: mountain monsters, forest monsters, and water monsters. Among them, mountain monsters are the most deadly. They have extremely strong vitality, rough, lavender skin, bare heads on top of their heads, and their body size is nearly 4 meters. With solid muscles and amazing strength, this kind of mountain monster is in the women's toilet. The troll's purple skin has excellent resistance to physical attacks, enough to withstand most physical attacks. But although he also has a certain degree of resistance to magic damage, it is much worse than object resistance. At this time, the troll was holding a broken tree in his hand, and it was unknown which tree in the Forbidden Forest at Hogwarts had been seeded. It stands to reason that with the troll's sensitive sense of smell, there is a person behind him who already knew it. But the women's toilet in front of the troll's self-serving destroyer didn't care about it at all. Although it's a pity for you to end up like this, I can't let you go on like this anymore. Ryan only shook his head. The trolls are not without wisdom. Even with a relatively low basic judgment, they can still do it. How can they be as stupid and crazy as the one in front of them? Hey, Hermione, be careful there. Ryan spoke suddenly, and her voice clearly reached Hermione's ears. Hermione was surprised and happy, but more panicked. Ryan, why are you here? Hurry up and run. The troll reacted at this time, and the tall body turned to stare at the short char in front of him. Ryan walked straight to the troll. Exactly. I heard that your magic resistance is still in the past. Let me see how the effect of the chapter of conjuration is researched. The troll let out an angry roar, and raised the broken tree in his hand like a stick, almost smashing it down. Ryan raised her wand and said coldly, "Night is coming." A new magic created by the chapter of Char's understanding of spells, combined with the rules of the Harry Potter world. Once it hits it, it will deprive the cursed person of all sight, and in a short period of time, it is like being in the dark night without 5 fingers, and it can be silent, can be cast instantly, and cannot be stopped by spells. The giant monster caught in the layers of darkness couldn't find his target, and he let out a dense and terrifying roar, waving the broken tree in his hand, doing useless work on the spot. Chapter 36 Flames Burning the Sky. I broke a lazy cack on the weekend, and forgot to post a chapter, but it will definitely not be less. Don't panic. Please subscribe and collect, then don't wave the damn broken tree. Ryan's wrist flicked, crushed to pieces. If the smashing spell is used on such a huge mountain monster, it will cause a little surface damage at most, but Char's target is the broken tree in the monster's hand. Under his precise magical control, the broken tree is directly turned into powder, keeping the troll wielding inertia almost fell over. In your skin, there are elements that can improve combustion efficiency, so what about using your entire body as fuel? Char's red sandalwood wand drew an extraordinarily complicated figure in the air, which was using a wand to construct a magic net instead of singing. Flame burns the sky. The ashes shot out from the tip of Char's wand, and as soon as the ashes fell on the troll, it was like a spark hitting oil and water, burning violently and rapidly, and finally covered the troll's body. The troll's cry changed from roaring to wailing. Don't move. Char's wand continued to wave, and the color of the burning flame in front of him gradually deepened, and finally turned into a magma-like crimson. Here, the burning flame separated into 2 ropes, one tied the monster's hands and feet, and let him can't move. The flames burned extremely violently, and the water vapor on the floor of the entire women's toilet was quickly evaporated. In less than half a minute, the monster in front of him had been completely burned to charcoal. With a wave of Char's wand, all the flames dissipated, and the charred body with a heavy fall to the ground, the originally solid rooty shattered into several pieces. It seems that the troll grill-drew must not be delicious. There was a smell of burnt smell in the air. Char waved his wand. The wind returns to the snow. The slow airflow gradually accelerated, and even the temperature returned to the normal level. In the airflow and the hurried footsteps outside the women's toilet, the smell of the women's toilet was completely disappeared. Seeing a little crazy, Hermione's eyes blushed suddenly, and she rushed towards Ryan like she was throwing her arms in her arms. I was really worried just now. If something happens to you, I really don't know what to do." Ryan patted Hermione on the back a little embarrassedly. "This little girl's body is very soft, but it is obviously not fully developed yet, so let's raise it for a few more years." "Oh my god, Merlin is on top. What the hell is going on here? And you. The hurried footsteps were Professor McGonagall, Dumbledore and a group of teachers rushing over, including our best actor, Professor Quirrell. As soon as they entered the women's toilet, everyone saw the charred corpses on the ground, as well as the boys and girls who were hugging. Hearing Professor McGonagall's voice, Hermione fled from Ryan's arms. Her pretty face flushed, and she lowered her head and dared not speak. Ryan said softly, "Sorry, Professor McGonagall, it seems that a mountain monster broke into Hogwarts. I have already dealt with him out of concern for my classmates." "So, you did all this, so why is Miss Granger in this place?" Hermione whispered. I just came here out of curiosity when I heard someone call my name when I was about to enter the hall, but when I got here, I found that there was no one there. When I wanted to leave, this troll appeared in front of me." Professor McGonagall frowned. "Someone called your name?" "Yes," Granger squeaked and said, "and that voice was Char's voice, so I just followed." Professor Flitwick said, "This is impossible, the spell class is over. I was talking to Mr. Ambrosius just now. How could he call you in the classroom he left after you?" "Two don't know," Hermione said distressedly. "Now that I think about it, he knows it's impossible." At this time, Snape didn't speak, and walked towards the troll's body. His steps were a little staggering. It was probably because he was bitten by Louis, who was the gatekeeper. In order to stop Quirrell, Snape approached the troll's corpse, the charred body with powerful elemental magic remaining. Very pure and strong flame energy, without any negative factors, seems to dispel all evil. I have never heard of a spell that can cause such an effect, even if the trolls are very afraid of flames. As a potion master and a master of black magic, Snape had a lot of experience, and he could accurately judge Char's actions just by gently twisting the scorched debris of the troll. It seems that our young master Ambrosius is not only a potion and alchemist in the future. With the help of unknown self-created magic, the adult troll in front of him is already dead and can no longer die. Professor McGonagall sighed while shaking his head. "Anyway, thanks to nothing, Mr. Ambrosius. Thank you very much for saving one of our Gryffindor students. Given your excellent performance, you 10 points for Latelyn." "Thank you, Professor McGonagall." Ryan Dow, "It's nice to be rewarded, but now I'm more surprised at why a troll came here, how it entered Hogwarts, and why someone would use my voice to attract Hermione." Professor Dumbledore, "I think there seems to be something wrong with Hogwarts." Char looked at Dumbledore with a burning gaze. "I hope you can take this seriously. If it is useful to point it out now, Ryan will definitely accuse Professor Quirrell directly, but this kind of thing can only be thought about. Teacher, if Voldemort, who was behind Quirrell's head, figured out a way to hide himself, it would be a big loss." Dumbledore, who had been watching everything silently, faced Char's questioning with a remorseful expression on his face. "Ambrosius said a lot. His questions are the key to this kind of thing happening this Halloween. I think each of our professors here is going to get nervous. Maybe somewhere we don't know, someone is disrupting the peace and stability of the school." "Since that's the case, I'm relieved." Ryan nodded and grabbed Hermione's hand. "Then he'll take Hermione away first. I want a girl to face such an ugly corpse like this is not a graceful thing." After obtaining permission from Dumbledore and Mag, Zaya saluted and pulled Hermione away, leaving the professors to stare at the giant beast in silence. Chapter 37 Spicy is the power of a scholar. Ryan's hand was slender and strong, and she held Hermione's hand tightly and walked for a long time. Thanks to Professor Quirrell's superb acting, the students in the hall ended the Halloween dinner prematurely in panic, and at this time they were taken back to the common room by their respective prefects. By the way, although Snape really wanted to bring Char to be a prefect, our classmate Char said that he didn't have the time, so he threw the position to Malfoy. But everyone knew Slytherin, who is the real core, Poor Malfoy wants to be a prefect while he is doing prefect things, and he still can't enjoy the status of prefect. Let's take a moment of silence for him. Before reaching the hall, Hermione stopped abruptly, and Ryan was a little puzzled. What's wrong? I'm starving to death. I have to eat something. Why is your heart so big? You have only solved a so disgusting, so terrifying troll, and then you can go to dinner in a calm and abnormal way. While complaining in her heart, Hermione whispered, Ryan, can you let go of my hand? Sorry. Ryan let go of Hermione's hand a little shyly. I'm going in a hurry. I forgot. Hermione rolled her eyes at Char. If a certain Char was really shy, then the world might be a lot better. The two walked into the hall. As the news of the troll being dealt with had spread, those students who had not finished their meal also returned to the hall one after another. Although there was no recovery, it was always a good meal. What? So Char and Hermione started their dinner tour at the long table. By the way, Hermione, I teach you a spell. Ryan seemed to be thinking of something, and gently said a spell in Hermione's ear. Ryan's warm breath fell softly on Hermione's ear, making her earlobes turn red. Next time you see or hear me, if you're not sure if that's the real me, just recite this spell. After Hermione heard this, the blush on her cheeks reappeared. What is this? Hey, if it's the real me, then I'll definitely give you a reply. If it's fake, there will be no response, so you won't be deceived. Hermione was shy and puzzled. Do you think there will be a lot of people impersonating you in the future? Ryan nodded solemnly. It's always good to be careful no matter what. Aside from these two guys who had a good time talking on Halloween, things about trolls came and went quickly, and panic didn't last long in the heads of carefree students. When the little snakes knew that Zaya had dealt with the trolls that were a headache for adult wizards by himself, it seemed that the worship of him was a little closer, and in some people's eyes, there was even some fanaticism. It's a pity that Ryan cut off their ideas bluntly. What age is this? And the cult of personality has no future. Let's be a cheerful and positive young man in the new era, and don't want such bells and whistles. However, following this opportunity, Char was guided by a group of enthusiastic Ravenclaws to a place he had never been before, Ravenclaw's Tower. Professor Flitwick must be referring to this place. That is the place to the west of Hogwarts Castle, the symbol of the wind, Ravenclaw, where the college common room is located. The entrance to the tower is at the very top of Ravenclaw Tower, an old bare plank with an eagle-shaped bronze door knocker hanging from it. This door knocker is very interesting. Ryan looked at the carving on the door knocker with interest, which seemed to be some kind of magic network. In order to better study the situation, Zaya was going to inject a little magic power to see its structure, but Zaya's finger just touched the door knocker. The eagle-shaped bronze door knocker suddenly came to life, and the delicate bronze eagle stared at a pair of sharp eyes. Looked at Ryan. Visitor, tell me, which comes first, fire or phoenix? A certain Ryan almost forgot Ravenclaw Tower's rules for entering. Ravenclaw can be said to be the most tolerant and fraternal college in Hogwarts. They do not reject any visitors. As long as you have enough wisdom, the door of Ravenclaw will always be open for you. Ryan actually knew the answer to this question for a long time, but he felt that the answer was obviously unreliable. It was like someone asking you which came first, the chicken or the egg. Ryan thought for a while and said solemnly, first there is fire. The eagle-shaped bronze door knocker immediately cast a contemptuous look. Unfortunately, your answer is wrong. Ryan pouted. Don't worry, just listen to me. The eagle-shaped bronze door knocker was a little chilly, and it seemed that I had never seen someone who was so particular about the wrong answer. First of all, regarding your question, I have to use my research to make an explanation. In terms of the origin of the Earth, we were indeed born in the Big Bang, but the magic world came into being from the formation of magic power. These magic powers were integrated into some people's bodies to form genetic inheritance, and later wizards were born. But the source of any magic power is inseparable from the four basic sources, that is, the four elements of earth, water, fire and wind. And the phoenix itself is not formed by biological embryos. Its origin is the most basic fire element. The fire element has no wisdom, but various coincidences in the long river of time endow the fire element with wisdom. These fire elements are the essence of the fire element of heaven. Earth and fire has gone through countless years of changes, and finally achieved the transformation from the element body to the blood root E, the transformation from the invisible thing to the tangible entity. This is the ancient phoenix. It is precisely because the phoenix was born from the endless and immortal fire of the beginning that the phoenix has the characteristics of being passed down from generation to generation, and it has the characteristics of endless resurrection. Today's phoenix is the bloodline inheritance of the ancient phoenix. So fire and phoenix appear to be cyclical and immortal existences at first glance, but in fact the real source is fire. So, the answer is the fire that came first. Ryan Fink said these things calmly, and by the way, he put a heat preservation spell on himself. MMP is almost winter. The top of such a tall tower is very cold. Okay, QQ, hurry up and let me in. The little eagle transformed into the eagle-shaped bronze door knocker was silent for a long time, and Ryan could only return a friendly but graceful smile. Suddenly, the little eagle felt a different kind of brilliance. It was the power of a scholar. This is a new answer that I have heard for thousands of years, which is completely different from the answer I recorded, but which I cannot refute. Kitty Hawk's delicate eagle eyes seemed to be flickering. Adventurer, tell me your name. Char replied, Char Ambrosius. Ryan's words just finished. The eagle-shaped bronze door knocker suddenly imagined, and the wooden door of Ravenclaw Tower opened slowly. Chapter 38. Hello, senior sister. Char gently pushed open the wooden door on the top of the Ravenclaw Tower. Obviously, the space inside is much larger than it looks outside. It was a large circular room with elegant arched windows on the walls, hung with blue and bronze silks, from which Ravenclaw students could look out. The ceiling is a dome with stars on it, as well as on the dark blue carpet below. The room has tables, chairs, bookshelves, and a white marble bust of Rowena Ravenclaw in an alcove opposite the door. A door next to the statue leads to the dormitory above. Regardless of the delicate buildings or Rowena Ravenclaw's beautiful face, Char's eyes were immediately attracted to the bookshelves in the Ravenclaw common room. The tall bookshelves are densely packed with all kinds of books and documents, and each word divides the contents of the bookshelves into a good area. And the number of books is more than that of Slytherin plus Gryffindor plus Hufflepuff. The collection of books in the common room will add up to a lot more. Posture. Oh no, knowledge. Knowledge is power. Ryan seemed to see himself quickly flipping through Ravenclaw's collection of books, while quickly verifying the settings in his thinking, rushing himself a little closer to the small goal of becoming a legendary archmage. However, there were no people in the Ravenclaw common room at this time, perhaps because many students were still resting around 6 in the morning on weekends, and only a warm fire could make the somewhat deserted lounge more vibrant. Let me see what's in the Ravenclaw common room collection. Ryan walked towards the tall bookshelf in front of him with joy. Experiences in potions, a brief guide to the history of magic, talking about how to raise magical animals, and guide to efficient spellcasting. Many of these books are not in the library, and many are notes left by former Ravenclaw students. Let's take a look at this first. Char took out his red sandalwood wand, pointed the tip of the wand at the spellcasting guide, and prepared to use the spell to take it down from the high cabinet. Student, please don't use your wand to use spells on books. They will be damaged. A nice and gentle female voice sounded from behind Ryan. The voice was clear and clean, as if it was a melting ice spring in the spring. Ryan and the condensed magic power suddenly stagnated, and there was a Ravenclaw student where he didn't notice. Feel sorry. Char turned around slightly, and the long back of the red satin sofa blocked the figure on it. This was a young and beautiful girl. Her complexion was snow-white, and she looked older than Char. Her body that had begun to take shape was curled up lazily on the sofa, and the thin blanket covering her could not hide the curves of her slender legs. His long brown curly hair was draped over his shoulders softly, and he raised his head to look at Zaya's Lakewas. They looked deep and energetic in the not-so-bright light, as if they were the soft and quiet lake of Hogwarts. Under the beautiful nose, the crystal-clear lips outline a gentle arc. Well, Cha swears, this is the most beautiful girl he has ever seen at Hogwarts. Of course, this does not include Hermione in the future. After all, Hermione will be very genuine when she grows up, and Lolita's development is very exciting. Cough, cough. Seeing Zaya, the girl suddenly smiled, and the whole room seemed to light up in an instant. I know you, Cha Ambrosius. Ryan's face twitched. Why did he smile so brightly? The girl's eyes were almost crescents of laughter. The little son of Hogwarts, the famous Gwent card maker, our dean, Professor Flitwick, has been chanting your name in our ears for how long? Rub. It turned out to be Gwent. The Gwent card is the Gwent card, which is obviously a fun and exciting competitive game. Ryan said, as you said, under Ryan Ambrosius, this lady, who are you? The girl did not answer Zaya's question, but instead asked, tell me first, the famous Slytherin Light of Glory, classmate Ambrosius, why did you come here? Well, in the face of the lady's question, we have to be graceful. Unfortunately, just as Ryan was about to speak, the girl seemed to have understood it, so she answered, I think it was Professor Flitwick who gave you the privilege, and then you answered the question about the knocker correctly, so coming. This young lady, do you want me to speak? Ryan was silent for a few seconds. Beautiful and wise lady, everything is as you thought. The girl put down the book in her hand and stood up. Pretty. Her height was almost the same as Ryan. A snow-white slender little hand was handed to Ryan, and she said generously, hello, Punlo Cravat, the prefect of a third-year Ravenclaw girl. Nice to meet you. Punlo? Ryan was a little puzzled, and she didn't seem to have noticed it in the original book. It stands to reason that such a beautiful and wise girl must have a little bit of ink to describe it. Hello. Ryan gently shook the front part of Punlo's palm, and then withdrew his hand. Then, may I call the beautiful Miss Clywater kindly? Punlo chuckled lightly. Yes. Then hello, Sister Punlo. Hello, little brother Ambrosius. Punlo made a gesture. Please sit down. So the two sat facing each other across a round table in the middle of the hall. Punlo gently pulled out his wand, and the teapot on the table floated automatically and poured tea into a clean empty cup, and then the cup slowly fell in front of Zaya. Soft magic control. This senior seems to have very good strength. Ryan picked up the teacup and took a sip. Thank you, senior sister. Punlo also gently picked up the teacup and took a sip of warm tea. This is our Ravenclaw unique scented tea. It's not expensive, but it has a unique flavor, sweet like a citrus, with a slight bitterness, and a unique grassy fragrance. This should be one of the recipes for the unique Manjuno flower in the garden behind Ravenclaw Tower, one of the fragrant potions. Ryan put down the teacup and asked with a smile, I don't know if I'm right. Chapter 39. A nice and beautiful senior. There was some surprise in Punlo's beautiful eyes, and then he was relieved, almost forgot. Our little brother Ambrosius is also a famous master of potions, so he can naturally tell what it is. Ryan smiled and said, senior sister is overrated. Punlo's tone paused a little. Little brother Ambrosius, although you have been allowed by Professor Flitwick to enter our Ravenclaw, I still want to remind you, the Ravenclaw public room, the collection of books cannot be taken out or circulated at will. Hearing this, Ryan nodded, while Punlo continued, in addition, you must not use magic spells to take books at will. Once these fragile books suffer any loss, Professor Flitwick will definitely feel uncomfortable. Ultimate. There is a ladder on the side of the bookshelf. Please use that to take it carefully. Ryan Dow, I remember it, and I am very grateful to Sister Punlo for her advice. Punlo seemed to be amused by Char's serious tone. I said, little brother Ambrosius, aren't you called the little son? Why are you so serious here? The little son? Am not Zong Hanlian, blah blah blah. Who gave me such a new nickname? Ryan frowned slightly. Maybe it's because the senior sister is colder and the sun is hiding. Maybe senior sister gives me more warmth, and I will come back. Puff. Punlo almost spit out a sip of tea, and then took a lot of effort to calm himself down. Then I hope Ravenclaw's knowledge can warm you up as soon as possible. Okay, where do I need any more knowledge? After teasing Miss Zaya, she smiled and returned to her original cheerful appearance. HMPH, this is what this young master should look like. By the way, Sister Punlo, it's just 6 o'clock now, and it's not even dawn at Hogwarts. Why are you here? Are you waiting for me on purpose? Punlo ignored Char, who was a bit skinny. She said, I just have the habit of getting up early. I like the quiet reading environment of Ravenclaw in the early morning. As for meeting the little brother Ambrosius, only it's just a coincidence that you came here. So, what kind of information does the younger brother of Ambrosius need to find when we come to us? I am familiar with it here and can help you filter it. Punlo's eyes were very serious, and Ryan knew also put away the thought of teasing. After all, time should not be wasted for no reason. That's very good. Then I hope my sister can help me with the materials about these contents. Ryan took out a sheepskin book from the storage bag in his arms, slid his fingers lightly on the paper, and then lines of text appeared on it. Punlo took the book and frowned, about the content and precautions of over-refining, the ancient history of magic spells, the explanation of all wanted gestures, the magic circle. Ambrose, little brother, are you sure you want to read so many books at once? Ryan nodded. I don't have a class today. Please give me all the materials related to this, senior sister. Punlo said, presumably Ambrosius found these books in the library before he came here. Seeing Char nodded, Punlo said, although the collection of books in our Ravenclaw common room is known as the supplementary library of the library, the content of the books you mentioned is all very advanced, and even involves some ancient magic content. I can only try my best to find any relevant notes or materials for you. If we don't have the library, then I think what you are looking for, little brother Ambrosius, should be too unpopular or hidden in the forbidden section of the Gwars library. Ryan smiled lightly. No, the things in the forbidden area are mainly related to black magic and magic with a strong dangerous color. What is the point of being left and right? I don't need to know about these things. This is what Ryan is telling the truth. From the beginning to the end, Ryan has no interest in the forbidden book area. The most recorded things in the forbidden book area are nothing more than black magic related matters. There was nothing in the eyes, because how to make a spell become evil or become more powerful is only a small branch in the spell. To waste time understanding how to use evil black magic, it is better to understand the essence of the spell in this world more carefully. At present, Book of the God of Law has told the core things of Char, but each world has a very different magic system. Char should fully combine the existing magic systems in this world in order to understand the ancient magic system to make up for the magic of the present world. The vacancy, combining theory and practice, and then marching towards the higher realm of magic. After listening to Ryan's confident answer, Punlo's brows gradually stretched. Okay, little brother, wait here for a while. Punlo's wand operated the tall lad next to the bookshelf, stepped on it lightly, and quickly retrieved books on the tall bookshelf, leaving Zaya with an immature, but graceful back. Well, senior sister is really nice and beautiful. It's pleasing to the eye. Ryan said that Miss Punlo has successfully attracted her attention. It is a blessing to have such a senior to help. Punlo's movements were very fast. It only took about 5 minutes, and Punlo finished it. She walked down the ladder slowly, and Zaya hurried over and walked down with her hand. Punlo walked down. Bay Ryan did not refuse at a glance. Bay little hand was held by Ryan. At this time, there were 2 thick books at the foot of the ladder, and each one was a little higher than that of Char. Hey, little brother, we probably have all the information you want here. Punlo said, unfortunately, I only found less than half of what you need. Ryan said gratefully, thank you so much. I don't know how much time would have been wasted without the help of senior sister. Pinlo slowly took his hand away from Char's hand. Don't thank me first. Senior is going to be paid immediately. Ryan was shocked. What? What? Pinlo looked a little serious. Sister, I have never had a cavalry brigade cavalry from the squirrel party. As the inventor of the Gwent card, you can get me one, senpai. Ryan. Then Ryan asked with a tense face. Just here? That's right. Pinlo stared with wide eyes. Sister, I have no money to buy Gwent card packs anymore, and I have no other cards to exchange for this card with others. So my squirrel party's card deck can, if you can, take shape. It's all up to you, Junior. What the hell? The Gwent card is mighty. The Gwent card is rippling! Velite Brigade Cavalry. Whenever one's own turn begins, a random loyalty unit card in the hand will gain 1 point of buffer. Necessary buff card for the Squirrel Party deck. Chapter 40. Look at people. HMPH. It's just a Gwent card, a trifle. Zaya quickly searched for the inventory in his storage bag. Fortunately, there are still some Squirrel Party cards. Thanks to my tact, I saved a lot in the storage bag. Hey, senpai, you want the cavalry of the Willhead Brigade? Okay, thank you little brother Ambrosius. Penelope took this card happily. Oh, this is really happy. My Squirrel Party card group is officially formed. The little bitches of Hufflepuff. See how my sister will fix it then. You. Seeing Pinlo so happy, Char felt a little amused and helpless. So he took out a few cards that were quite rare in the Squirrel Party. Senior, are these cards for you too? Pinlo was stunned for a moment, and his beautiful big eyes quickly swept the card in Ryan's hand. Who can resist this? These cards are simply not strong. But for some reason, Pinlo didn't pick up these cards. After a few seconds of silence, she said, sorry, these cards are of high value and I can't accept them. Ryan said with a smile, it's okay. Senior sister helped me find the information but helped me a lot. Pinlo shook the cavalry of the Willhead Brigade in his hand. This is already a reward. Even if I don't help you, there is no problem in finding an enthusiastic senior and senior with the popularity of the younger brother of Ambrosius. These little brother cards should be reserved for those who need it. Hee. Penelope happily put the cavalry of the Willhead Brigade into his card bag. Well, I don't think you want to waste your precious time in the morning. Hurry up and solve the information in front of you. If you let me know that you are just if you take these materials and don't read them, be careful and I will teach you a lesson. When it comes to this, Pinlo's expression has become a bit fierce. Of course, it still looks so beautiful in Ryanya. Good Pinlo-senpai kak. Come on here yourself, senpai. I'm going to wash up and go to the library. Pinlo picked up the book from the sofa that he was still reading. It seemed to be a wizard's wonderful journey. Isn't that something like a novel? Pinlo calmly held the wizard's wonderful journey in his arms and smiled. Goodbye, little brother Ambrosius. Goodbye, sister Pinlo. After finishing speaking, Pinlo continued to leave Zaya graceful back, and walked happily towards the stairs of the dormitory next to the common room. It wasn't until Pinlo's back completely disappeared that Sharia put down his hand. Hey, I am really lucky to meet such a kind and beautiful young lady in the morning. Ryan shook his head slightly, and Pinlo was right. There are so many materials in front of me, but I have to consider applying for a long-term loan card for the Ravenclaw hall desk from Professor Flitwick. So much information is definitely not a day or two to determine whether it is good or not. Ryan carefully moved the ancient book to an empty desk in the corner, took out the book Modern and Ancient References on Wanted Gestures and read it carefully. Soon, Ryan entered his own learning mode, and took out the sheepskin notebook that he could carry at any time, the shorthand quill that could be controlled by magic, and the handwritten quill, and started his own analysis and argumentation. At this time, the sky outside Hogwarts gradually brightened, and the transparent windows of the Ravenclaw lounge shone the first rays of sunlight in the morning. More and more Ravenclaw students woke up, and some went to breakfast for class. Some go to the library for self-study, and the whole is full of elegant and upward atmosphere. It's nothing like the lazy lions of Gryffindor, or the little snakes that Slytherin is busy fighting. Those Ravenclaw students who walked out of the dormitory were surprised to find that there was a student who had never seen it in the hall of their house. Oh no, not never, never in the common room. Why is the light of Slytherin's glory, the little son of Hogwarts, the evil Gwent prophet here, the abominable Gwent creator here? Although Ryan doesn't care about other people's eyes, it's not good to be stared at like this all the time, and there are always people who come to ask. Then, with a wave of Char's wand, a wooden sign hung strangely above Char's head, with a paragraph on it, with the permission of Professor Flitwick to come here to study. Don't disturb. Well, the eccentric dean finally put in the Ambrosius he had been talking about. Knowing the preference of their yard for the boy in front of them, the Ravenclaw Eagles did not continue to ask more questions. And you haven't seen that Slytherin's comrades are so serious. You can bear the reputation of Hogwarts wisdom. How can Ravenclaw Kitty, who is known for being wise and diligent, be lazy? Hurry up and learn what to see. Of course, some curious students walked over to Zaya and looked at the unread books on the ground. So what is this guy in front of you looking at? Experimental template for over-refining? What is this? Potions? I'm already in the 6th grade, and I haven't heard of it, so I've learned nothing for the past 6 years. So everyone who is close to Ryan keeps away from Ryan in resentment and self-doubt. MMP, this little evildoer, if he can't compare with him, he will be mad at himself. While Char is controlling a shorthand with a quill pen with magic power, he writes another pen while comparing the various types of Book of the God of Law, quickly digesting Ravenclaw's collection of books. When Ryan didn't notice, Penlo had finished washing and dressing. She saw Ryan, who was immersed in research, from a distance. I went to the library to review my homework with a happy mood, and Ryan's sufficient and focused research continued into the evening. In addition to simply eating something in the middle, he was also curious about the tea that was brought by someone who didn't know who was on the side, and hardly any time was wasted. Anyway, I said hello to Harry and Hermione today, and Malfoy was watching from Slytherin, so I had to hurry up and do my own thing. It's a pity that at about 7 o'clock in the evening, a certain Ryan finally stopped moving. The reason is that the hungry can't bear it anymore. Ryan put down the pen in his hand with regret. The progress is still a bit slow. I have only cleared 3 books in more than 10 hours, and at this rate, I am afraid that I will spend a month or 2 in Ravenclaw. The place. Crack. There was the sound of the door opening, and it seemed that someone had returned, and a familiar female voice came. Hey, little brother Ambrosius, why are you still here? Chapter 41. Plot advancement. It turned out to be Sister Penlo. Ryan smiled and said, "Good evening, Senior." "Good evening," Penlo said. "I said, little brother Ambrosius, have you been studying since the morning until now?" Ryan sighed lazily. "That's it." Penlo was a little helpless. "Sure enough, Professor Flitwick is right. It's really a pity for someone like you to go to Slytherin," Ryan replied. "Who knows such a thing?" Ryan didn't forget the reason why the Sorting Hat assigned himself to Slytherin, saying that it was to give himself a bigger stage. It seems that he has trained Slytherin by himself now. Sure enough, things that are old are not reliable. Then, beautiful Miss Penlo, since your little brother is very hungry now, would you like to have dinner with me next time? Penlo grinned and said, "It's obviously just a first-year child, so what to do with such seriousness?" Ryan rolled his eyes. "Please note that in front of you is a mature Ambrosius." Okay, I got it," Penlo said. "Okay, I just didn't eat. Let's go." "Okay, it's really nice to have a beautiful lady to accompany you to dinner. I have to say that the food at Hogwarts is quite good. As long as you give enough food, the school can give you all kinds of good things." So Ryan tried to eat all the most expensive good food at Hogwarts as much as possible. So Penlo looked at Zaya in front of him with a stunned expression as he wiped out the things in front of him gracefully and quickly. That speed was completely incompatible with his calm expression. "So, little brother, How hungry are you? Ryan quickly removed the steak in front of him and pointed to his head. This place consumes too much energy and needs to be replenished. Of course, this is not a joke. Because of the Dharma God thrown in Ryan's mind and the Book of Dharma God, his spiritual power is much stronger than ordinary people. The price of too strong spiritual power is extremely fast energy consumption. For this reason, Zaya had to ensure that energy intake was ensured while adjusting through energy potions when exercising. Did Punla-senpai also stay in the library for a date today? Punla's beautiful fingers fiddled with the spoon in the bowl. Yeah, the final exam is coming soon. As a prefect, I still have to play a leading role as a model, Ryan said with a chuckle. I believe that it will not be difficult to deal with the final exam with the wisdom of senior sister. Punla's smile was a little dim. I'm not worried about the final exam, it's just that the final exam is over and I'm going back. Noticing Punla's somewhat sad expression, Ryan said, Sister, did you think of something unhappy? What? Punla recovered, and his beautiful face returned to grace and beauty. It's nothing. Ryan's eyes could see clearly, and there was a deep sadness buried in her seemingly confident eyes, but these Ryan did not break through. I've finished eating, senior, I'll take you back. No need. Punlo got up and walked side by side with Ryan. Go do your own thing. The two walked to the door of the hall, and a shout broke the harmony. Hey, Ryan, so here? Ryan turned around and looked. I rubbed it. It turned out to be Tai San Jiao. What the hell is your excited look? Harry. Good evening, Harry. Good evening, Hermione. Good evening, Ron. Cha greeted the trio in a friendly manner, while Punlo looked at Harry in amazement. So you are Harry Potter, and Punlo Cruot from the third year. I'm very happy to meet you. Harry said that he had never seen such a beautiful senior, and immediately blushed a little. Sister Clovert, hello. Hermione looked at Punlo quietly. She was 2 years old. The 13-year-old Punlo was already slender, and looked extremely elegant and dignified. With a good figure, she had a very moving intellectual beauty. And Hermione has also heard the name of Punlo, the prefect of the 3rd grade of Ravenclaw, a good student who is full of praise from teachers and classmates. The strongest contender for the head of the Ravenclaw Student Union. Punlo and Harry shook hands and chuckled. It seems that you still have something to do, so I won't disturb you. Goodbye. Punlo said goodbye to Ryan and others gracefully, and the graceful back slowly disappeared from sight. Hermione said tastefully, I said, you too. Why don't you just stare at people like this? Ryan said that it has nothing to do with himself. What identity am I? How can I leave such a handle? I can take a look at the most out of the corner of my eye, but on the surface, I must not look sideways, otherwise it will damage my image. Harry scratched his head a little embarrassedly. Sorry. Ron, who had not spoken, said in a low voice, I just think that this senior is very familiar. If I remember correctly, this person should be the person my brother Percy is pursuing. Nanny! Suddenly, Ryan, who was calm, was a little restless. Who is Percy? The 3rd son of the Weasley family, a veritable careerist. I remember that Percy was in 4th grade at this time and was also a prefect. Having said that, it reminds me that Punlo seems to be Percy's future girlfriend. Shit, it's horrible. Cha has met Percy, because after Slytherin defeated Gryffindor, the Gryffindor prefect didn't give us a good look at the little snake. No, such a shy guy. How could he hand over the beautiful Punla-senpai to him? And she's only 13, Percy you bastard! Are you also the kind of guy who secretly enjoys 3 years in prison and walks to the death sentence with a smile? Broken. Harry patted his head. It's already 8 o'clock, Cha. Let's hurry up. Ryan, Harry said, Hagrid made an appointment for us to meet at his cottage at 8 o'clock. We better not eat, or Filch will have to sue us when he sees us. Hagrid. Well, the relationship between Ryan and Hagrid is not bad, mainly because Hagrid is honest and kind enough, and he often gets some magical animal materials from Hagrid for experiments. Feeling a bit familiar with the plot, Char followed Harry and the others towards Hagrid's hut. Chapter 42 How to Hatch a Dragon. So how did Ryan Lee know that, Sister Pinlow? Ryan glanced at Hermione's seemingly indifferent eyes. Is this a test of her desire to survive? Professor Flitwick allowed me to study in the Ravenclaw common room, just happened to meet there. Okay, Ron whispered. I thought the two of you had something to do with each other. If that's the case, this guy Percy must be so pissed off. Ryan heard clearly. Haha, Hagrid's hut was not too far from Hogwarts, and the four of them didn't take much time to reach the hut. Hagrid, are you there? A low voice came from the dilapidated hut. Is that Harry? Are you here? Then, there was a ping-pong-pong sound in the hut. It took about half a minute for Hagrid to open the door, and it was only a crack. The four of them could only see the beard on Hagrid's face through the crack of the door. Hagrid, what are you doing? Harry asked strangely. Obviously Hagrid was acting strangely. You come first. Be careful. Don't let people see. Hagrid's big black eyes quickly glanced outside the door, before leaving a small gap in the wooden door for the four of them to enter. So Hagrid, are you hiding something? Ryan's nose moved slightly. It was a little different from when he usually came here. Even though it was in the warm UAI, the temperature in the room was still astonishingly high due to the burning anger, and there was a rather hot Guangi breath in the air. Sure enough, I can't hide it from you. Hagrid pointed helplessly and proudly inside the stove. Look at that. The crowd followed Hagrid's finger and saw a black thing lying in the roaring stove. This is, Ryan approached and confirmed, dragon egg. Dragon eggs. Harry knew that Hagrid always wanted to keep a dragon. You don't want to keep him secretly, right? Hagrid scratched his head embarrassedly. I have this plan. Hermione suddenly said in shock. Hagrid, you are crazy. You should know that it is not allowed to raise dragons without permission in the world. However, it will be born soon, and I can't leave the tower alone. Well, Hagrid's comrade love is overflowing. So Harry and the others took the opportunity to ask Hagrid about Snape and the Philosopher's Stone, as if Harry was cursed on Quidditch some time ago. Ian Sanjiao increasingly confirmed that the man who plotted against the Philosopher's Stone was Snape. It's a pity that Char has no interest in Quidditch, so he didn't go to the Quidditch game that day. If he was there, he would definitely find out the real culprit. Hagrid strongly denied this. Trust me, Snape, he's definitely not that kind of person. Seeing that Hagrid was so sure, even Harry couldn't say much more, although now Professor Snape was becoming more and more suspicious. In this regard, Char still has to say that Hagrid is really accurate in seeing people. Maybe many people don't like Snape, but Hagrid clearly saw the bravery and faith hidden in Snape's heart, and he never doubted Snape at all. Loyalty. Seeing that the topic was a little heavy, Ryan had to divert her attention. Ryan asked, Hagrid, how long will it take for your dragon to hatch? Immediately, Hagrid was a little nervous. Ryan, it's just a child. Don't use it for experiments, and don't use its dragon blood. I'm not some kind of devil. Ryan held her forehead and said, stay nervous, I won't do anything. Unfortunately, there were 3 words clearly written in Hagrid's eyes. I don't believe it. Ryan was silent for a few seconds, and then said, come on. If you still want your dragon to hatch quickly. This sentence was too effective, and Hagrid immediately became honest. It will take about half a month. God trademark half a month. Half a month will pass in 1991. Okay, it will be Christmas soon, dear. Ryan thought for a while. Although you use the fire to ensure the temperature of the dragon eggs as much as possible, it is still too slow. So, you go and find 3 things around Hogwarts. Ryan said, a kind of soil called cloud black mud. You should be able to find them easily under the grass roots that are always sunny all the year round. Hagrid nodded. Is it red heart grass? I know, it's one of the favorite foods of unicorns. Yes, and you can find some blush fruits and phoenix leaves. You don't need much. 5 blush fruits and 5 phoenix leaves. Char's wand was waved, and the appearance of these 2 plants was clearly printed on the cowhide leather on Hagrid's table. The appearance is, chop them up and mix them with cloud black mud. and apply the slurry obtained in this way on. Continue the fire on the shell. This roughly reduces the hatching time of dragon eggs in half. Hagrid asked suspiciously, "Is this really okay?" Ryan said sternly, "Believe in the power of Gwent," Hermione explained. "It's Hagrid like this. These three things mixed together will blend into one substance, which can absorb and store heat extremely well. What a dragon egg needs to hatch is sufficient and stable heat, because their mother will use the dragon's breath that is several times higher than the temperature of the flame to warm the dragon egg. So if you do as Ryan said, the dragon egg will be faster hatched." Ryan silently praised Hermione. "This girl is so smart." Hermione's expression was a little smug, as if to say, "Well, as your little fangirl, I didn't lose your face as a potion and alchemist." As for Harry and Ron, hey, Harry still understands. Ron doesn't know anything. They look at each other. "Forget it. It's okay to be a fake academic tyrant, Harry, but there is still a long distance from the real academic tyrant. Let's do this first." Ryan Dow, "The only thing you can do now is to wait. Remember that the day before the dragon egg is about to hatch, red lines will appear on the eggshell. At this time, you have to make another preparation the first time for the young dragon. Feed. After it hatches, you can feed it a bucket of brandy and chicken blood every half an hour to make it grow as quickly as possible. You have to prepare these two things first. However, the method I just mentioned is the simplest and roughest, and the effect is relatively average, so I will try my best to prepare a powerful growth potion for you these days. I have prepared the potion. You can feed the dragon with the potion I prepared. Otherwise it will follow the original plan." Hagrid was almost moved to tears. "I don't know what to say, but thank you so much, Char." Ryan smiled and said, "It's nothing. But after this dragon hatches, I want to take a tube of blood. I hope you don't refuse." "Harry." "Hermione," Hagrid groaned, "you devil." Chapter 43 Christmas at Hogwarts. When I was in the first grade, it was mainly light and trivial things, and the protagonists and heroines were too young, and there are still many follow-up stories that can be written. In fact, I have read all the book reviews, and I really want to reply, but the system prompts me that the permission is not enough. What can I do? I am also desperate, although Hagrid is very reluctant. He can't beat Zaya, because Zaya said that if you don't give me a tube, I will persecute the dragon still in the eggshell in the future. At this time, Hagrid's fangtooth couldn't help shivering. He was so familiar with his lines. Could it be that the devil is here again? Although Ryan said that he didn't want to be so cruel, he couldn't help it. You must know that the blood of a newly born young dragon may not be strong enough in terms of magic power, but its purity is the pinnacle of life. In this way, something of great research value cannot be tolerated. However, compared to the dragon eggs that will take some time to hatch, what Char is currently thinking about is how to spend the upcoming Christmas. Christmas is one of the most important festivals in the West and the most solemn time of the year. Comparing the routines and daily habits of previous years, Char wrote 3 letters quickly, and then called Xulio, who was going to play crazy, to bring it back to Star Castle in Notting Island. As for the growth potion promised to Hagrid, it took only half an hour for Char to decide. Of course, many of the materials were bought from our beloved Professor Snape. The rest of the time Char is still in Gryffindor's Iron Sanjiao, Slytherin. Plus time between Ravenclaw desks. During the period of studying in the Ravenclaw common room, the beautiful Punlo senior sister Iron still met many times, and it was still so pleasing to the eyes. It's a pity that Ryan didn't know. Hermione saw all this very clearly. I don't know why Hermione was a little bit appetizing. Soon, Christmas is coming, just as a winter snow will bring a different scenery to the country. The silver-clad Hogwarts castle is covered with a layer of white veil, like a shy bride. Normally, Hogwarts would allow the parents of the students to pick up the little wizard, because Christmas Eve was a time for family reunion, and the school would naturally not impose interference. Ryan stayed in the school silently, while the Star Castle was taken care of by the elf Syphos, and he had no other family, so there was no need to go back. Compared with the white world outside, The interior of Hogwarts at night is completely different. Bright and dazzling lights filled every corner of Hogwarts. In that spacious and beautiful hall, gorgeous crystal lamps that had not been used for a long time were also reused, and the orange flames were even more magnificent. The snow-white marble tabletop has a variety of rich dishes already set up, and the luscious color and rich aroma make chewy Ryan crave. There are various Christmas trees around the hall, with various decorations hanging on them. This is a collective arrangement of Ravenclaw with ingenuity, and Char also participated in it amicably. Char greeted Hagrid, who came carrying the Christmas tree. "Ah, Hagrid, hello." "Hello, Merry Christmas, Char. So are you?" "The last tree was brought in and put in the corner over there." "Okay." The auditorium looks magnificent. The walls were covered with festoons of holly and mistletoe, and there were a dozen towering Christmas trees all over the room, some with tiny icicles, some with hundreds of candles. After Dumbledore happily announced the start of the dinner, everyone started their Christmas dinner. Some people are desperately destroying the food in front of them, and some people are happily chatting with the people on the side. The scene is very harmonious and warm. On the high platform, Dumbledore, with a neatly combed beard, was happily talking to the professor, and a relaxed smile flashed on his face from time to time. Char is sitting on the long table in Slytherin, behind him are the Gryffindors, and opposite him is the Ravenclaw kitty. A lot of students walks towards Zaya with wine glasses miserably, muttering in their mouths, as if they were talking about something about the Gwent card. In this regard, Zaya could only slap the horns and let them all be invisible. Ravenclaw's little eagles also seem to welcome the wise Slytherin student in front of them. They are friendly and staggered with Zaya, saying what to welcome the little sons of Hogwarts to Ravenclaw exchanges and learns all kinds of things. "Well, just a little bit of fruit wine will make you dizzy. Children, don't touch these things. Things will happen." It's a pity that Ryan's physique seems to be naturally insulated from alcohol. Apart from the sour pleasure, there is hardly any drunkenness. Instead, batches of people fall down in front of him. Looks like it's about time. Seeing that the atmosphere of the party was getting warmer and was about to go to gouge out, Zaya snapped her fingers lightly, and every Christmas tree in the hall shook, as if she was about to throw something out. The shaking lasted for a few seconds, and suddenly countless white paper cranes flew out of the Christmas tree, and they each carried small packages on their bodies, and accurately dropped each package into the hands of the Hogwarts students. "Ryan, is this what you did?" Hermione behind her patted Zaya's back. Her face was a little flushed, and she didn't know if it was because of drinking. Ryan whispered, "Calm down." The classmates opened the package with some curiosity, and suddenly the whole person was not calm. It was actually a Quinty brand ordinary bag, a delicate bag, and a luxury bag! Give it away for free! And there is a beautiful note in the package. "Merry Christmas to all the wizards who love Gwent cards and don't sigh Gwent cards." Well, Boss Char is so cool. Countless students suddenly fainted with happiness. Due to the promotion of Gwent, the teachers now have many loyal fans, and everyone couldn't help laughing at this little surprise from Char. Only Snape looked at the package in front of me with a stern look on his face. "Why did the package fall into the soup bowl in front of me? Did you know that the soup splashed on my face?" Resisting his anger, Snape silently took a towel and wiped his face. "Forget it. I don't care about you for Christmas." Dumbledore stood up with a smile, holding up the gold cup in his hand. "Let's thank Mr. Ambrosius for his kindness." Seeing this, Ryan stood up and replied, "It's all trivial, but I think we should cheer together at this time. Merry Christmas." Many enthusiastic students at Hogwarts raised their glasses, some with juice, some with cider, but their hearts were hidden in it. Yes, Merry Christmas. The banquet slowly came to an end in such a wonderful atmosphere, and the students slowly returned to their dormitories, although the school will give the students a day off tomorrow. You wait. Ryan, who was ready to leave, was a little surprised. then waved his hand to say goodbye to the little snakes in Slytherin. "You guys go back first." It turned out that it was Hermione standing pretty in front of the stairs. Chapter 44, The correct posture for feeding the dragon. I saw what a classmate said in the book review. At present, I can't spoil too much, but I can be responsible for saying that it is definitely not limited to the main world line of Harry Potter. As some children's shoes have said, Harry Potter texts are prone to overly detailed daily watering, such as the first part, but the first part can't be written, and that's just the tone. So I am trying to compress the plot of the first part as much as possible. For example, I will simply skip Quidditch, the Mirror of Erised, etc. After all, no one wants to spend too much time watching this overly detailed daily life, and everyone should be tired of it. There are still many stories in the back, so I have to speed up the progress appropriately so that the protagonist can grow up quickly. Otherwise, how to deal with girls, you know. That's it for now. The book will be officially launched in about 2 days, and there will be a lot of updates at that time. I can't say how much. So, make a reservation here in advance, and I also hope that the spectators will give some flowers. Pay attention, subscribe and collect. Hermione, what's wrong with you? Ryan looked at Hermione, whose face was flushed, with some amusing, drinking wine. First, don't worry about it. Hermione walked quickly to Ryan, and the faint scent of fruit wine came from her body. Ryan, I have something to ask you. Hermione seemed to have exhausted all her courage. What kind of girl do you like? Ryan looked at Hermione strangely. Why are you asking this? Hermione was a little anxious. Don't worry about it. Tell me. Ryan thought for a while. There is no exact type. Maybe the charm of pharmaceuticals is enough. 23,333. Pooh. Hermione rolled her eyes at Ryan and continued to ask, then, do you have a girl you like? Char knocked on Hermione's head. Our Miss Granger has been a little busy recently. It hurts. Hermione covered her head and looked at Ryan with tears in her eyes. Are you treating your little fangirl like this? God, trademark little fangirl, wake up. Hee. It seems that the little brother of Ambrosius has a lot of charm. Well, what are you talking about? Punlo just walked down the stairs slowly, and Punlo could hear what he said just now. Punlo hugged Hermione, who was a little dizzy. For the sake of your generous gift of Quint's triple pack, he'll help you send your cute little fangirl back. Ryan's corners twitched slightly. Then, please trouble Senior. Okay. So Punlo helped the dizzy Hermione back to Gryffindor, leaving Char to shake his head helplessly. What should I do? I also really want to do some things I love, but I'm only 11 years old. Okay. Forget it. I don't want to do so much anymore. I slipped away. In this way, the happy Christmas night officially came after the bells tolled on Christmas Eve. And for Christmas, Harry also received a special gift, the invisibility cloak, one of the 3 Deathly Hallows. In view of this suit's stealth ability, Harry has more space to do what he wants to do. So a certain Harry often shuttles in the Forbidden Area to learn about the Philosopher's Stone and Nicole May everything. So, what Lewis guarded was the Philosopher's Stone, and what Hagrid took from Gringotts was also the Philosopher's Stone, and the real function of the Philosopher's Stone is for immortality. Harry was unbelievably certain of the answer, so he quietly asked Char. The magic stone can indeed greatly extend the lifespan of human beings, and it can also repair the wounds of the soul. Ryan also gave him some popular science, by the way, which is the key point in the first Harry Potter plot. First of all, it must be clear that the Philosopher's Stone is not a resurrection stone. Their properties are completely different. The essence of the Philosopher's Stone is a product of alchemy. You can also call it the Sage's Stone. It can turn stones into gold, and can perform incredible non-equivalent exchanges. The Resurrection Stone is the Deathly Hallows, a product of rules. The Resurrection Stone actually has no effect on people with a broken soul like Voldemort, because Voldemort's soul is still there. He is not dead, and he is very weak, What he wants now is to replenish the power of the soul as soon as possible. So he took a fancy to the Philosopher's Stone. So, who is trying to steal the Philosopher's Stone? Ryan said with a smile. Actually, this question is very simple. Who is half dead, and who has the idea of playing the Philosopher's Stone with such strength? Harry reacted immediately. You mean, Voldemort? Ryan said, it's very possible, but I think you're a little lost now. You put too much energy into studying the uncertain, and your own strengths are very weak. Don't be blinded by the curiosity in front of you. You should know what your goal is. Harry was lost in thought as he watched Ryan's retreating back. It seems that he has been a little too slack recently. If it hadn't been for Chaya to supervise it many times, he might not even be able to do his homework now. Days passed, and Harry, who had finally been able to calm down and study seriously, received a note with 4 words on it. Coming out soon. Suddenly Harry and the others couldn't sit still, and Ron urged, let's just escape the herbal medicine class. Hermione strongly disagreed with this. What a joke. I am a dignified Hermione. After all, I am also the second top student in the first year, so why can I skip class? Ryan thought for a while. Let's do it at night. If someone else finds out about this, Hagrid will be finished. Well, it seems to make some sense. After the 4 of them finished their dinner, they ran towards the edge of the Forbidden Forest. Hagrid greeted them, flushed and excited. It's coming out soon. He let Ryan and others into the hut. The egg was lying on the table. There was already a deep crack on it, and the eggshell had red lines on it. There was something moving in there, making a playful clicking sound. They all moved their chairs closer to the table, holding their breaths and watching closely. Suddenly, with a harsh scratching sound, the egg cracked. Reno Long was swaying and flapping on the table. It's not actually pretty, like a crumpled black umbrella. Its thorny wings are particularly large compared to its thin, jet-black body. It also has a large long nose, white nostrils, horns on its head, and orange-hued eyes that protrude outwards. Hey, kinda ugly western dragon. Chaya quickly searched for his memory, this iconic appearance and wings. This is a very healthy Norse Spinosaurus. It seems that you quickly used the method I told you. It sneezed and spewed a few sparks from its nose. It's beautiful, isn't it? Hagrid murmured, and he put out a hand and touched the little dragon's head. Reno Long bit his finger in one bite, revealing his long, pointed teeth, thanks to Hagrid's thick skin, or else his fingers might have been bitten off. Be careful, don't forget to feed him. Ryan calmly pulled out the prepared growth potion from her arms, pulled out the cork, and handed it to Hagrid. Just drop a little. Chapter 45 The Baby Dragon Who Can't Be Raised. Thanks. Hagrid held the potion bottle, carefully controlling his strength, for fear that the bottle would be crushed accidentally. The slanted bottle contains a bright red and translucent ye body. This potion contains extremely high heat and sufficient energy. 1 drop can meet the normal needs of the young dragon. The red potion with a faint fragrance immediately attracted the attention of the little Norse Spinosaurus, and out of instinct, it opened its zest obediently, waiting for the potion to fall. When the potion fell into his stomach, the little Norse Spinosaurus curled up comfortably, staring at Hagrid with bright small eyes. Ryan nodded. Usually oviparous animals will remember who they see for the first time. Through this kind of feeding, this dragon has deepened his impression of you again, and he will never forget you no matter what happens in the future. Hagrid was a little surprised. What is the future anyway? Ryan Dow, I'll tell you later. According to the agreement, I will take some of his blood. Hagrid looked embarrassed. He's so young, can't you wait a few days? Ryan shook his head. Don't talk about a few days, just give him the medicine in 10 minutes and it will be used by it. By then, its blood will no longer be so pure, and I don't need to take it away. Don't worry, a little blood won't hurt him. Char's finger lightly tapped on the head of the little Norwegian Spinosaurus. When night falls, pass out. The 2 spells used by the Starfalus caster gently hit the little Norwegian Spinosaurus, and the little Norwegian Spinosaurus shook its small head and fell into a deep sleep. Ryan, you have to be careful. Don't hurt it. take a little less. I know. Ryan kept moving, and quickly took out a syringe from the storage bag. Hermione's eyes suddenly lit up. She didn't expect that Ryan would actually use things from the Muggle world. Time is not enough. The digestion speed of dragons is too fast. The energy contained in the drop of medicine just now is enough to meet the food needs of a tiger for a day. For the purity of blood, it must be quick. Char's dexterous hand pushed the syringe into the wings of the little Norse Spinosaurus, a place where the dragon's blood is extremely active, and then took a little bit from each side and carefully hidden it in the crystal bottle. Okay. With a snap of Char's fingers, the spell cast on the little Norse Spinosaurus was immediately cancelled, and a sober spell was attached at the same time. So the little Norwegian Spinosaurus stared blankly at Hagrid for a year after waking up. He only felt that he was very tired, and his wings were a little sore. Forget it. Let's rest for a while. Ryan watched with satisfaction that the crystal product did not contain much, but it was definitely the purest dragon blood. It was a treasure, and it was absolutely fresh. Even from the Dragon Pavilion in Romania, there is not necessarily a chance to get such pure blood. This is a treasure that no amount of money can buy, and it plays a very critical role in Char's future plans. Hagrid, as a friend, I have to remind you that the dragon race is growing so fast that you can't imagine. Don't look at him as thin as a crow now. In a month, he will be bigger than your house. Ryan Dow, whether it is the space for raising the dragon or the hard conditions, it is impossible for you to raise him. Hagrid was suddenly very sad, and his words were a little weeping. But it's still so young and has no parents. How will it grow up without me? Don't worry about this. The dragon's instinct is much stronger than you think. Even if you leave it in the forest now, it will definitely rely on its instinct to survive tenaciously. Saying that, Char took out a large bottle of growth potion from the storage bag in his sleeve. The weight here should be enough for you to feed it for a week, and after a week, he will need to eat fresh blood. The weight is about the same as a whole buffalo every day. Of course, this is only temporary. It will only get bigger and bigger, and I don't think you can meet his needs. Well, this baby dragon is no small baby. Hagrid knew that what Ryan said was right, and for the sake of this dragon, he searched for a lot of written information about dragons for the first time. So, what should I do? 2 ways. Ryan Shin pointed out. 1. Find an ecologically rich forest to release him. The process may be difficult, but it has a very high probability of surviving. No, this is too dangerous. Then I continue to talk about the second method. You send it to the Dragon Pavilion, where the breeders will raise it, and they will release it after they have the skills. The probability of non-accidental death of the dragon is almost 0. This. Hagrid hesitated, but at this moment Ron said, I think I can help with this. Except for Ryan. Everyone looked at Ron in astonishment. Waste Chai. Ron actually said that he could help. Ron said a little embarrassedly, my brother Charlie, he works in the Dragon Pavilion in Romania. I can contact him and let them send someone to pick this up. Noble. Okay, Norbert. Ron continued, don't worry, my brother and the others are experienced dragon researchers, and they will definitely raise Norbert. Nice suggestion. Ryan Dow. Romania's Dragon Pavilion is also well known in the magic world. It seems that your brother Ron is very good, so you can enter a place like the Romanian Dragon Pavilion. When he mentioned his brother, Ron fell into silence, with a complex light in his eyes. You'd better take good care of it these days, Norbert. Ryan handed the potion bottle to Hagrid to keep it well. This thing is very attractive to any animal. If it breaks, I am afraid that a group of creatures from the Forbidden Forest will have to come to Hagrid. Although the Norse Spinosaurus named Garnoba by Hagrid in front of him looked really ugly, it still didn't reduce everyone's interest in it, and the 4 of them set out on their way back very late. It's a pity that what greeted them was not the gate of Hogwarts, but a serious face. Professor McGonagall was standing there indifferently, while Filch was snickering. Look at the professor, they're back. Immediately, Ryan felt a pain in his head. Malfoy was a lot more sensible this semester and didn't come to trouble himself and Harry, but this Filch was wrong. Mr. Filch, thank you for your report. Professor McGonagall walked down the stairs, anger in her words. Do you know how serious it is to leave school in the middle of the night? If something happens, how should I explain to your guardian? Char looks at the sky. As for what? Hagrid's hut is not far from the school, and we didn't leave the island of Hogwarts. Especially you, Mr. Ambrosius. I think you should take the lead and not lead your friends around. Okay, right. Ryan had to look at Professor McGonagall. I'm very sorry, Professor McGonagall. This time it was just an accident. Trust us, there will never be another time. Chapter 46 Punishment. Next time, Professor McGonagall laughed in anger, her voice trembling. Do you know that it is one of the worst behaviors for first-year freshmen to wander off campus without sleep at night at Hogwarts? And for this, I must punish you. So each of you will deduct 50 points for your own academy. 50 points? Harry and Ron were suddenly speechless. Gryffindor had been held down by Slytherin this year. Although the Quidditch victory had been recovered a little, the points that Ryan alone had added together were really high. Too much. At present, Gryffindor and Slytherin are slightly worse, but it is not hopeless. Today, Gryffindor has gained 150 points, and Slytherin has lost 50 points. No matter what, Slytherin earns. Char shrugged. I apologize for our reckless behavior. I hope this will calm your anger, Professor McGonagall. Filch said sympathetically. Professor McGonagall, I remember that according to the school rules, first-year freshmen who don't obey the rules will be locked up for a month. Professor McGonagall said that his heart was bleeding, because the most deducted was his college grades. I was already very distressed, but this stupid Filch was still fanning the flames, and it was not for Mag to punish, or not to punish. As the semester is coming to an end, I have no right to keep you locked up in school until the end of the month. Professor McGonagall paused. So, I will punish you for accompanying Hagrid to the Forbidden Forest for one night. Accompany Hagrid, go to the Forbidden Forest. So is this a punishment or a play? Although the Forbidden Forest is dangerous, Ryan is not afraid. On the one hand, there is Hagrid, who is familiar with the layout of the Forbidden Forest. He has his own High-Donk King's Yule. Filch was rather happy. Professor McGonagall, you are indeed the most fair. I think this child will definitely remember this lesson deeply. Why did Filch hate the four of Char and the four of them so much? Actually, the culprit wasn't Harry's usual mischief, so he kept this matter in his mind. Seeing that Hermione and others seemed to want to defend Professor McGonagall's punishment, Zaya hurried to stop it. I know Professor McGonagall, and I am willing to accept the punishment. Tice and Zhao glanced at each other, made a decision immediately, and accepted Mag's punishment like Ryan. Very well, then your punishment will start from Friday this weekend. Filch, who was beside Professor McGonagall's indifferent team, said, when the time comes, ask Mr. Filch to take them to Hagrid. Okay, Professor. After finishing speaking, Filch hugged and pulled the chubby Mrs. Norris, and followed Mag back to the castle with a smile. There are still a few days before the punishment begins, and Harry and the others have had a hard time in the past few days, because the three of them directly made Gryffindor the last of the four academies, and many seniors immediately expressed their dissatisfaction, especially Ron's older brother Percy, as a fourth-grade prefect, ran over and scolded his younger brother. And the time for the final exam is getting closer and closer. Harry and the others have to hurry up to review the essential subjects. In this regard, Ryan just gave them a notebook to organize. It is obviously such a simple thing. With the spirit of helping others, Char will never use a magic quill to write such a study note. Although Slytherin lost 50 points, he also lost 50 points because he brought Gryffindor. Not only did the first position not waver, but the difference with the second was even wider. Coupled with the unprecedented unity of the little snakes this year, what? Our Slytherin classmate Ryan committed a crime. Don't think about it, there must be something wrong with the Hogwarts system. We don't need to worry about it, and Ryan won it for us again in a few days. Just kidding, now we Slytherin have generated a lot of benefits due to Ryan's arrival. In view of the majesty that Ryan unconsciously established in the Academy duel, and his own noble blood, Slytherin has been integrated by him invisibly, and many bad habits Ryan directly made him stillborn, such as extreme purebloodism, personality cult, etc. The other three academies don't hate this cold snake so much. During this period, Ryan still maintained his calm and normal learning tone, and Punlo made a special joke for this. I said, "Little brother Ambrosius, you are only in the first grade, why are you so calm? Maybe you have a young face, and you are almost an adult." In this regard, Ryan can only silently complain in her heart. Including my previous life, I am now in my 30s, okay? Hey, it seems that there is no problem with Punla-senpai's potions, so don't ask me about potions in the future. Do not. Well, basically, potions are pretty good except for some people. Most people have a hard time learning it. This is not only related to the subject, but also has a lot to do with the teaching method of a potions professor Snape. Punlo often came over to rub Ryan's head and asked him to make up for himself. Anyway, in Ryan's eyes, the textbook for the 3rd grade was the most basic potion manipulation. Speaking of which, just yesterday, Charlie brought his friends to Hogwarts to pick up Norbert. Norbert was just born a week ago, but he reminded him that he was bigger than a goat, and the dragon's breath was also start with enough temperature. Therefore, the staff of the Dragon Pavilion in Romania had to use a special cage to take Norbert away in a painful separation. It was also tonight that what Ryan had been waiting for a long time finally came. At 11 o'clock, some sleepy-eye and Sanjiao came out of the Gryffindor lounge. At this time, the moon was bright outside, Filch was already waiting at the door, and next to him, he closed his eyes and didn't bother to look at Filch. "Shire, it seems that you are all here, and then you should enjoy your punishment." Filch looked at them sideways while holding an old oil lamp, and continued, "Actually, in my opinion, the best punishment is to hang your wrists with ropes like the old-fashioned punishments of the past. Hang you from the ceiling for days at a time. I still have those chains in my office, and I often oil them. Maybe someday it will come in handy. Let's go. Don't think about running away. If you run away, you won't have any good fruit to eat." Along the way, Filch led the 4 of them to keep saying brokenly, which was full of contempt for the 4 of them, as well as smug laughter. "The 3 of Harry are disgusting, but they are currently punishing them. If they go back, they are not allowed to sue this bad old man again. But a certain Ryan is really annoying." Amy Ryan gently opened her blindfolded eyes and said coldly, "Filch, it's almost enough. From now on, if you dare to say a word in front of me again, I'll pay for the Hogwarts school. The board of directors will directly fire you. You know I have this ability." Filch suddenly broke out in cold sweat. Was fired? At this time, Filch remembered that the young man in front of him was rich. And he was very rich. Think about the characters of the directors of the Hogwarts board. No, absolutely not. I've been at Hogwarts for so long, if I get fired, where do I go? Chapter 47, Night in the Forbidden Forest. Char's words were very effective. Filch stopped talking immediately, and the world became much quieter. They strode across the pitch-dark field. The moonlight was bright, but clouds kept drifting over the moon and plunging them into darkness. Harry could see the lighted windows in Hagrid's cabin. Then they heard a shout in the distance. "Is that you, Filch? Come on, I'm going." "Okay, here it is." "Only Xin," Filch said, "you probably thought you were going to have a good time with that idiot. Think again, boy, going to the Forbidden Forest. If you can come out safe and sound, I'm wrong. Here, I wish you all a wonderful night in the Forbidden Forest. Hee hee. I hope you are all safe when I come back at dawn." After finishing speaking, Filch took small steps and left here. Although he didn't dare to say bad things in front of Ryan, who knows what he was thinking. Ron swallowed. "I heard that there are many strange creatures in the Forbidden Forest at Hogwarts, and there are even werewolves." Ryan Dow, "Don't worry, I believe Hagrid will protect us." After speaking, the door of Hagrid's cabin opened. Hagrid was carrying his huge crossbow and a bag of bows and arrows on his back, but his bearded face seemed a little tired. Ryan saw clearly, and immediately asked, "Hagrid, you didn't rest because Norbert was sent away, okay?" Hagrid waved his hand. I don't mention it, it's my fault. If I didn't let you come to see Norbert, you wouldn't be punished. Don't worry, we are just doing a simple search in the Forbidden Forest tonight. There shouldn't be any danger. I will protect you. You can go back after dawn. He led Depression and the others to the edge of the Forbidden Forest, raised the lamp high, and pointed to a small intestine path that gradually disappeared into the depths of the dark jungle. They looked into the Forbidden Forest, and a breeze was blowing their hair. Look over there, Hagrid said. See that shiny thing on the ground? Silver? That's unicorn blood. One of the unicorns in the Forbidden Forest got hit by something, badly. This is the second time in a week. I found one dead last Wednesday. We're going to fight to find the poor unicorn, and make it free from pain. The unicorn, a symbol of purity, beauty and nobility, the seemingly simple injury is actually a conspiracy. So, can I see you, Voldemort? Ryan's dazzling golden pupils were even brighter in the moonlight, and for this moment, he recharged his energy for a long time. Hagrid said, let's split our troops. You can be with me or with Yaya, no matter who you are with. The creatures in the Forbidden Forest will not take the initiative to attack you, because it is them and Professor Dumbledore. The agreement, once violated, they will be punished by the magic contract. Actually, there's no need to be so troublesome. Char's wand was gently waved, and a distant syllable sounded out of thin air, followed by a clear eagle call in response. Then, is that Char's owl? Ryan rolled her eyes at Harry. Hi Donk King, what owl? Remember, it's called Xueluo. Xueluo flew very fast, and it didn't take long for him to come to Ryan's side from the depths of the Forbidden Forest. After falling down, he rubbed the back of Ryan's hand affectionately. Good. Ryan smiled and took the cod from a special space in the storage bag and threw it to Xueluo. Hagrid looked at Xueluo in amazement. This is so magnificent and noble. I have never seen such a beautiful eagle. Char said, it's not just beautiful. Saying that, Zaya walked to the middle of the path and held a mass of dirt, which contained the blood of unicorns. Good Xueluo, go find where the owner of this blood is. Xueluo stared at the blood for a while with piercing eyes, and then carefully asked about its taste. Random. Xueluo spread his wings and flew high, looking for it in the sky above the Forbidden Forest. Hermione looked uncertainly at the shadow of Xueluo's departure. Xueluo seems to have grown up again. Ryan nodded. It's still in the growth stage now. Under normal circumstances, he can grow to 1 meter long and 2 meters wide when he spreads his wings. Forbidden Forest has a lot to eat and drink, and it's normal to grow up. Hey, did Xueluo find it so quickly? Just when Ryan was about to explain, Xueluo, who had not yet flown far away, was already screaming loudly, and everyone hurriedly followed the sound. It was getting closer and closer to the place where Xueluo made the sound. Everyone passed through the dark forest. Xueluo was standing on the ground, and his wings quickly flapped a few times, as if he was a child waiting to be praised. And behind Xueluo was a scene that no one had ever seen before. A snow-white, pure and kind unicorn is lying weakly on the ground. Its neck is full of ugly bite marks, and it is from the neck wound. The unicorn's silver-white animal blood flows wantonly. In the massive blood loss, ended his terraced life. Hagrid held the tree and walked to the unicorn to verify it again. It didn't take long for the unicorn to die. So is this guy who attacked the unicorn crazy? He will be cursed by the unicorn forever. Ryan said, actually, it's nothing. Although the unicorn is pure enough, killing him will also bear heavy sins. But most people only care about the exchange of interests. If the unicorn's death can get him what he wants, so what's the price? Ryan pointed to the space behind the unicorn. Xueluo is not very familiar with the place behind, but in my opinion, the guy who hurt the unicorn hasn't gone far. The path leading to the depths of the Forbidden Forest was still strewn with mottled blood, and the silver blood was shining brightly under the lights in the hands of everyone. Chapter 48 The Confrontation Between Two People. I worked overtime at noon, so I didn't have time to issue the chapter. It's a little late, please forgive me. What the hell attacked the unicorn? Hagrid walked over with some doubts. The newest blood on the ground still had a faint lingering warmth. I never knew any beast would attack a unicorn so madly. Ryan said, maybe it's not the beast that attacked the unicorn. What's the meaning? Immediately, everyone turned their heads to look at Ryan, only to hear him say, the fresh blood of unicorns can extend the lifespan and protect the soul to a certain extent. Harry immediately reacted, this familiar line, and this familiar effect. Char, you mean, who attacked the unicorn? Ryan gave Harry a look to signal him not to say that name. After all, for most people, it was still a Ginge existence, and it would cause unnecessary panic. Harry understood in seconds, and obediently stopped his mouth, leaving Hagrid and the others dumbfounded. So let's not split into two teams. You will follow me later. Although it is still uncertain who attacked the unicorn, it is certain that this is definitely not a docile guy. Hagrid tightened Qigong Ryan's back, and the atmosphere suddenly became a little heavy. Ryan was a little helpless about this. Hagrid might be a good player against beasts, but if he faced those wizards with superb skills, he would be hanged and beaten. Everyone walked very slowly, following the thin blood stains on the ground to move deeper into the Forbidden Forest. That is, Hermione covered hers trying not to make a sound. Coinciding with a ray of moonlight, I saw a unicorn lying weakly under a dead tree, its body twitching slightly, and it could feel that the fresh life was constantly being lost. And on the dying unicorn was a black figure, and there was the sound of gulping in the middle, as if a hungry traveler in the desert met an oasis. The figure noticed Ryan and others, and turned around abruptly. It turned out to be a wizard in a black cloak. Although the hood blocked his face, the silver blood at the bottom of his corner showed that he was attacking. Unicorn Man, flick away. Ryan's paws trembled almost instantly, and he was sensitive to the restless magic power in the air, so he waved his hand, and the faint magic power fluctuations directly shook the people beside him behind him. The man in black in front of him, or Quirrell, suddenly pulled out his wand, and the miserable green light hit the crowd. Avada Somi? Chai also quickly pulled out his wand, and at the same time threw a memory crystal ball without a trace. The death curse is not defenseless, but the soul of the person who is hit by the death curse will be separated from Ruti, so it can be understood as the most effective beheading method in the Harry Potter world. Voldemort, who is so weak now, has countless black magic knowledge but is still subject to Quirrell's own strength. At this time, Quirrell was cursed by unicorns and absorbed nutrients by Voldemort. How much prosperity is there? Strength. Facing Quirrell's death curse, Char's red sandalwood wand quickly drew a perfect circle in the air, drawing the ground as a prison. This is the spell used when teaching a grumpy old senior in Gryffindor during a duel in the academy. The attack spell cast by anyone whose magic power does not crush Char will be controlled by this spell. As for maintaining control, whether it is eliminated or reflected, the mana that needs to be consumed is different. Quirrell's death curse was firmly controlled by drawing the ground as a prison, and the green magic seemed to be an emerald night pearl, glistening in the dark Forbidden Forest. Sure enough, my body is still a little fragile. Ryan frowned slightly. Although the magic power required to control this spell was completely within his control, but it was also a big magic shock to his body, and he clearly felt a little tired. Since I can't control it for a long time, I will give it back to you. Char threw the wand, and the emerald night pearl at the tip of the wand suddenly changed color. It was the color of Char's own magic, a bright golden color, like the rays of the sun. Quirrell also slammed his wand out in surprise, so at the cost of his body being knocked back a few steps, the rebounded magic power was directly knocked away by him, and the pure magic power fell directly on the tree next to him, caused a small explosion. I don't know what Quirrell was thinking, but his actions were obviously cautious and serious. He gave up using those spells that he shook for a long time before casting. This is what a duel between wizards should look like. In the face of such an attack, although Zaya can use a super armor spell to directly knock it out, it will reveal flaws due to the slightly longer swinging process. So Ryan's choice is to see tricks and dismantle tricks. Each action of the wand has its own specific meaning. For example, Tapping represents the release of magic power, drawing a circle is equivalent to delaying the release, and waving it has its own meaning. Combining these magic power releases and gestures, you can roughly deduce what kind of effect Quirrell's spell has. Therefore, when Char also used a refined little spell to confront Quirrell, the harsh and gorgeous magic sparks bloomed in the middle of the night. Row is that Char has gradually turned from defense to offense, but Quirrell is still as stable as Mount Tai, as if he has no emotions. Fighting machine. Shit, doesn't this guy feel tired? Under Ryan I use fierce attack. Quirrell dealt with it easily and casually, giving Ryan a little headache. What should I do? This fight will definitely make me lose my strength in the end, and it's hard to find an opportunity to take drugs in a high-speed duel in such a small place. Of course, all this back and forth was only a dozen seconds in total, and Hermione, who was still stunned watching the two silent little magic spells confrontation, suddenly discovered the problem. Ryan can only drag the man in black in front of him at the moment. Hagrid, hurry up. Help Ryan. Well, our classmate Hagrid, who was watching the play, finally got his brain working normally. Although he would definitely be hit by the curse if he rushed in, Hagrid also had his own long-range weapon. So Hagrid took off the crossbow he was carrying, and almost didn't hesitate to shoot the bow and arrow in one go. This crossbow is a kind of existence similar to a crossbow, and its power is much greater than that of ordinary crossbows, and Hagrid's crossbow is an extra-large existence, and the arrows shot out are nearly 1 meter long. Hagrid's aim was good, and he aimed directly at Quirrell, and Char couldn't help but praise Comrade Hagrid. The swift feather arrow made Quirrell have to temporarily avoid the head-to-head confrontation with Char. He suddenly increased his magic power, and the two stepped back a few steps each during the magic collision. Slow down. Quirrell, who was hiding under the cloak, made a hoarse and unpleasant sound, and the speed of the feather arrow dropped to a palpable speed, and finally fell weakly to the ground. But those few seconds were enough for Char to give Quirrell something good. So Ryan took out an unknown bottle of black potion from his pocket and threw it at Quirrell. Hey, let me give you something good. Chapter 49. The Curse Against Boom. Quirrell, who was possessed by Voldemort, may not be strong, but his senses are definitely sensitive enough. After all, he now has 2 souls in his body. Quirrell hardly thought about it, and the wand released a smashing spell, causing the potion, which had not yet reached the apex of the parabola he threw, to explode directly. Ryan's face suddenly looked contemptuous. Stupid Voldemort, you have never dealt with this kind of drug-drinking person. How can you detonate a bottle of potion in the middle? Char's wand pointed at the scattered potion and released the most basic form of magic power structure: acceleration and impact. The concoction that had not yet had time to land suddenly poured a black rain on Quirrell's classmates, who got up, but the smell of the rain was a little bit. Ryan clearly heard the unpleasant voice roaring, "Damn, what is this? The clear spring is like water, and it looks brand new." Ryan smiled and said, "Don't waste your energy. This is the fragrant potion that I made by putting the most difficult and sticky stench potions in one piece. As long as it falls on you, there is no conventional means to make him disappear other than letting him dissipate naturally." At this time, several people next to them covered their noses. Well, this smell is so fragrant, it is more terrifying than any disgusting smell you can imagine. Damn, kill him, kill him. After several attempts to no avail, Quirrell's movements under the cloak were extremely embarrassing, and the voice was instructing Quirrell to take the next move. Quirrell's wand condensed amazing magic. This time he didn't use the death curse, but he used more evil and terrifying black magic. I saw a giant snake transformed into Lihuo volleyed into the sky, and then the Lihuo giant snake bounced and rushed towards Ryan. The fire in the sky almost instantly devoured what was in front of him. This is a variation of the fierce fire spell, which simulates the shape of an animal to make it more cohesive and destructive. Although Lihuo is extremely evil, and has very strong destructiveness and continuous burning, he is still a kind of fire element, and this is the essence that cannot be changed. At this time, There are two most effective ways to deal with it. The first is to fight against the water element of the heterotopic phase, and the second is to devour it with the same but purer fire element. Compared with the fire element, the production of the water element is much more troublesome. Most wizards are more manipulating the existing water. In view of the actual situation, Ryan decisively gave up the water element. Therefore, Zaya used higher level flame magic, and this time, the red sandalwood wand did not construct a magic net for casting spells by waving it. This is the advanced magic that Zayal earned from the chapter of conjuration. The magic power is constantly surging from Char's physical strength, and the wand in Char's hand is the outlet for the magic power. Ryan's wand pointed at the ferocious fire snake and whispered, "The fire of the sky." The color around the wand gradually turned red after the spell came out, and pale golden flames circled around the wand. A golden fireball appeared in front of Char. The fireball was sacred and bright, like the second sun that appeared in the center of the Forbidden Forest. What was even more amazing was that although the serpent of fiery fire shot by Quirrell was bigger, it could only be pulled by the golden fireball, so the crimson flame and the golden flame collided directly, and the strong shockwave was accompanied by a terrifying momentum. The few first-year goblins behind Ryan were completely speechless. "Hagrid, take Hermione and the others away." Ryan almost shouted this sentence. Hagrid had seen Dumbledore's style after all. Naturally, he knew that it would be a drag on Ryan's side at this time, so he hugged Hermione and the three of them. "Run back. It's not over yet," Ryan said in a deep voice. "The fire of the sky, the glory of wisdom. Thank the merciful Prometheus for bringing the flame of the gods to the world. The stars are changing, and the glory of the ancients is reappearing here." This is the follow-up chant. Voldemort behind Quirrell's head was speechless in surprise. How could he possibly have mastered such a profound spell at his age? Every time Ryan sang a sentence, the magic power in the body was exhausted, and the golden light ball became more and more bright. Finally, the golden light ball shattered like an eggshell, and the rich golden flame turned into a firestorm. The mighty Lehuo serpent in front of him was slowly swallowed by the golden storm, and finally disappeared without a trace, and the golden storm continued to attack Quirrell. The flustered Quirrell couldn't take this move and could only wave his robe. He turned into a cloud of smoke and dexterously avoided the attack, and the golden flame storm directly blasted a piece of the open space in the Forbidden Forest. The pit is about 4 meters in diameter and half a meter deep. Voldemort on Quirrell was a little frightened, thanks to his short-range teleportation being very useful. Otherwise he would be hit by this move, and with the pure white magic power above, his soul might be directly shattered. But this kid obviously has no magic power. "I'll see what you do next." Ryan's hand holding the wand trembled a little, and his face was even worse. The magic power required by this spell was amazing. Even if the magic power opposite Ryan was not inferior to that of an adult wizard, it was still too much to consume. "I can't stand it anymore. I have to take medicine quickly." With the last bit of magic power, Ryan whispered, "The blue sky medicine is flying." The storage bag in his arms suddenly opened, and a concentrated version of the crystal blue sky medicine appeared in Ryan's hands. "Humphrey, stupid, young master, I can still take drugs. I'll make up for blue first while you're stupid." Ryan bit the cork with his teeth and poured a bottle of blue sky medicine directly. "You must know that this is 300% higher than the purity of the blue sky potion on the market. The effect is immediate, and you can almost feel that the cool potion is quickly converted into magic power and nourishes Ryan's tired body." So 3 seconds later, Char smiled at Quirrell. 23,333. "I didn't expect it, Master. I'm alive again. I haven't had a good time just now. Let's continue." Quirrell, "Oh no, Voldemort, equals. Damn, you can still play like this? Didn't you just become weak and look like a ghost? So you have a bottle of potion and it's fixed. How can you play it?" At this time, a rush of hooves came from a distance, and there was a thick voice. "Unfamiliar intruder, who are you? We have notified Professor Dumbledore, and he will be here soon. Dumbledore. Quirrell's body froze for a moment, and with his ghostly appearance, even the kid in front of him was uncertain, let alone the old ghost Dumbledore. Without thinking about it, Quirrell's robe waved and his body turned into black smoke again. He slipped away first as a tribute, only the fragrance remaining in the air was still so impressive. Chapter 50. Hagrid, let me go quickly, there is no movement. From Ryan. While pounding Hagrid's hand, Hermione said, there is also the strange sound that just came. Maybe that person has already run away. Let's hurry up and see Zaya. But Hagrid was a little embarrassed. My words may sound a bit ugly, but if something happens to Zaya, I must not let you go back. Just as Hermione was still arguing, the sound of horses' hooves got closer and closer. Are you the companions who repelled the evil beings in that forest? It was a man and a horse nearly 3 meters high, and his huge body was almost taller than Hagrid. Felzer, it's you. The man known as Felzer replied nonchalantly, hello Hagrid. At this moment, Hermione was overjoyed. You said that the evil existence was repelled, so Zaya has nothing to do with him? If the Ryan you said is not that evil existence, then the breath I feel is that he is all right. Call. Immediately, everyone breathed a sigh of relief, and everyone rushed towards the place where Ryan was according to the original road. Before they reached where Ryan was, everyone felt a warm breath, which was so unusual on a cold night. Walking in and taking a look, everyone suddenly took a breath of cold air. The damage around was too great, and the potholes on the ground were still burning with golden flames. And Ryan squatted beside the dying unicorn and quickly took out various things from his storage bag. The unicorn was seriously injured, and it suffered the magical shock caused by Char and Quirrell's confrontation. The only sign of life was that its heart had not stopped, but even so, it would die if it was not rescued. Of course, Ryan also noticed the crowd behind him, and an unknown tall man. Looking at Char who was constantly treating the unicorn, the centaur Firenze sighed, you are very kind, but this unicorn is too young. According to your human age, it is only 4 or 5 years old. Its body is far from mature and strong, so it is difficult to survive. So it's just a kid. Looking at the docile and beautiful unicorn in front of me, it was like an angel with broken wings quietly waiting to die. Ryan was a little distressed and struggled for a moment. There's nothing I can do. Even though I worked hard for a semester, I've come up with a little bit so far. I hope it can save your life. Seeing that although the wound healing potion stopped the blood of the unicorn's wound, the unicorn's body contained extremely strong black magic power, and the evil aura was repelling any treatment. Ryan touched the unicorn's head. The unicorn's big eyes reflected the moonlight, and it looked exceptionally bright and divine. From all the potions, Ryan carefully took out a crystal bottle. The potions in the crystal bottle were as beautiful as a rainbow, but the weight was really small, no more than the size of a finger. Unscrewing the bottle cap, Zaya put 4 drops of the potion in the crystal bottle into the unicorn's mouth. As a result, most of the potion in the crystal bottle was removed, leaving only a little at the bottom of the bottle. It's just a few drops of potion, which contains unimaginable vitality. Most of the money that Zaya took out from Gringotts, including the usual use, is to buy those items with extremely high vitality, and the purpose is to refine it. This rainbow-like potion, the Dew of Life, in terms of difficulty, it may be equivalent to the effect of the world's elixir, but in terms of rarity, it is priceless, because the cost of this medicine is too high. The raw material for each drop exceeds 50,000 galleons, and the refining time is extremely long, and it takes 2 months for 1 drop. The effect that can be obtained is also astonishing. As long as a drop of the Dew of Life can completely save the dying and seriously injured people, having it around is equivalent to an extra life. If it weren't for the size of the unicorn and the severity of its injuries, Ryan would really be reluctant to give it all 4 drops of the Dew of Life. With a rough calculation, The unicorn in front of him directly swallowed 200,000 Kim galleon. You can buy a fresh unicorn horn in the market for only 10,000 gallons. Although things like money are enough on Char's side, the important reason is that Char wants to see if he can establish a good impression with the unicorn in front of him. As a long-term investment, if you can ride a unicorn in the future, wouldn't it be too cool? And the moment the unicorn drank the dew of life, its white body began to glow with colorful brilliance. The wound torn by Quirrell's powerful black magic quickly healed, and the power of black magic in the body naturally disappeared. The vitality returned to the unicorn's body again. The unicorn moved its body slightly, and the feeling of powerlessness disappeared. With a clear and pleasant low voice, the unicorn slowly stood up. Seeing this, the people present couldn't help but smile. Firenze exclaimed, "What a miraculous potion this is! Thank you, strange boy at Hogwarts, you saved a pure and innocent life. The kindness of the forest god will always favor you." The unicorn's clear eyes looked at Chaya softly. It hesitated for a moment, but still came to Chaya's side, and the beautiful soft head gently rubbed Chaya's face. Seeing this, Ryan smiled and touched the unicorn's forehead. This young unicorn was slightly taller than Ryan, very cute, very beautiful, and had a very cute look. Hagrid climbed close in surprise. "Oh, my God, if I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I would never have believed that a unicorn would take the initiative to approach a human." Of course, this is only for Char. Hagrid, Harry and others also want to come up and touch this beautiful and magical creature, but it is a pity that the unicorn directly rejected it. Why is this shy unicorn hiding behind Char? Neither would come out. Firenze said, "This little guy and his sister were originally unicorns born in this forest. Unfortunately, they are too young and their power awakening is not enough, so its sister has died." Hagrid said, "You mean, the dead unicorn not far away?" Firenze nodded. "Yes, if I hadn't met this young man, I'm afraid this little guy would have followed in her sister's footsteps." Well, the relationship is two little unicorns, and it's strange that the unicorns usually live alone at the same time, and even if they have siblings and family, they rarely stay together, even in a forest. At this time, Ryan took back the memory crystal ball that he started throwing out. It recorded the images of himself and Quirrell when he fought, and it will also be an important reference for him in the future. "Looks like you're all right, Hagrid, Feltzer. Come out with these kids." A distant voice came from outside the Forbidden Forest. It was Dumbledore's voice. "Your journey to the Forbidden Forest is over." Dumbledore said that he had come a long time ago, but Ryan had done everything that could be done. "What could I do? I was also desperate." "Good, Professor Dumbledore." Both Firenze and Hagrid were quite obedient to Dumbledore. "Okay, little one, we're going." Ryan waved his hand, and just deliberately smoothed some of the unicorn's fresh tail hair, which is a good thing for refining medicine. The unicorn bit Ryan's wizard robe to prevent Ryan. There was an inexplicable emotion in those clear silver eyes like the bright moon, which seemed a little pitiful. A certain Ryania, oh.